Chapter 5. Marauders. Malcolm had brought with him from Tilly's camp a supply of provisions sufficient for 3 or 4 days and a flask of wine. Before he started from New Brandenburg, the syndic had slipped into his hand a purse containing 10 gold pieces, and whenever he came to a village which had escaped the ravages of the war, he had no difficulty obtaining provisions. It was pitiable at each place to see the anxiety with which the villagers crowded round him upon his arrival, and questioned him as to the position of the armies and whether he had met with raiders on the way. Everywhere the cattle had been driven into the woods. Boys were posted as lookouts on eminences at a distance to bring in word should any body of men be seen moving in that direction, and the inhabitants were prepared to fly instantly at the approach of danger. The news that Tilly's army was marching in the opposite direction was received with a deep sense of thankfulness and relief, for they were now assured of a respite from his plunderers, although still exposed to danger from the arrival of some of the numerous bands. These, nominally fighting for one or other of the parties, were in truth nothing but marauders, being composed of deserters and desperadoes of all kinds who lived upon the misfortunes of the country and were even more cruel and pitiless than were the regular troops. At one of the villages, Malcolm exchanged his attire as a serving man of a rich burgher for that of a peasant lad. On the 4th day after leaving the camp of Tilly, proceeding across a bare and desolate country, he heard the sound of galloping behind him and saw a party of 6 rough-looking horsemen coming along the road. As flight would have been useless, he continued his way until they overtook him. They reined up when they reached him.
"Where are you going, boy? And where do you belong?"
the leader asked. "I am going in search of work," Malcolm answered. "My village is destroyed, and my parents killed."
"Don't tell me that tale,"
the man said, drawing a pistol from his holster.
"I can tell by your speech that you're not a native of these parts."
There was nothing in the appointments of the men to indicate which party they favored, and Malcolm thought it better to state exactly who he was, for a doubtful answer might be followed by a pistol shot. So he said, quietly, "You are right, but in these times it is not safe always to state one's errand to all comers. I am a Scotch officer in the army of the King of Sweden. I was in New Brandenburg when it was stormed by Tilly. I disguised myself and, passing unnoticed, was forced to accompany his army as a teamster. The 2nd night I escaped, and am now making my way to Schwedt, where I hope to find the army." The man replaced his pistol.
"You're an outspoken lad, and a fearless one. I believe your story's true."
"Which side do you fight on?" Malcolm asked.
"A frank question, and a bold one. What say you, men? Whom are we for at present? We were for the Imperialists the other day, but now that they've marched away, and as it may be the Swedes will be coming in this direction, I fancy that we shall soon find ourselves on the side of the new religion."
The men laughed.
"What shall we do with this boy? To begin with, if he is what he says, no doubt he has some money with him."
Malcolm at once drew out his purse. "Here are 9 gold pieces. They're all I have save some small change."
"That's better than nothing. Now, what shall we do with him?" "He is a Protestant," one of the men replied. "Shoot him." "I should say," another said, "that we'd best make him our cook. Old Rollo's cooking gets worse and worse. I could not get my jaws into the meat this morning."
A murmur of agreement was raised by the other horsemen.
"So be it," the leader said. "Lad, you have the choice. You will be cook to a band of honorable gentlemen, or be shot at once."
"I would prefer for a time the post of cook to the other alternative."
"Mind you, at the first attempt to escape, we string you up to the nearest bough. Carl, lead him back and set him to work, and tell the men there to keep a sharp watch on him."
One of the men turned his horse, and with Malcolm walking by his side, left the party. They soon turned aside from the road, and after traveling 5 miles across a rough and broken country, entered a wood. Another half-mile, and they reached the foot of an eminence, on the summit of which stood a ruined castle. Several horses were picketed among the trees at the foot of the hill, and 2 men were sitting near them, cleaning their arms. The sight of these deterred Malcolm from carrying into execution the plan which he had formed, to strike down his guard with his club as he dismounted, to leap on the horse, and to ride off.
"Who have you there, Carl?"
one of the men asked.
"A prisoner whom the captain has appointed to the honorable office of cook. You're to keep a sharp eye over the lad, who says he is a Scotch officer of the Swedes. Shoot him down if he attempts to escape."
Having picketed his horse, the man led the way up the steep hill. When they reached the castle, Malcolm saw that it was less ruined than it had appeared to be from below. The battlements had indeed crumbled away, and there were cracks and fissures in the upper parts of the walls. But below, the walls were still solid and unbroken, and as the rock was almost precipitous, save at the point at which a narrow path wound up to the entrance, it was still capable of making a stout defense against attack. A strong but roughly made gate, evidently of quite recent make, hung on the hinges. Passing through it, Malcolm found himself in the courtyard of the castle. Crossing this, he entered with his guide what had once been the principal room of the castle. A good fire blazed in the center. Around this, half a dozen men were lying on a thick couch of straw. Malcolm's guide repeated the history of the newcomer, and then they passed through into a smaller apartment, where a man was attending to several saucepans over a fire.
"Rollo,"
he said,
"you've always been grumbling about being told off for the cooking. Well, here is a lad who will take your place, and tomorrow you can mount your horse and ride with the rest of us. It's quite certain he cannot do worse than you do. Another week and you would have starved the whole band to death. What does this boy know about cooking?"
"Very little, I'm afraid," Malcolm said cheerfully, "but I'll do my best. Now, what have you got in those pots?" Rollo grumblingly enumerated their contents, and then putting on his doublet, went out to join his comrades in the hall, leaving Malcolm to his new duties. The latter set to work with a will. He saw that it was best to appear contented with the situation and to gain as far as possible the goodwill of the band by his attention to their wants. In this way, their vigilance would become relaxed, and some mode of escape might open itself to him. At dusk, the rest of the band returned. Malcolm found that those who had met him with the captain were but a portion of the party, as 3 other companies of equal strength arrived at about the same time, the total number mounting up to over 30. Malcolm was conscious that the supper was far from being a success, but for this he was not responsible, as the cooking was well advanced when he undertook it. However, the band were not dissatisfied, for it was much better than they'd been accustomed to. In the year which Malcolm had spent in camp, he had learned a good deal of rough cookery, for when on active duty, the officers had often to shift for themselves. Consequently, next day he was able to produce a dinner so far in advance of that to which the band was accustomed, their approbation was warmly and loudly expressed. The stew was juicy and tender, the roast done to a turn, and the bread, baked on an iron plate, was pronounced to be excellent. The band declared that their new cook was a treasure. Malcolm had already found that, though he could move about the castle as he chose, one of the band was always stationed at the gate with pike and pistols, while at night the door between the room in which he cooked and the hall was closed, and 2 or 3 heavy logs thrown against it. Under the pretense of getting wood, Malcolm soon explored the castle. The upper rooms were all roofless and open to the air. There were no windows on the side upon which the path ascended, and by which alone an attack upon the castle was possible. Here the walls were pierced only by narrow loopholes for arrows or musketry. On the other sides, the windows were large, for here the steepness of the rock protected the castle from attack. The kitchen in which he cooked and slept had no other entrance save that into the hall, the doorway into the courtyard being closed by a heap of fallen stones from above. 2 or 3 narrow slits in the wall allowed light and air to enter. He saw that escape at night, after he had once been shut in, was impossible, and that in the daytime he could not pass out by the gate, for even if by a sudden surprise he overpowered the sentry there, he would be met at the bottom of the path by the 2 men who were always stationed as guards to the horses, and to give notice of the approach of strangers. The only chance of escape, therefore, was by lowering himself down the steep rock from one of the windows behind. To do this, a rope of some 70 feet long was necessary. After a careful search through the ruins, he failed to discover even the shortest piece of rope. That afternoon, some of the band, on their return from foraging, drove in 6 cattle, and one of these was, with much difficulty, compelled to climb up the path to the castle and slaughtered in the yard.
"There, Scott, food for the next week. Cut it up, throw the head and offal down the rock behind."
As Malcolm commenced his unpleasant task, a thought suddenly struck him. After cutting the animal into quarters, he threw the head, the lower joints of the legs, and the offal from the window. The hide he carried into his kitchen and concealed it under the pile of straw which served for his bed. When the dinner was over and the usual carousal had begun, he knew there was no chance of any of the freebooters coming into the room. He spread out the hide on the floor, cut off the edges, and trimmed it till it was nearly circular in form. Then he began to cut a strip 2 inches wide, round and round, till he reached the center. This gave him a thong over 100 feet long. Tying one end to a ring in the wall, he twisted the long strip until it assumed the form of a rope, which was, he was sure, strong enough to bear many times his weight. When he had finished cutting the hide, he went in as usual and sat down with the freebooters as they drank, as he wished to appear contented with his position. They were discussing an attack upon a village some 30 miles away. It lay in a secluded position, and had so far escaped pillage either by armies or wandering bands. The captain said he had learned that the principal farmer was a well-to-do man with a large herd of cattle, some good horses, and a well-stocked house. It was agreed that the band should the next day carry out another raid which had already been decided upon, and that they should on the day following that sack and burn Glogau. As soon as the majority of the band had started in the morning, Malcolm made his way with his rope to the back of the castle, fastened it to the window, and launched himself over the rock, which, although too steep to climb, was not perpendicular. Holding by the rope, he had no difficulty lowering himself down. He had taken a brace of pistols and a sword from the heap of weapons the freebooters had collected in their raids, and as soon as he reached the ground, he struck off through the wood. Enough had been said during the conversation the night before to indicate the direction in which Glogau lay, and he determined to warn the inhabitants of the village of the fate the freebooters intended for them. He walked miles before seeing a single person in the deserted fields. He had long since left the wood, and was now traversing open country, frequently turning round to examine the country around him, for at any moment after he had left, his absence might be discovered and the pursuit begun. He hoped that 2 or 3 hours at least would elapse before the discovery was made. He had, before starting, piled high the fire in the hall, and had placed plenty of logs for the purpose of replenishing it close at hand. He put tankards on the board, and a large jug of wine, so that the freebooters would have no occasion to call for him, and unless they wanted him, they would be unlikely to look into the kitchen. Except when occasionally breaking into a walk to get breath, he ran steadily on now. It was not until he had gone nearly 10 miles that he saw a goatherd, and from him learned the direction of Glogau, and was glad to find he had not gone very far out of the direct line. After asking the way several times, he arrived within a short distance of the village. The ground had now become undulating, and the slopes were covered with trees. The village lay up a valley, and it was evident that the road he was traveling was little frequented, ending probably at the village itself. Proceeding for nearly 2 miles through a wood, he came suddenly upon Glogau. It stood near the head of the valley, which was here free of trees, and some cultivated fields lay around it. The houses were surrounded by fruit trees, and an air of peace and tranquility prevailed, such as Malcolm had not seen since he left his native country. One house was much larger than the rest. Several stacks stood in the rickyard, and the large stables and barns gave proof of the prosperity of its owner. The war which had already devastated a great part of Germany had passed by this secluded hamlet. No signs of work were to be seen. The village was as still and quiet as if it were deserted. Suddenly Malcolm remembered it was the Sabbath, which, though always kept strictly by the Scotch and Swedish soldiers in camp, for the most part passed unobserved when they were engaged in active service. Malcolm turned his steps towards the house, and as he neared it, heard the sound of singing within. The door was open, and he entered and found himself on the threshold of a large apartment in which some 20 men and twice as many women and children were standing and singing a hymn, led by a venerable pastor who stood at the head of the room, with a powerfully built elderly man, evidently the master of the house, near him. The singing was not interrupted by the entrance of the newcomer. Many eyes were cast in his direction, but seeing that their leaders went on unmoved, the little congregation continued their hymn with great fervor and force. When they had done, the pastor prayed for some time, and then dismissed the congregation with his blessing. They filed out in a quiet and orderly way, but not until the last had left did the master of the house show any sign of observing Malcolm, who had taken his place near the door. Then he said gravely, "Strangers do not often find their way to Glogau, and in truth we can do without them, for a stranger in these times too often means a foe.
What is it that brings you to our quiet village?
I have, sir, this morning, escaped from the hands of the freebooters at Wolfsburg, and I come to warn you that last night I heard them agree to attack and sack your village tomorrow. Therefore, before pursuing my own way to the camp of the Swedish king in whose service I am, I came hither to warn you of their intention.
This is bad news, truly. Hitherto, God has protected our village and suffered us to worship him in peace and quiet. This gang of Wolfsburg have long been a scourge to the country around, and terrible are the tales we've heard of their violence and cruelty. I thank you for the warning. Gretchen, place food and wine before this youth who has done us so great a service. Doubtless he is hungry and thirsty, for 'tis a long journey from Wolfsburg hither. What time think you these marauders will leave their hold?
They will probably start by daybreak, seeing that the journey's a long one, but this is not certain. But, sir, you have here, unless I'm mistaken, fully 20 stout men capable of bearing arms. The marauders number 30 in all, and they always leave at least 5 to guard the castle, and 2 as sentries over the horses. Thus you will not have more than 23 to cope with. Had they, as they expected, taken you by surprise, their force would have been ample to put down all resistance here. But as you will be prepared for them, and will therefore take them by surprise, it seems to me that you should be able to make a good fight of it, stout men at arms though the villains be.
You speak boldly, sir, for one but a boy in years,
the pastor said.
But, as you say, they are stout men at arms, and we have heard they have taken a terrible vengeance on the villages which have ventured to oppose them.
Sir, I'm a Scottish officer in the King of Sweden's army. I needn't shrink from an encounter with these freebooters. If you decide to defend your village, I am ready to strike a blow at them, but they've held me captive for 5 days. The old farmer said,
As far as strength goes, our men are not wanting. Each has his sword and pike, and there are 4 or 5 arquebuses in the village. Yes, if there be a chance of success, even the slightest, we will do our best as men in defense of our homes.
Chapter 6. The Attack on the Village.
And now,
said the farmer whose home they were in,
what is your advice? This house is strongly built. We could so strengthen its doors and windows with beams, we might hold out for a long time against them.
That would not be my advice. In that case, the rest of the village would fall into their hands. To do any good, we must fight them in the wood on their way hither. But although I hope for a favorable issue, I strongly advise that you have the herds and horses driven away. Send off all your more valuable goods in the wagons, with your women and children, to a distance. We shall fight all the better if we know that they are all in safety. And now you'd best summon the men. There will be work for them tonight. The bell which was used to call the hands from their work in the fields and woods at sunset soon sounded, and the men in surprise came trooping in at the summons. When they were assembled, the farmer told them the news. After the first movement of alarm had subsided, Malcolm was glad to see an expression of stout determination come over the faces of the assemblage. 4 of the elder men were told to superintend the placing of the more movable household goods of the village in wagons, and these were to set out at daybreak with the cattle and families. Now, Malcolm said, I want the rest to bring mattocks and shovels and accompany me along the road. There is one spot which I marked as I came along as being specially suited for defense. This was about half a mile away, and as darkness had now set in, the men lighted torches and, with their implements, followed him. At the spot which he had selected, there was for the distance of 100 yards a thick growth of underwood bordering the track on either side. Across the road, at the end of the passage nearest to the farm, Malcolm directed 10 of the men to dig a pit 12 feet wide and 8 feet deep. The rest of the men he set to work to cut nearly through the trunks of the trees standing nearest the road until they were ready to fall. 10 trees were so treated, 5 on either side. Ropes were now fastened to the upper part of the trees and carried across the road, almost hidden from sight by the foliage which met over the path. When the pit was completed, the earth which had been taken from it was scattered in the wood out of sight. Light boughs were then placed over the hole. These were covered with earth and sod, trampled down until the break in the road was not perceptible to a casual eye. This was done by Malcolm himself, the lightest of the party, the boughs sufficing to bear his weight, although they would give way at once beneath that of a horse. The men all worked with vigor and alacrity as soon as they understood Malcolm's plans. Daylight was breaking when the preparations were completed. Malcolm now divided the party and told them off to their respective posts. There were 16 in all, excluding the pastor. 8 were placed on each side of the road. Those on one side were gathered near the pit which had been dug. Those on the other were opposite to the tree which was farthest down the valley. The freebooters were to be allowed to pass along until the foremost fell into the pit. The men stationed there were at once to haul upon the rope attached to the tree near it and bring it down. Its fall would bar the road and prevent the horsemen from leaping the pit. Those in the rear were to fell the tree to bar their retreat. The instant this was done, both parties were to run to other ropes and bring down the trees upon the horsemen gathered on the road, and were then to fall upon them. "If it works as well as I expect," Malcolm said, "not one of them will escape from the trap." Soon after daybreak, bowls of milk and trays of bread and meat were brought to the workers by some of the women. As there was no immediate expectation of attack, the farmer himself, with the pastor, went back to the village to cheer the women before their departure.
"You need not be afraid, wife,"
the farmer said.
"I shall keep the plan, though I deem not that there is any real need for sending you and the wagons and beasts away. This young Scotch lad seems made for a commander. He has constructed a trap from which this band of villains will have but little chance of escape. What rejoicings will there not be in the 50 villages when the news comes that their oppressors have been killed. The good God has assuredly sent this youth hither as his instrument in defeating the oppressors, even as he chose the shepherd boy David out of Israel to be the scourge of the Philistines."
And having seen the wagons fairly on their way, the farmer returned to the wood, the pastor accompanying the women. 3 hours passed, and a boy who had been stationed in a high tree near the edge of the wood ran in with the news that a band of horsemen were riding across the plain and would be there in a few minutes. Every one fell into his appointed place. The farmer himself took the command of the party on one side of the road, Malcolm of that on the other. Matches were blown, and the priming of the arquebuses looked to, and then they gathered round the ropes and listened for the tramp of horses. Although it was but a few minutes before it came, the time seemed long to those waiting. At last, a vague sound was heard, which rapidly rose into a loud trampling of horses. The marauders had been riding quietly until they neared the wood, as speed was no object. But, as they wished to take the village by surprise, and it was just possible that they might have been seen approaching, they were now riding rapidly. Suddenly, the earth gave way under the feet of the horses of the captain and his lieutenant, who were riding at the head of the troop, and men and animals disappeared from the sight of those who followed. The 2 men behind them pulled their horses back on their haunches and checked them at the edge of the pit into which their leaders had fallen. As they did so, a loud crack was heard, and a great tree came crashing down, falling directly upon them and striking them and their horses to the ground. A loud cry rose from those behind, followed by curses and exclamations of rage. A few seconds after the fall of the tree, there was a crash in the rear of the party, and to their astonishment, the freebooters saw that another tree had fallen there, and a barricade of boughs and leaves closed their way behind as in front. Deprived of their leaders, bewildered and alarmed at the strange and unexpected occurrence, the marauders remained irresolute. 2 or 3 of those in front got off their horses and tried to make their way to the assistance of their comrades lying crushed under the mass of foliage, and of their leaders in the pit. But now 2 more crashes were heard, and a tree from each side fell upon them. Panic-stricken now, the horsemen strove to dash through the underwood, but their progress was arrested, for among the bushes ropes had been fastened from tree to tree, stakes had been driven in, and the bushes interlaced with cords. The trees continued to fall till the portion of the road occupied by the troop was covered by a heap of fallen wood and leaf. Then, for the first time, the silence in the wood beyond them was broken. The flashes of firearms darted out from the brushwood, and, with a shout, a number of men armed with pikes and axes sprang forward to the attack. A few only of the marauders were in a position to offer any resistance whatever. The greater portion were buried under the mass of foliage. Many had been struck down by the trunks or heavy arms of the trees. All were hampered and confused by the situation in which they found themselves. Under such circumstances, it was a massacre rather than a fight. Malcolm, seeing the inability of the freebooters to oppose any formidable resistance, sheathed his sword and left it to the peasants to avenge the countless murders this band had committed and the misery which they had inflicted upon the country. In a few minutes, all was over. 2 or 3 of the peasants were wounded by pistol shots, but this was all the injury that their success cost them. "Now my task is done," Malcolm said, "and I will journey on to join my countrymen. But I will give you one piece of advice before I go. In a day or 2, the party left at Wolfsburg will grow uneasy, and 2 of their number are sure to ride hither to inquire as to the tarrying of the band. Let your men with arquebuses keep watch night and day, and shoot them down when they arrive. Were I in your place, I would then mount a dozen of your men, and let them put on the armor of these dead robbers, and ride to Wolfsburg, arriving there about daybreak. If they see you coming, they will take you to be the band returning. The 2 men below you will cut down without difficulty, and there will then be but 3 or 4 to deal with in the castle. I recommend you make a complete end of them, and were I you, I would prepare at once another ambush, and when a second band of marauders comes into this part of the country, set a watch night and day. Your men will in future be better armed than hitherto, as each of those freebooters carried a brace of pistols. And now, as I would be off as soon as possible, I ask you to let your men set to work with their axes, and cut away the boughs, and get me out a horse. No doubt there are some uninjured." In a quarter of an hour, a horse was brought up, together with a helmet and armor worn by the late captain of the band. As Malcolm mounted, the men crowded round him and loaded him with thanks and blessings for the danger from which he had delivered them, their wives, and families. The farmer had dispatched a man for food, and the wallets on the saddle were filled with sufficient to last Malcolm for 3 or 4 days. A brace of pistols were placed in the holsters, and with a last farewell to the farmer, Malcolm gave rein to his horse and rode away from the village. He traveled fast now, and avoiding large towns, rode unmolested across the plain. He presently heard the report that the Swedes had captured Frankfurt on the Oder, and they had moved on toward Landsberg. He followed them, and came up to them outside the walls of that place 6 days after leaving Glogau. The main body of the Swedish army had remained in and around Frankfurt, Gustavus having marched against Landsberg with only 3,200 musketeers, 12 pieces of cannon, and a strong body of horse. Hepburn and Ray's Scotch regiments formed part of the column, and Malcolm, with delight, saw the green scarves and banners. As he rode into the camp of his regiment, he was unnoticed by the soldiers until he reached the tents of the officers, before which Colonel Munro was standing, talking with several others. Seeing an officer approach in full armor, they looked up, and a cry of astonishment broke from them, unrecognizing Malcolm. "Is it you, Graham? Or your wraith?" Munro exclaimed. "'Tis I in the flesh, Colonel, sound and hearty." "Why, my dear lad, we thought you'd fallen at the sack of New Brandenburg. Innes and Lumsden were believed to be the only ones who'd escaped." "I have come through it nevertheless. It is a long story, Colonel, and I would ask you first if the king has learned what Tilly is doing." "No, he's received no news whatever. Do you know aught about him?" "Tilly marched west from New Brandenburg, and is now besieging Magdeburg." "This is news indeed. Come with me at once to the king." Malcolm followed Colonel Munro to the royal tent, a few hundred yards away. Gustavus had just returned after visiting the advanced lines round the city. On being told that Colonel Munro wished to speak to him on important business, he at once came to the entrance of his tent. "Allow me to present to you, sire, Malcolm Graham, a gallant young officer of my regiment. He was at New Brandenburg, and I deemed he'd fallen there. How he escaped, I've not yet had time to learn, seeing that he is but now ridden into the camp. But as he is bearer of news of the whereabouts of Tilly and his army, I thought it best to bring him immediately to you." "Well, sir," Gustavus said anxiously, "what is your news?" "Tilly is besieging Magdeburg, sire, with his whole strength." "Magdeburg? Are you sure? I deemed him advancing upon Frankfurt." "Quite sure, sire, for I accompanied his column to within 2 marches of the city, and there was no secret of his intentions. He started for that town on the very day after he had captured New Brandenburg." "This is important indeed. Follow me. and the king turned and entered the tent. Spread on the table was a large map, which the king at once consulted. "You see, Colonel Monroe, that to relieve Magdeburg, I must march through Kustrin, Berlin, and Spandau, and the first and last are strong fortresses. I can do nothing until the Elector of Brandenburg gives us leave to pass those places, for I dare not march round and leave them in my rear until sure that this weak prince will not take sides with the Imperialists. I will dispatch a messenger tonight for him at Berlin, demanding leave to march through his territory to relieve Magdeburg. In the meantime, we will finish off this place, and so be in readiness to march west when his answer arrives. And now, sir," he went on, turning to Malcolm, "please give me the account of how you escaped, first from New Brandenburg, and then from Tilly." Malcolm related briefly the manner of his escape from the massacre at New Brandenburg, and how, after accompanying Tilly's army as a teamster for 2 days, he had made his escape. He then, still more briefly, related how he had been taken prisoner by a band of freebooters, but had managed to get away from them, and had drawn them into an ambush where they had been slain, by which means he had obtained a horse and ridden straight to the army. Gustavus asked many questions, and elicited many more details than Malcolm had deemed it necessary to give in his first recital. "You have shown great prudence and forethought," the king said when he'd finished, "such as would not be looked for in so young a soldier." "And he behaved, sire, with distinguished gallantry and coolness at Schiefelbrunn, and in the destructive fight outside Kolberg," Colonel Monroe put in. "He would naturally have obtained his promotion, but he begged to be passed over, asserting that it was best that, at his age, he should remain for a time an ensign." "Such modesty is unusual," the king said, "and it pleases me. The next time a step is vacant, Colonel, see that he has it." Malcolm returned with Colonel Monroe to the regiment, and there had to give a full and minute account of his adventures. He was warmly congratulated by his fellow officers on his good fortune in escaping from the dangers which had beset him. The suit of armor was a handsome one, and had been doubtless stripped from the body of some knight or noble murdered by the freebooters. The leg pieces Malcolm laid aside, as the full armor was too heavy for service on foot. 2 days later, the king gave orders that the assault upon Landsberg was to be made that night. The place was extremely strong, and Gustavus had, in his previous campaign, twice failed in attempts to capture it. Since that time, the Imperialists had been busy strengthening the fortification, and all the peasantry for 10 miles round had been employed in throwing up earthworks. But its principal defense was the marsh which surrounded it, which rendered the construction of approaches by besiegers almost impossible. It was the key to Silesia and guarded the approaches to Pomerania, and its possession was therefore of supreme importance to Gustavus. The garrison consisted of 5,000 Imperialist infantry and 12 troops of horse, the whole commanded by Count Gratz. The principal approach to the town was guarded by a strong redoubt, armed with numerous artillery. Colonel Monroe had advanced his trenches to within a short distance of this redoubt, and had mounted 12 pieces of cannon to play upon it, but so solid was the masonry of the fort that their fire produced but little visible effect. Gustavus had brought from Frankfurt as guide on the march a blacksmith who was a native of Landsberg, and this man had informed him of a postern gate into the town which would not be likely to be defended, as, to reach it, it would be necessary to cross a swamp flanked by the advanced redoubt and covered with water. For 2 days the troops had been cutting bushes and trees, preparing materials for constructing a floating causeway across the mud and water. As soon as night fell, the men were set to work laying down the causeway, and when this was finished, the column advanced to the attack. It consisted of 250 pikemen under Colonel Monroe and the same number of dragoons. Hepburn, with 1,000 musketeers, followed a short distance behind. The pikemen passed along the floating causeway without difficulty, but the causeway swayed and often sank under the feet of the cavalry behind them. These, however, also managed to get across. Their approach was entirely unobserved, and they effected an entrance into the town. Scarcely had they done so when they came upon a body of 300 Imperialists who were about to make a sally under Colonel Gratz, son of the governor. The pikemen at once fell upon them. Taken by surprise, the Imperialists fought nevertheless stoutly, and 80 of the Scots fell under the fire of their musketry. But the pikemen charged home. Colonel Gratz was killed, with many of his men, and the rest taken prisoners. Hepburn, marching behind, heard the din of musketry and pressed forward. Before reaching the town, he found a place in the swamp sufficiently firm to enable his men to march across it, and turning off, he led his troops between the town and the redoubt and attacked the latter in the rear, where its defenses were weak. Its surprised and disheartened garrison surrendered. The redoubt having fallen, and Monro's men having effected a lodgment in the town, while the retreat on one side was cut off by the force of Gustavus, and on the other by a strong body of cavalry under Marshal Horn, the governor sent a drummer to Colonel Monro to say that he was ready to surrender and to ask for terms. The drummer was sent on to Gustavus, who agreed that the garrison should be allowed to march away with the honors of war, taking their baggage and effects with them. Accordingly, at 8 o'clock, Count Gratz, at the head of his soldiers, marched out with colors flying and drums beating, and retired into Silesia. A garrison was placed in Landsberg, the blacksmith appointed burgomaster of the town, and the rest of the force marched back to Frankfurt. Chapter 7. A quiet time. In spite of the urgent entreaties of Gustavus and the pressing peril of Magdeburg, the wavering Duke of Brandenburg could not bring himself to join the Swedes. He delivered Spandau over to them, but would do no more. The Swedish army accordingly marched to Berlin and invested his capital. The Duke sent his wife to Gustavus to beseech him to draw off his army and allow him to remain neutral. But Gustavus insisted, as the only condition upon which he would raise the siege, that the Duke should ally himself with him, and that the troops of Brandenburg should join his army. These conditions the Duke was obliged to accept, but in the meantime, his long hesitation and delay had caused the loss of Magdeburg, which, after a gallant defense, was stormed by the troops of Pappenheim and Tilly on the 10th of May. The ferocious Tilly had determined upon a deed which would, he believed, frighten Germany into submission. He ordered that no quarter should be given, and for 5 days the city was handed over to the troops. History has no record since the days of Attila of so frightful a massacre. Neither age nor sex was spared, and 30,000 men, women, and children were ruthlessly massacred. The result, for a time, justified the anticipations of the ferocious leader. The terrible deed sent a shudder of horror and terror through Protestant Germany. It seemed, too, as if the catastrophe might have been averted had the Swedes shown diligence and marched to the relief of the city. For in such a time, men were not inclined to discuss how much of the blame rested upon the shoulders of the Duke of Brandenburg, who was, in fact, responsible for the delay of the Swedes. Many of the princes and free towns which had hitherto been staunch to the cause of Protestantism at once hastened to make their peace with the emperor, and for a time the sack of Magdeburg greatly strengthened the imperialist cause. No sooner did the news reach the ears of the Duke of Brandenburg than his fears overcame him, and he wrote to Gustavus withdrawing from the treaty he had made, and saying that, as Spandau had only been delivered to him in order that he might march to the relief of Magdeburg, he was now bound in honor to restore it. Gustavus at once ordered Spandau to be evacuated by his troops, and again marched with the army against Berlin, which he had but a few days before left. Here he again dictated terms, which the Duke was forced to agree to. The Swedish army now marched to Old Brandenburg, 34 miles west of Berlin, and remained for some time waiting until reinforcements should reach it. The place was extremely unhealthy, and great numbers died from malaria and fever, 30 of Monro's musketeers dying in a single week. During this time, the king was negotiating with the Elector of Saxony and the Landgrave of Hesse. These were the two most powerful Protestant princes in that part of Germany, and Tilly resolved to reduce them to obedience before the army of Gustavus was in a position to move forward. He first fell upon the Landgrave of Hesse with fire and sword. Frankenhausen was plundered and burned to the ground. Erfurt saved itself from a similar fate by the payment of a large sum of money and by engaging to supply great stores of provisions for the use of the imperial army. The Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel was next summoned by Tilly, who threatened to carry fire and sword through his dominions unless he would immediately disband his troops, pay a heavy contribution, and receive imperial troops into his cities and fortresses. But the Landgrave refused to accept the terms. Owing to the unhealthiness of the district round Old Brandenburg, Gustavus raised his camp there and marched forward to Verben. He was joined there by his young queen, Maria Eleonora, traveling with a reinforcement of 8,000 men, and by the Marquis of Hamilton with 6,200 men, for the most part Scotch, who'd been raised by him with the consent of Charles I, the new British king, to whom the Marquis was master of the horse. Verben was but a few miles from Magdeburg, and Pappenheim, who commanded the imperial troops in that neighborhood, seeing that Gustavus was now in a position to take the field against him, sent an urgent message to Tilly for assistance. The general, who was on the point of attacking the Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel, at once marched with his army and effected a junction with Pappenheim, their combined force being greatly superior to that of Gustavus, even after the latter had received reinforcements. Malcolm had not accompanied the army in its march from Old Brandenburg. He had been prostrated by fever, and although he shook off the attack, it left him so weak and feeble that he was altogether unfit for duty. The army was still lying in its swampy quarters, and the leech who had attended him declared that he could never recover his strength in such an unhealthy air. Nigel Graham, who had now rejoined the regiment, cured of his wound, reported the surgeon's opinion to Monroe. The colonel replied,
"There are many others in the same state, but whither can I send them? The Elector of Brandenburg is so fickle and treacherous, he may at any moment turn against us."
"I was speaking to Malcolm," Nigel replied. "He said he might go for a time to that village among the hills where he had the fight with the freebooters who had made him captive. He said he was sure of a cordial welcome there, and that it's but 3 days' march from here." Monroe said,
"If we move west, we shall be still further removed from there, and imperial bands are everywhere harrying the country. One of these might at any moment swoop down into that neighborhood."
"That is true, but better that he should run that risk than die of fever here."
"'Tis so, Nigel. If you and Malcolm prefer that risk to the other, I will not say a nay. But what is good for him is good for others. I'll ask the surgeon to make me a list of 20 men, strong enough to journey by easy stages, and who yet absolutely require to get out of this poisonous air to enable them to effect their recovery. We'll furnish them with one of the baggage wagons of the regiment, so that they can ride when they choose. Tell the paymaster to give each man in advance a month's pay, that they may have money to pay for what they need. Horses are scarce, so we can give them 2 with the wagon, but that'll be sufficient. See that a steady and experienced driver is told off with them. They'd best start at daybreak tomorrow morning."
At the appointed time, the wagon was in readiness, and those who had to accompany Malcolm gathered round, together with many of their comrades who had assembled to wish them Godspeed. The pikes and muskets, helmets and breastpieces were placed in the wagon, and then the fever-stricken band formed up before it. Monroe, Nigel, and most of the officers came down to bid farewell to Malcolm, and to wish him a speedy return in good health. Then he placed himself at the head of the band and marched off, the wagon following in the rear. Before they had been gone a mile, several of the men had been compelled to take their places in the wagon, and by the time 3 miles had passed, the rest had, one by one, been forced to give in, Malcolm being one of the last. He took his seat by the driver, and the now heavily freighted wagon moved slowly across the country. A store of provisions sufficient for several days had been placed in the wagon, and after proceeding 15 miles, a halt was made at a deserted village, and 2 of the houses in the best condition were taken possession of. The next morning, the benefit of the removal from the fever-tainted air made itself already apparent. The distance performed on foot was somewhat longer than on the preceding day. The men were in better spirits, and marched with a brisker step than that with which they had left the camp. At the end of the 4th day, they approached the wood in which the village was situated. "I will go on ahead," Malcolm said. "Our approach will probably have been seen, and unless they know who we are, we may meet with a rough welcome. Halt the wagon here until one returns with news that you may proceed. There may be pitfalls in the road." Malcolm had kept the horse on which he had ridden to Landsberg, and it had been tied behind the wagon. During the last day's march, he'd been strong enough to ride it. He now dismounted, and, taking the bridle over his arm, he entered the wood. He examined the road cautiously as he went along. He had gone about halfway when the farmer, with 4 of his men armed with pikes, suddenly appeared in the road before him.
"Bless me, it is our Scottish friend. Why, lad, I knew you not. So changed are you. What has happened?"
"I have had the fever, and have been like to die. But I thought that a change to the pure air of your hills and woods here would set me up, so I've traveled here to ask your hospitality."
"All that I have is yours. The lookout saw a wagon coming across the plain with 3 or 4 men walking beside it, and thought that many more were seated in it, thinking this might be a ruse of some freebooting band. I had the alarm bell rung, and prepared to give them a hot reception."
"I have brought some sick comrades with me. I have no thought of quartering them on you. That would be nigh as bad as the arrival of a party of marauders, for they are getting strength, and will, I warrant you, have keen appetites ere long. But we have brought tents, and will pay for all we have."
"Do not talk of payment. As long as there is flour in the storehouse, and bacon on the beams, any Scottish soldier of Gustavus is welcome to it. Still more if they be comrades of thine."
"Thanks indeed. I left them at the edge of the wood, for I knew not what welcome you might have prepared here, and seeing so many men you might have shot at them before waiting to ask a question."
"Possible enough, for indeed we could hardly look for friends. The men are all posted 100 yards further on."
The farmer ordered one of his men to go on and bring up the wagon, and then, with Malcolm, walked on to the village. A call that all was right brought out the defenders of the ambush. It had been arranged similarly to that which had been so successful before, except that instead of the pit, several strong ropes had been laid across the road to be tightened breast high as soon as an enemy came close to them.
"These are not as good as the pit," the farmer said as they passed. "But as we have to use the road sometimes, we could not keep a pit here, which, moreover, might have given way and injured anyone from a neighboring village riding hither. We have made a strong stockade of beams among the underwood on either side, so that none could break through into the wood from the path."
On arriving at the village, Malcolm was cordially welcomed by the farmer's wife and daughters. The guest chamber was instantly prepared for him, and refreshments laid on the table, while the maids, under the direction of the farmer's wife, at once began to cook a bounteous meal in readiness for the arrival of the soldiers. A spot was chosen on some smooth turf under the shade of trees for the erection of the tents, and trusses of clean straw carried there for bedding. Malcolm, as he sat in the cool chamber in the farmhouse, felt the change delightful after the hot, dusty journey across the plain. There was quite an excitement in the little village when the wagon drove up. The men lifted the arms and baggage from the wagon. The women offered fruit and flagons of wine and fresh, cool water to the soldiers. There was not only general pleasure throughout the village, caused by the novelty of the arrival of the party from the outer world, but there was the feeling that so long as this body of soldiers might remain, the village would be safe from attacks of any marauding band. The tents were soon pitched by the peasants under the direction of Sergeant Sinclair. Straw was laid down in them, and the canvas raised to allow the air to sweep through them. In an hour, men came up from the farmhouse carrying a huge pot filled with strong soup and a great dish of stew. Women carried wooden platters, bowls of fruit, and loaves of bread, and the soldiers, seated upon the grass, fell to with an appetite such as they had not experienced for weeks. With the meal was an abundant supply of the rough but wholesome wine of the country. To the Scottish soldiers, after the hardships they had passed through, this secluded valley seemed a perfect paradise. They had naught to do save to eat their meals, sleep on the turf in the shade, or wander in the woods and gardens, free to pick what fruit they fancied. Under these circumstances, they rapidly picked up strength, and in a week after their arrival would hardly have been recognized as the feeble band who'd left the Swedish camp at Old Brandenburg. On Sunday, the pastor arrived. He did not live permanently at the village, but ministered to the inhabitants of several villages scattered among the hills, holding services in them by turns and remaining a few days in each. As the congregation was now too large for the room in the farmhouse, the service was held in the open air. The Scotch soldiers were all present, and joined heartily in the singing, although many of them were ignorant of the language, and sang the words of Scotch hymns to the German tunes. Even the roughest of them, and those who had been longest away from their native country, were moved by the service. The hush and stillness, the air of quiet and peace which prevailed, the fervor with which all joined in the simple service took them back to the days of their youth in quiet Scottish glens, and many a hand was passed hastily across eyes which had not been moistened for many a year. The armor and arms were now cleaned and polished, and for a short time each day Malcolm exercised them. The martial appearance and perfect discipline of the Scots struck the villagers with admiration, and they earnestly begged Malcolm that they might receive from him and Sergeant Sinclair some instruction in drill. Accordingly, every evening when work was done, the men of the village were formed up and drilled. Several of the soldiers took their places with them in the ranks in order to aid them by their example. After the drill, there was sword and pike exercise, and as most of the men had already some knowledge of the use of arms, they made rapid progress and felt an increased confidence in their power to defend the village against the attacks of any small bands of plunderers. To Malcolm, the time passed delightfully. His kind hosts vied with each other in their efforts to make him comfortable, and it was in vain that he assured them that he no longer needed attention and care. A seat was always placed for him in the coolest nook in the room, and fresh grapes and other fruit stood in readiness on a table hard by. The farmers' daughters, busy as they were in their household avocations, were always ready to sit and talk with him when he was indoors, and of an evening to sing him the country melodies. At the end of a fortnight, the men were all fit for duty again. But the hospitable farmer would not hear of their leaving, and as news from time to time reached them from the outer world, and Malcolm learned that there was no chance of any engagement for a time between the hostile armies, he was only too glad to remain. Another fortnight passed. Malcolm reluctantly gave the word that on the morrow the march must be recommenced. A general feeling of sorrow reigned in the village when it was known that their guests were about to depart, for the Scottish soldiers had made themselves extremely popular. They were ever ready to assist in the labors of the village, helped to pick the apples from the heavily laden trees, assisted to thrash out the corn, and in every way strove to repay their entertainers for the kindness they had shown them. Late in the evening of the day before they had fixed for their departure, the pastor rode into the village. "I have bad news," he said. "A party of Pappenheim's dragoons, 300 strong, are raiding in the district on the other side of the hills. A man came in just as I mounted my horse, saying it was expected they would attack Mansfeld, whose count is a sturdy Protestant. The people were determined to resist to the last, in spite of the fate of Magdeburg and Frankenhausen. But I fear their chance of success is small. But they say they may as well die fighting as be slaughtered in cold blood." "Is Mansfeld fortified?" Malcolm asked. "It has of all, but of no great strength. The Count's castle, which stands on a rock adjoining it, might defend itself for some time, but I question whether it can withstand Pappenheim's veterans." "How far is it from here?" 24 miles by the bridle path across the hills." "When were the Imperialists expected to arrive?" "They were 10 miles away this morning, but as they were plundering and burning as they went, they will not probably arrive before the morning." "Then I will march thither at once. 20 good soldiers may make all the difference, and although I have, of course, no orders for such an emergency, the king can hardly blame me, even if the worst happens, for striking a blow against the Imperialists here. Will you give me a man," he asked the farmer, "to guide us across the hills?" "That will I right willingly. But it seems to me a desperate service to embark in. These townspeople are of little good for fighting, and probably intend only to make a show of resistance in order to procure better terms. The Count himself is a brave nobleman, but I fear the enterprise is a hopeless one." "Hopeless or not, I will undertake it, and will at once put the men under arms. The wagon and horses with the baggage I will leave here till I return. That is, if we should come back." A tap of the drum, and the soldiers came running in hastily from various cottages where they were spending their last evening with village friends, wondering at the sudden summons to arms. As soon as they had fallen in, Malcolm joined them. "Men," he said, "there is business on hand. A party of Pappenheim's dragoons are about to attack the town of Mansfeld. The siege will begin in the morning. Ere that time, we must be there." The thought of a coming fray reconciled the men to departure from their happy resting place. Armor was donned, buckles fastened, and arms inspected, and in half an hour, after a cordial adieu from their kind hosts, the detachment marched off, their guide with a lighted torch leading the way. The men were in light marching order, having left everything superfluous behind them in the wagon, and they marched briskly along over hill and through forest without a halt, till at 3 o'clock in the morning the little town of Mansfeld, with its castle rising above it, was visible before them in the first light of morning. As they approached the walls, a musketoon was fired, and the alarm bell of the church instantly rang out. Armed men made their appearance on the walls. Fearing that the burghers might fire before waiting to ascertain who were the newcomers, Malcolm halted his band and advanced alone towards the walls. "Who are you who come in arms to the peaceful town of Mansfeld?" an officer called from the wall. "I am an officer of His Swedish Majesty Gustavus. Hearing that the town was threatened with attack by Imperialists, I have marched hither with my detachment to aid in the defense." A loud cheer broke from the walls. Not only was the reinforcement a most welcome one, for the valor of the Scottish soldiers of the King of Sweden was at that time the talk of all Germany. The fact that a detachment of these redoubted troops had arrived seemed a proof that the main army of the Swedish king could not be far away. The gates were at once opened, and Malcolm, with his band, marched into Mansfeld. Chapter 8. The Siege of Mansfeld. The burgomaster himself led Malcolm up the ascent to the castle. The news that the newcomers were a party of Scots had already been sent up, and as Malcolm entered the gateway, the Count came forward to welcome him.
"You are welcome indeed, sir," he said. "It seems almost as if you had arrived from the clouds to our assistance, for we had heard that the Swedish king and his army were encamped around Old Brandenburg."
"His Majesty has moved west, I hear," Malcolm said, "but we have been a month away from the camp. My detachment consisted of a body of invalids who came up among the hills to get rid of the fever, which was playing such havoc among our ranks. I am glad to say that all are restored, and fit as ever for a meeting with the Imperialists. I heard but yestereven that you were expecting an attack, and have marched all night to be here in time. My party is a small one, but each man can be relied upon, and when it comes to hard fighting, 20 good soldiers may turn the day."
"I thank you much for coming to our aid. The townspeople are determined to do their best, but most of them have little skill in arms. I have a score or two of old soldiers here in the castle, and had hoped to be able to hold this to the end, but truly I despaired of a successful defense of the town. But enter, I pray you. The Countess will be glad to welcome you."
Malcolm accompanied the Count to the banquet hall of the castle. The Countess, a gentle and graceful woman, was already there, for indeed but few in Mansfeld had closed an eye that night. By her side stood her daughter, a girl of about 14 years old. Malcolm had already stated his name to the Count, and the latter now presented him to his wife. "We have heard so much of the Scottish soldiers," she said as she held out her hand, over which Malcolm bent deeply. "We have all been curious to see them, little dreaming that a band of them would appear here like good angels in our hour of danger. It was a fortunate accident which found me within reach when I heard of the approach of the Imperialists. The names of the Count and Countess of Mansfeld are so well known and so highly esteemed that I was sure that the king would approve of my hastening to lend what aid I might, without orders from him." "I see you have learned to flatter," the Countess said, smiling. "This is my daughter, Thekla." "I am glad to see you," the girl said. "But I had thought that the Scots were such big, fierce soldiers, and you are not very big, and you do not look fierce at all." "That is very rude, Thekla," her mother said reprovingly, but Malcolm laughed. "You are quite right, Fraulein Thekla. I do not look very fierce, but I hope I shall come up nearly to your expectations. Now, sir," he went on, turning to the Count, "I am at your orders, and will take post with my men at any point that you may think fit. Before doing that, you must join us at breakfast. You must be hungry after your long march, and as I have been all night in my armor, I shall do justice to it myself. You will, of course, take up your abode here. As to other matters, I have done my best, and the townspeople were, yesterday, all told off to their places on the walls. I should think it were best that your band were stationed in the marketplace, as a reserve. They could then move to any point which might be seriously threatened. Should the Imperialists enter the town, the citizens have orders to fall back here, fighting. All their most valuable goods were sent up here yesterday, together with such of their wives and families as have not taken flight, so that there will be nothing to distract them from their duty." "That is good," Malcolm said. "The thought that one is fighting for home and family must nerve a man in the defense. But when the enemy once breaks in, he would naturally think of home first, and hasten away to defend it to the last, instead of obeying orders and falling back with his comrades in good order and discipline." The meal was a cheerful one. Malcolm related more in detail how he and his detachment happened to be so far removed from the army. Just as the meal came to an end, a drum beat in the town, and the alarm bells began to ring. The Count and Malcolm sallied out at once to the outer wall and saw a small party of officers riding from the village occupied by the Imperialists towards the town. "Let us descend," the Count said. "I presume they are going to demand our surrender." They reached the wall of the town just as the Imperialist officers approached the gate. One of them cried out, "In the name of His Majesty the Emperor, I command you to open the gate and surrender to his good will and pleasure." "The smoking villages which I see around me," Count Mansfeld replied, "are no hopeful sign of any goodwill or pleasure on the part of His Majesty towards us. As to surrendering, I am willing to pay a fair ransom for the town if you will draw off your troops and march away." "Beware, sir," the officer said. "I have a force here sufficient to compel obedience. There are plenty of examples before us of the tender mercy which your master's troops show towards towns you capture," the Count replied. "Once again, I offer you a ransom for the town. Name the sum, and if it be such as I and the townspeople can pay, it shall be yours. But open the gates to you, we will not." "Then your blood be on your own heads." And turning his horse, the officer rode with his companions back towards the village. On their arrival there, 100 horsemen rode off and took post on an eminence near the town, ready to cut off retreat of any who might try to escape, and to enter the town when the gates were forced open. The other 200 men advanced on foot in a close body towards the principal gate. "They will try and blow it open with petards," Malcolm said. "Half of my men are musketeers and good shots, and I will, with your permission, place them on the wall to aid the townsfolk there. For if the gate is blown open and the enemy force their way in, it will go hard with us." The Count assented. Malcolm posted his musketeers on the wall, ordering Sergeant Sinclair, with the remainder, to set to work to erect barricades across the street leading from the gate, so that, in case this were blown in, such a stand might be made against the Imperialists as would give the townspeople time to rally from the walls and gather there. The Imperialists heralded their advance by opening fire with pistols and musketoons against the wall, and the defenders replied. So heavy was the fire that the head of the column wavered, many of the leading files being at once shot down. But they rallied and pushed forward at a run. The fire of the townspeople at once became hurried and irregular, but the Scots picked off their men with steady aim. The leader of the Imperialists, who carried a petard, advanced boldly to the edge of the ditch, which was shallow and contained but little water, and he at once dashed into it and waded across, for the drawbridge had of course been raised. He climbed up the bank and was close to the gate, when Malcolm, leaning far over the wall, discharged his pistol at him. The ball glanced from the steel armor. Malcolm drew his other pistol and fired. This time, the ball struck between the shoulder and the neck at the junction of the breast and back pieces, and passed down into the body of the Austrian, who, dropping the petard, fell dead. But a number of his men were close behind him. "Quick, lads," Malcolm cried. "Put your strength to this parapet. It is old and rotten." The soldiers bent their strength against the parapet, while some of the townspeople, thrusting their pikes into the rotten mortar between the stones, prized them up with all their strength. The parapet tottered, and with a tremendous crash fell, burying 5 or 6 Imperialists and the petard beneath the ruins. A shout of exultation rose from the defenders, and the Imperialists withdrew. They halted out of gunshot, and then a number of men were sent back to the village. They returned, carrying ladders. The enemy now divided into 3 parties, which advanced simultaneously against different points of the wall. Notwithstanding the storm of shot poured upon them, they pressed forward until they reached the wall, planted their ladders, and then essayed to climb. But at each point, the stormers were stoutly met with pike and sword, while the musketeers from the flanking towers poured their bullets into them. The troops proved themselves worthy of their reputation, for it was not until more than 50 had fallen that they desisted from the attempt and drew off. "Now we shall have a respite," Malcolm said. "If there are no more of them in the neighborhood, methinks they will retire altogether. But if they have any cannon within reach, they will probably send for them and renew the attack." The day passed quietly. Parties of horsemen were seen leaving the village to forage and plunder the surrounding country, but the main body remained quietly there. The next day there was still no renewal of the attack, but as the enemy remained in occupation of the village, Malcolm guessed that they must be waiting for reinforcements. The following afternoon, a column of infantry, some 400 strong, with 3 cannon, could be made out. The townspeople now wavered in their determination. A few were still for resistance, but the majority held that they could not withstand an assault by so strong a force, and that it was better to make the best terms they could with the enemy. A parlementaire was dispatched to the Imperialists, asking what terms would be granted should the place surrender.
"We will grant no terms whatever,"
the colonel in command of the Imperialists said.
"The town is at our mercy, and we will do as we will with it and all within it. But tell Count Mansfeld that if he will surrender the castle as well as the town without striking another blow, his case shall receive favorable consideration."
"That will not do," the count said. "They either guarantee our lives or they do not. I give not up my castle on terms like these, but I will exercise no pressure on the townspeople. If they choose to defend themselves to the last, I will fight here with them. If they choose to surrender, they can do so, and those who differ from their fellows can enter the castle with me." The principal inhabitants of the town debated the question hotly. Malcolm lost patience with them and said, "Do you not see the smoking villages round you? Do you not remember the fate of Magdeburg, New Brandenburg, and the other towns which made a resistance? It was open to you to have fled when you heard the Imperialists were coming. You could have opened the gates with some hope of your lives, but you have killed 50 or 60 of their soldiers and repulsed them from a place which they thought to take with scarce an effort, and you've compelled them to send for reinforcements and guns. Now you are talking of opening the gates without even obtaining a promise that your lives shall be spared? If you take such a step, you will deserve your fate." Malcolm's indignant address had its effect, and after a short discussion, the townspeople again placed themselves at the Count's disposal. The Count said, "My Scottish friend here agrees that it is useless to try to defend the town, but we doubt not that we can hold the castle. Any who like to remain in their houses and trust to the tender mercy of Tilly's wolves can do so." A cannonball, the first which the Imperialists had fired, at that moment crashed into a house hard by and sharpened their decision wonderfully. "I have no great store of provisions in the castle," the Count said, "and there are already more than 700 of your wives and children there. All that we leave behind, the enemy will take, and the less we leave for them, the better. Therefore, all food and wine must be considered as public property. Let the men at once be divided into 2 bodies, one to guard the walls, the other to search for and carry up provisions. They can be changed every 3 or 4 hours." Most of the horses and carts in the town had left with the fugitives. Those that remained were at once set to work, laden with large barrels of wine and sacks of flour, while the men carried sides of bacon, kegs of butter, and other portable articles on their heads. The Imperialists, seeing the movement up the steep road to the castle gate, opened fire. The cannon played steadily all day, and by nightfall 2 breaches had been effected in the wall, and the gate had been battered down. But by this time, an ample store of provisions had been collected in the castle, and as the Imperialists were seen to form up for the assault, the trumpet was sounded. The defenders of the walls left their posts and fell back to the castle, leaving the deserted town at the mercy of the enemy. The Imperialists raised a shout of triumph as they entered, and once assured that the town was deserted, broke their ranks and scattered to plunder. It was now quite dark, and many of them, dragging articles of furniture into the streets, made great bonfires to light them at their work. But they had soon reason to repent having done so, for immediately the flames sprang up and lighted the streets, flashes ran round the battlements of the castle, and a heavy fire was opened into the streets, killing many soldiers. Seeing the danger of thus exposing the men to the fire from the castle, the Imperialist commander issued orders at once that all fires should be extinguished, that anyone setting fire to a house should be instantly hung, and that no lights were to be lit in the houses whose windows faced the castle. Foreseeing the possibility of an attack from the castle, the Austrians placed 100 men at the foot of the road leading up to it, and laid their 3 cannon, loaded to the muzzle, to command it. "Have you not," Malcolm asked the Count, "some means of exit from the castle besides the way into the town?"
"There is a footpath down the rock on the other side."
"Then as soon as they are fairly drunk, which will be before midnight, let us fall upon them. Leave 50 of your oldest men, with half a dozen veteran soldiers, to defend the gate against the sudden attack. With the rest, we can issue out, march round, enter by the gate and breaches, sweep the streets as we go, and then burst through any guard they may have placed to prevent a sortie, and so regain the castle." The Count at once assented. In a short time, shouts, songs, and the sound of rioting and quarrels arose from the town, showing that revelry was general. At 11 o'clock, the men in the castle were mustered, and 50 were told off to the defense, with 5 experienced soldiers, an officer of the Count being left in command. The rest sallied through a little door at the back of the castle and noiselessly descended the steep path. They were divided into 3 bodies. Malcolm, with his Scots and 50 of the townspeople, formed one. Count Mansfeld took the command of another, composed of his own soldiers and 50 more of the townspeople. The third consisted of 80 of the best fighting men of the town, under their own leaders. These were to enter by the gate, while the other 2 parties came in by the breaches. The moment the attack began, the defenders of the castle were to open as rapid a fire as they could upon the foot of the road, so as to occupy the attention of the enemy's force there, and lead them to anticipate a sortie. The breach by which Malcolm was to enter was the farthest from the castle, and his command would therefore be the last in arriving at its station. When he reached it, he ordered the trumpeters who accompanied him to sound, and at the signal, the 3 columns rushed into the town. The Imperialists in the houses near were for the most part intoxicated, and such as retained their senses were paralyzed at the sudden attack. But as the bands pressed forward, slaying all whom they came upon, the resistance became stronger. But the 3 columns advanced steadily and in good order, bearing down all opposition. Lights flashed from the windows and partly lit up the streets, and the Imperialist officers attempted to rally their men. But the Scottish shouts, "A Hepburn! A Hepburn!" and the sight of their green scarves added to the terror of the soldiers, who were convinced that the terrible Green Brigade of the King of Sweden was upon them. Hundreds were cut down after striking scarce a blow in their defense, while numbers fled to the walls and leaped over. The panic communicated itself to the party drawn up to repel a sortie. Hearing the yells, screams, and shouts approaching from 3 different quarters of the town, while a steady fire from the castle indicated that the defenders there might at any moment sally out upon them, they lost heart, quitted their station, and withdrew in a body by a street by which they avoided the approaching columns. On arriving at the spot, Malcolm found the guns deserted. "The town is won now," he said. "I will take my post here with my men, in case the Austrians should rally. You, with the rest, scatter over the town and complete the work, but bid them keep together in parties of 20. The force broke up and scattered through the town. House after house was entered, and all who were found there put to the sword. But by this time, most of those who were not too drunk to fly had already made for the gates. in half an hour, not an Imperialist was left alive in the town. Then guards were placed at the gate and breaches, and they waited till morning. Not a sign of an Imperialist was to be seen on the plain, and parties sallying out found that they had fled in the utmost disorder. Arms, accoutrements, and portions of plunder lay scattered thickly about, and it was clear that, in the belief that the Swedish army was on them, the Imperialists had fled panic-stricken. A huge grave was dug outside the walls, and here the fallen foes were buried. Only 3 or 4 of the defenders of the town were killed, and a score or so wounded in the whole affair. The people were overjoyed with their success, and delighted at having preserved their homes from destruction, for they knew that the Imperialists would, if unsuccessful against the castle, have given the town to the flames before retiring. The women and children flocked down to their homes again, and although much furniture had been destroyed and damage done, this was little heeded when so much was saved. All vied in the expression of gratitude towards Malcolm and his Scots. "It is not so much the fighting," the Count said, "as the example which you set the townsmen, and the spirit which the presence of you and your men diffused among them. Had it not been for you, the place would probably have been carried at the first attack, and if not, the townspeople would have surrendered when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. And in that case, with so small a force at my command, I could not have hoped to defend the castle successfully. Moreover, the idea of the sortie which saved the town from destruction was entirely yours. My friend, I am indebted to you for the safety of my wife and child. So long as I live, I shall be deeply your debtor." The following day, Malcolm with his party marched away. The Count had presented him with a suit of magnificent armor, and the Countess had given him a gold chain of great value. Handsome presents were also made to Sergeant Sinclair, and a purse of gold was given to each of the soldiers. In high spirits, the band marched away over the mountains. Chapter 9. The Battle of Breitenfeld. Great joy was manifested as Malcolm's band marched into the village, and it was found that they had saved Mansfeld, utterly defeated the Imperialists, and returned in undiminished numbers, although 2 or 3 had received wounds. They only remained 1 night in the village. On the following morning, the baggage was placed in the wagons, with a store of fruit and provisions for their march, and after another hearty adieu, the detachment set out in high spirits. After marching for 2 days, they learned that the Swedish army had marched to Verben, and that Tilly's army had followed it there. After the receipt of this news, there was no more loitering. The marches were long and severe, and after making a detour to avoid the Imperialists, the detachment entered the royal camp without having met with any adventure on the way. His fellow officers flocked round Malcolm to congratulate him on his safe return and on his restored health. Nigel Graham said, "Why, when you marched out, you were a band of tottering scarecrows. Now your detachment looks as healthy and fresh as if they had but yesterday left Scotland. But come in, the bugle has just sounded to supper, and we are waiting for the colonel to arrive. He is in council with the king. Ah, here he comes." Monroe rode up and leaped from his horse, and after heartily greeting Malcolm, led the way into the tent where supper was laid out. "Is there any chance of a general engagement?" he asked Nigel. "Not at present. We have fortified the camp too strongly for Tilly to venture to attack us here, and the king will not fight till his reinforcements arrive. A few days will put us in a position to meet the Imperialists on something like equal terms. Is there any news, Colonel?" "No news of importance," the colonel replied, "but the king is rather puzzled. A prisoner was taken today, one of Pappenheim's horsemen, and he declares that a force of horse and foot have been defeated at Mansfeld by a Swedish army with heavy loss. He avers that he was present at the affair and arrived in camp with the rest of the beaten force only yesterday. We cannot make it out, as we know that there are no Swedish troops anywhere in that direction." Malcolm burst into a hearty laugh, to the surprise of his fellow officers. "I can explain the matter, Colonel," he said. "It was my detachment that had the honor of representing the Swedish army at Mansfeld." "What on earth do you mean, Malcolm?" "We killed 250 of them. The rest fled in terror, thinking they had the whole Swedish army upon them. The next day I started on my march back here, and though we have not spared speed, it seems the Imperialists have arrived before us." A burst of laughter and applause greeted the solution of the mystery.
"You have done well, sir," Monroe said cordially, "and have rendered a great service not only in the defeat of the Imperialists, but in its consequences here. For the prisoner said that last night 5,000 men were marched away from Tilly's army to make head against this supposed Swedish force advancing from the east. When I have done my meal, I'll go over to the king with the news, for His Majesty's greatly puzzled, especially since the prisoner declared that he himself had seen the Scots of the Green Brigade in the van of the column, and had heard the war cry, 'A Hepburn.' Hepburn himself could make neither head nor tail of it. Tell me more about the affair, Malcolm. Oh, by the way, do you know that you are a lieutenant now? As the king himself ordered that you were to have the next vacancy, I, of course, appointed you when one occurred."
Malcolm now related fully the incidents of the siege.
"By my faith, Graham, you are as lucky as you are brave. Mansfeld is a powerful nobleman, and has large possessions in various parts of Germany, and much influence. The king will be grateful that you've thus rendered him such effective assistance, and so bound him to our cause. I believe the count has no children?"
"He has a daughter, 14 years old."
"'Tis a pity that she is not older. What a match it would be for you, the heiress of Mansfeld."
There was a general laugh.
"And now, gentlemen, I will go across with our young lieutenant to the king. I must tell him tonight, or he'll not sleep with wondering over the mystery. We will be back anon, and will broach a cask in honor of Malcolm Graham's promotion."
Sir John Hepburn was dining with Gustavus, and the meal was just concluded when Colonel Monroe was announced. "Well, my brave Monroe," the king said, "whom have you here? The young officer who escaped from New Brandenburg, and Tilly, unless I'm mistaken."
"It is, sir, but I have to introduce him in a new character tonight as the leader of your Majesty's army who have defeated the Imperialists at Mansfeld."
"Say you so?" exclaimed the king. "Sit down, young sir. Fill yourself a flagon of wine and expound this riddle to us." Malcolm repeated the narrative as he had told it to his colonel, and the king expressed his warm satisfaction. "Bravery seems to be a common gift to the men of your nation, but you seem to unite with it prudence and sagacity. Moreover, this march of yours to Mansfeld shows that you do not fear taking responsibility, which is a high quality. You have done good service to the cause, and I thank you, and I shall keep my eye upon you in the future." The next day Malcolm went round the camp and was surprised at the extensive works which had been erected. Strong ramparts and redoubts had been thrown up, faced with stone, and mounted with 150 pieces of cannon. In the center stood an inner entrenchment with earthworks and a deep moat. In this stood the tents of the king and those of his principal officers. Meanwhile, Tilly, finding that the position of Gustavus was too strong to be forced, summoned the Elector of Saxony to admit his army into his country, and either to disband the Saxon army or to unite it to his own. Hitherto the Elector had held aloof from Gustavus, whom he regarded with jealousy and dislike, and had stood by inactive, although the slightest movement of his army would have saved Magdeburg. To disband his troops, however, and to hand over his fortresses to Tilly, would be equivalent to giving up his dominions to the enemy. He determined to join Gustavus. He sent a point-blank refusal to Tilly. The Imperialist general at once marched towards Leipzig, devastating the country as he advanced. Terms were soon arranged between the Elector and Gustavus, and on the 3rd of September, 1631, the Swedish army crossed the Elbe, and the next day joined the Saxon army at Torgau. By this time, Tilly was in front of Leipzig, and immediately summoned the city to surrender. With the fate of Magdeburg in their minds, the citizens of Leipzig opened their gates at once on promise of fair treatment. The news of this speedy surrender was a heavy blow to the Allies, who determined at once to march forward against the city and give battle to the Imperialists on the plain around it. Leipzig stands on a wide plain which is called the Plain of Breitenfeld, and the battle which was about to commence there has been called by the Germans the Battle of Breitenfeld. The baggage had all been left behind, and the Swedish army lay down as they stood. The king occupied his traveling coach, and passed the night chatting with Sir John Hepburn, Marshal Horn, Sir John Banner, Baron Teufel, who commanded the guards, and other leaders. The fires which marked Tilly's position on the slope of a gentle eminence to the southwest were plainly to be seen. The day broke, dull and misty, on the 7th of September, and as the light fog gradually rose, the troops formed up for battle. 2 Scottish brigades had the places of honor in the van, where the regiments of Sir James Ramsay and Sir John Hamilton were posted, while Hepburn's Green Brigade formed part of the reserve, a force composed of the best troops of the army, as on them the fate of the battle frequently depends. The armies were not very unequal in numbers. The Allies numbered 35,000, of whom the Swedes and Scots counted 20,000, the Saxons 15,000. The Imperialists numbered about 40,000. Tilly was fighting unwillingly, for he had wished to await the arrival from Italy of 12,000 veterans who were within a few days' march. But he had been induced against his own better judgment by the urgency of Pappenheim, Fürstenberg, and the younger generals to quit the unassailable post he had taken up and to move out onto the plain of Breitenfeld to accept the battle which the Swedes offered. A short distance in his front was the village of Potelwitz. Behind his position were 2 elevations on which he placed his guns, 40 in number. In rear of these elevations was a very thick wood. The Imperialist right was commanded by Fürstenberg, the left by Pappenheim, the center by Tilly himself. Although he had yielded to his generals so far as to take up a position on the plain, Tilly was resolved, if possible, not to fight until the arrival of the reinforcements. But the rashness of Pappenheim brought on a battle. To approach the Austrian position, the Swedes had to cross a little river, and Pappenheim asked permission of Tilly to charge them as they did so. Tilly consented on condition that he only charged with 2,000 horse and did not bring on a general engagement. Accordingly, as the Scottish brigade under Sir James Ramsay crossed the Loder, Pappenheim swept down upon them. The Scots stood firm, and with pike and musket repelled the attack. Pappenheim was obliged to fall back, setting fire to the village as he retired. The smoke of the burning village drifted across the plain and was useful to the Swedes as, under its cover, the entire army passed the Loder. They then formed up, ready for battle, facing the Imperialist position, the movement being executed under heavy fire from the Austrian batteries on the hills. The Swedish order of battle was different from that of the Imperialists. The latter had their cavalry massed together in one heavy, compact body. The Swedish regiments of horse were placed alternately with the various regiments or brigades of infantry. The Swedish center was composed of 4 brigades of pikemen. Guns were behind the first line, as were the cavalry supporting the pikemen. The regiments of musketeers were placed at intervals among the brigades of pikemen. Pappenheim, on his return to the camp, ordered up the whole of his cavalry and charged down with fury upon the Swedes, while at the same moment Fürstenberg dashed with 7 regiments of cavalry on the Saxons. Between these and the Swedes there was a slight interval, for Gustavus had doubts of the steadiness of his allies and was anxious that, in case of their defeat, his own troops should not be thrown into confusion. The result justified his anticipations. Attacked with fury on their flank by Fürstenberg's horse, while his infantry and artillery poured a direct fire into their front, the Saxons at once gave way. 20 minutes after the commencement of the fight, the whole of the Saxons were in utter rout, hotly pursued by Fürstenberg's cavalry. Tilly now deemed the victory certain, for nearly half of his opponents were disposed of, and he outnumbered the remainder 2-1. But while Fürstenberg had gained complete victory over the Saxons, Pappenheim, who had charged the Swedish center, had met with a very different reception. In vain he tried to break through the Swedish spears. The wind was blowing full in the faces of the pikemen, and the clouds of smoke and dust which rolled down upon them rendered it impossible for them to see the heavy columns of horse until they fell upon them like an avalanche. Yet, with perfect steadiness, they withstood the attacks. 7 times Pappenheim renewed his charge. 7 times he fell back, broken and disordered. As he drew off for the last time, Gustavus, seeing the rout of the Saxons, and knowing that he would have the whole of Tilly's force upon him in a few minutes, determined to rid himself altogether of Pappenheim. He launched the whole of his cavalry upon the retreating squadrons, with overwhelming effect. At the end of half an hour's fighting, Tilly had disposed of the Saxons. Gustavus had driven Pappenheim's horse from the field. 3 of the Scottish regiments were sent from the center to strengthen Horn on the left flank, which was now exposed by the flight of the Saxons. Scarcely had the Scottish musketeers taken their position when Furstenberg's horse returned, triumphant, from their pursuit of the Saxons and fell upon Horn's pikemen. These, however, stood as firmly as their comrades in the center had done, and the Scottish musketeers, the 3 front ranks kneeling, the 3 in rear standing, poured such heavy volleys into the horsemen that these fell back in disorder. Now Gustavus led his horse, who had just returned from the pursuit of Pappenheim, against them. The shock was irresistible. Furstenberg's horse were driven headlong from the field. But the Imperialist infantry, led by Tilly himself, were now close at hand, and the roar of musketry along the whole line was tremendous, while the artillery on both sides played unceasingly. Just as the battle was at the hottest, the Swedish reserve came up to the assistance of the first line, and Sir John Hepburn led the Green Brigade through the intervals of the Swedish regiments into action. Lord Ray's regiment was in front, and Monroe, leading it on, advanced against the solid Imperialist columns, pouring heavy volleys into them. When close at hand, the pikemen passed through the intervals of the musketeers and charged furiously with leveled pikes, the musketeers following with clubbed weapons. They fell upon the Imperialists. For a few minutes there was a tremendous hand-to-hand conflict, but the valor and strength of the Scotch prevailed, and the regiment was the first to burst its way through the ranks of the Imperialists. They then pressed on to attack the trenches behind, held by the Walloon infantry. While the battle was raging in the plain, the Swedish cavalry, having driven away Furstenberg's horse, swept round and charged the eminence in the rear of the Imperialists, cutting down the artillerymen and capturing the cannon there. These were at once turned upon the masses of Imperialist infantry, who thus, pressed hotly by the pikemen in front, mown down by the cannon in their rear, lost heart and fled precipitately. 4 regiments alone, the veterans of Furstenberg's infantry, held together and cut their way through to the woods in the rear of their position. The slaughter would have been even greater than it was had not the cloud of dust and smoke been so thick that the Swedes were unable to see 10 yards in front of them. The pursuit was taken up by their cavalry, who pressed the flying Imperialists until nightfall. So complete was the defeat that Tilly, who was badly wounded, could only muster 600 men to accompany him in his retreat, and Pappenheim could get together but 1,400 of his horsemen. 7,000 of the Imperialists were killed, 5,000 wounded or taken prisoner. The Swedes lost but 700 men, the Saxons about 2,000. Tilly had fought throughout the battle with desperate valor. He was ever in the van of his infantry, and 3 times was wounded by bullets, and once taken prisoner, until Kronenberg, with 600 cavalry, threw themselves around him and bore him from the field. The fierce old soldier is said to have burst into tears on beholding the slaughter and defeat of his infantry. Hitherto, he had been invincible, this being the first defeat he had suffered in the course of his long military career. The next morning, the Elector of Saxony rode onto the field to congratulate Gustavus on his victory. The latter was politic enough to receive him with great courtesy and thank him for the services the Saxons had rendered. He entrusted to the Elector the task of recapturing Leipzig, and after 2 or 3 assaults had been made, the garrison capitulated to the Saxons. On the 11th of September, the army was drawn up and reviewed by Gustavus. When the king arrived opposite the Green Brigade, he dismounted and made the soldiers an address, thanking them for their great share in winning the Battle of Leipzig, and promoting many of the Scottish officers, Monroe being made a full colonel, and many others advancing step in rank. The Scottish Brigade responded to the address of the gallant king with hearty cheers, for Gustavus was beloved as well as admired by his soldiers. Fearless himself, he ever recognized bravery in others, and was ready to take his full share of every hardship as well as every peril. He had ever a word of commendation and encouragement for his troops, and an air of majesty which enabled him to address his soldiers in terms of cheerful familiarity without, in the slightest degree, diminishing their respect and reverence for him as their monarch. Chapter 10. The Passage of the Rhine. "I suppose," Nigel Graham said, as the officers of the regiment assembled in an imperialist tent the night after the Battle of Leipzig, "we shall at once press forward to Vienna." But such was not the intention of Gustavus. Undoubtedly, the temptation to press forward and dictate peace in Vienna was strong, but the difficulties and disadvantages were many. He had but 20,000 men. The Saxons could not be reckoned upon, and indeed it was probable that their elector, whose jealousy and dislike of Gustavus would undoubtedly be heightened by the events of the Battle of Breitenfeld, would prove himself to be a doubtful ally, with a Swedish army to remove to a distance. Tilly would soon rally his fugitives, and, reinforced by numerous imperialist garrisons from the towns, would be able to overrun North Germany in the absence of Gustavus's forces. There was another consideration. An imperialist diet was at that moment sitting at Frankfurt, and Ferdinand was using all his influence to compel the various princes and representatives of the free cities to submit to him. It was of the utmost importance that Gustavus should strengthen his friends and overawe the waverers by the approach of his army. So the Swedish army turned its face towards the Rhine. On the 20th of September, it arrived before Erfurt, an important fortified town, which surrendered. Gustavus granted the inhabitants, for the most part Catholics, free exercise of their religion, and nominated the Duke of Saxe-Weimar to be governor of the district, and the Count of Lowenstein to be commander of the garrison, which consisted of Colonel Faulus's Scottish regiment, 1,500 strong. Traveling by different routes in 2 columns, the army marched to Würzburg, capital of Franconia, a rich and populous city. The imperialist garrison had withdrawn to the strong castle of Marienburg, on a lofty eminence overlooking the town, and separated from it by the river Main. Looking, Colonel Monroe opined, "'Tis going to be a warm business. The castle's considered impregnable, and Captain Keller is said to be a brave soldier. He has 1,000 men in the garrison, and all the monks who are in the town have gone up and turned soldiers. But if the task's a hard one, the rewards will be rich, for the imperialists believe the place cannot be taken, so the treasures of all the country round are stored up there. I can tell you that in the cellars there are 25 wagon loads of wine, and they say some of it's 100 years old. With glory and treasure and good wine to be won, we will outdo ourselves tomorrow, and you may be sure the brunt of the affair will fall upon the Scots." "Well," said Nigel Graham, who, after Leipzig, had been promoted to the rank of major, "if we get the lion's share of the fighting, we shall have the lion's share of the plunder and the wine." "For shame, Graham! You say nothing of the glory. 'Tis a scandal that such sentiments should be whispered in the Scottish brigade. Now, gentlemen, to bed, for we shall have a busy day tomorrow." Sir James Ramsay was appointed to command the assault. The river Main had to be crossed, and he sent off Lieutenant Robert Ramsay of his own regiment to obtain boats from the peasantry. The disguise in which he went was seen through, and he was taken prisoner and carried to the castle. A few boats were, however, obtained by the Swedes. The river is here 300 yards wide, and the central arch of the bridge had been blown up by the imperialists, a single plank remaining across the chasm over the river 48 feet below. The bridge was swept by the heaviest cannon in the fortress, and a passage appeared well nigh hopeless. On the afternoon of the 5th of October, the party prepared to pass, some in boats, others by the bridge. A tremendous fire was opened by the imperialists from cannon and musketry, sweeping the bridge with a storm of missiles and lashing the river to foam around the boats. The soldiers in these returned the fire with their muskets, and the smoke served as a cover to conceal them from the enemy. In the meantime, Major Bothwell of Ramsay's regiment led a company across the bridge. These, in spite of the fire, crossed the plank over the broken arch and reached the head of the bridge, from whence they kept up so heavy a fire upon the gunners and musketeers in the lower works by the river that they forced them to quit their posts, and so enabled Sir James Ramsay and Sir John Hamilton to effect a landing. Major Bothwell with his brother and the greater part of his followers, were, however, slain by the Imperialists' fire from above. The commandant of the castle now sallied out and endeavored to recapture the works by the water, but the Scotch drove the enemy up the hill to the castle again. The Scots, having thus effected a lodgment across the river, and being protected by rocks from the enemy's fire, lay down for the night in the position they had won. Gustavus, during the night, caused planks to be thrown across the broken bridge and prepared to assault at daybreak. Just as morning was breaking, a Swedish officer with 7 men climbed up the hill to reconnoiter the castle and found to his surprise that the drawbridge was down, although a guard of 200 men were stationed at the gate. He sprang with his men onto the end of the drawbridge. The Imperialists tried in vain to raise it, but some companions of the Swedes ran up and, driving in the guard, took possession of the outer court. Almost at the same moment, Ramsay's and Hamilton's regiments commenced their assault on a strong outwork of the castle, which, after 2 hours' desperate fighting, they succeeded in gaining. They then turned its guns upon the gate of the keep, which they battered down, and were about to charge in when they received orders from the king to halt and retire, while the Swedish regiment of Axel Lilly and the Blue Brigade advanced to the storm. The Scottish regiments retired in the deepest discontent, deeming themselves affronted by others being ordered to the post of honor after they had, by their bravery, cleared the way. The Swedish troops forced their way in after hard fighting, and the castle of Marienburg, so long deemed impregnable, was captured after a few hours' fighting. The quantity of treasure found in it was enormous, and there were sufficient provisions to have lasted its garrison for 20 years. Immediately after the place was taken, Colonel Sir John Hamilton advanced to Gustavus and resigned his commission on the spot. Nor did the assurances of the king that he intended no insult to the Scotch soldiers mollify his wrath. Quitting the Swedish service, Sir John returned at once to Scotland. Monro's regiment, which had taken no part in the storming of Marienburg, remained. For a short time, the army remained in the area. Columns scoured the surrounding country, capturing towns and fortresses held by the Imperialists and collecting large quantities of provisions and stores. Tilly's army lay within a few days' march, but Tilly had received strict orders not to risk a general engagement, as his army was now almost the only one that remained to the Imperialists, and should it suffer another defeat, the country would lie at the mercy of the Swedes. Now, supposing that Gustavus must have moved forward a considerable portion of his army, Tilly marched away to Nuremberg. The king now broke up his camp, and leaving a garrison in the castle of Marienburg, and appointing Marshal Horn to hold Franconia with 8,000 men, he marched against Frankfurt on the Main, his troops capturing all the towns and castles on the way. Frankfurt opened its gates without resistance, and for a short time the army had rest in pleasant quarters. The regiments were reorganized, in some cases 2 of those which had suffered most being joined into one. Gustavus had lately been strengthened by more Scottish, English, and Irish regiments, and thus had 18 regiments of British infantry. At Frankfurt, he was joined also by the Marquis of Hamilton, who had done splendid service with the troops under his command. And the king now determined to conquer the Palatinate, which was held by a Spanish Catholic army. He drove them before him until he reached the Rhine, where they endeavored to defend the passage by burning every vessel and boat they could find, and for a time the advance of the Swedes was checked. It was now the end of November. The snow lay thick over the whole country, and the troops, without tents or covering, were bivouacked along the side of the river 2 miles below Oppenheim. The opposite bank was covered with bushes to the water's edge, and on an eminence a short distance back could be seen the tents of the Spaniards. Nigel Graham said to Malcolm, "If it were summer, we might swim across. The river is broad, but a good swimmer could cross it easily enough." The next morning Malcolm wandered along the bank, closely examining the bushes as he went, to see if any boats might be concealed among them, for the fishermen and boatmen would naturally try to save their craft when they heard the Imperialists were destroying them. He walked 3 miles up the river without success. As he returned, he kept his eyes fixed on the bushes on the opposite bank. When within half a mile of the camp, he suddenly stopped, for his eye caught something dark among them. He went to the water's edge and stooped, the better to see under the bushes, and saw what he doubted not to be the stern of a boat hauled up and sheltered beneath them. He leaped to his feet with a joyful exclamation. Here was the means of crossing the river. But the boat had to be brought over, and he was sure that his own strength would be insufficient to launch her, and he should need the aid of at least one man. Returning to camp, he called aside the sergeant of his company, James Grant, who was from his own estate in Nithsdale, and whom he knew to be a good swimmer. "Sergeant," he said, "I want you to join me in an enterprise tonight. I have found a boat hauled up under the bushes on the opposite shore. We must bring her across. I cannot make out her size, but from the look of her stern, I should say she was a large boat. You had better, therefore, borrow from the artillerymen one of their wooden levers, and get a stout pole 2 or 3 inches across. Cut half a dozen 2-foot lengths from it to put under her as rollers. Get also a plank 4 inches wide from one of the deserted houses in the village behind us, and cut out 2 paddles. We may find oars on board, but it's as well to be prepared, in case the owner should have removed them."
"Shall I take my weapons, sir?"
"We can take our dirks in our belts, Sergeant, and lash our swords to the wooden lever, but I do not think we shall have any fighting. The night will be dark. The Spaniards, believing that we have no boats, will not keep a very strict watch. The worst part of the business is the swim across the river. The water will be bitterly cold." Going to his colonel, Malcolm reported that he had found a boat and could bring it across from the other side by 7 o'clock. This news was so important that Monroe at once went to the king. Gustavus ordered 300 Swedes and 100 Scots to form up after dark on the riverbank and prepare to cross, and he himself came down to superintend the passage. By 6 it was perfectly dark. During the day, Malcolm had placed 2 stones on the edge of the water, one exactly opposite the boat, the other 20 feet behind it, in an exact line. When Gustavus arrived at the spot where the troops were drawn up, he said, "So, you are going to do us another service, but how will you find the boat in this darkness?" "I have provided against that, sir, by placing 2 marks on the bank. When we start, lanterns will be placed on these. We shall cross higher up so as to strike the bank a little above where I believe the boat to be. Then we shall float along under the bushes until the lanterns are in a line, one with another, and we shall know then that we are exactly opposite the boat." "Well thought of," the king exclaimed. "God speed you, my friend, in your cold swim across the stream." Malcolm and the sergeant now walked half a mile up the river. Shaking hands with Colonel Monroe, who had accompanied them, Malcolm entered the icy cold water without delay. Knowing that it was possible that their strength might give out before they reached the opposite side, Malcolm had had 2 pairs of small casks lashed 2 feet apart. These they fastened securely, so that, as they began to swim, the casks floated a short distance behind each shoulder, giving them support. The lever and paddles were towed behind them. The water was intensely cold, and before they were halfway across, Malcolm congratulated himself upon having thought of the casks. Had it not been for them, he would have begun to doubt his ability to reach the further shore, for his limbs were fast becoming numbed with the extreme cold. The sergeant kept close to him, and it was with a deep feeling of relief that Malcolm saw something loom just in front of him from the darkness and knew that he was close to the land. A few more strokes, and he touched the bushes. Looking back, he saw that the 2 lights were nearly in a line. Stopping swimming, he let the stream drift him down. 2 or 3 minutes more, and one of the tiny lights seemed exactly above the other. "This is the spot, Grant. Land here, as quietly as you can." Chapter 11. The Capture of Oppenheim. The 2 swimmers dragged themselves on shore, but for a minute or 2 could scarce stand, so numbed were their limbs by the cold. Malcolm took from his belt a flask of brandy, took a long draught, and handed it to his companion, who followed his example. The spirit sent a glow of warmth through their veins, and they began to search among the bushes for the boat, one proceeding each way along the bank. They had not removed their leathern doublets before entering the water, as these, buoyed up as they were, would not affect their swimming, and would be a necessary protection when they landed, not only against the cold of the night air, but against the bushes. Malcolm's beacon proved an accurate guide, for he had not proceeded 20 yards before he came against the solid object which he had once felt to be the boat. A low whistle called the sergeant to his side, bringing with him the rollers and paddles from the spot where they had landed. The boat was a large one, and their strength would have been wholly insufficient to get her into the water without the aid of the lever and rollers. Taking the former, They placed its end under the stern post, and placing a roller under its heel to serve as a pivot, they threw their weight on the other end of the lever and at once raised the boat some inches in the air. Grant held the lever down, and Malcolm slid a roller as far up under the keel as it would go. The lever was then shifted, and the boat again raised, and the process was continued until her weight rested upon 3 rollers. She was now ready to be launched. An examination had already shown that their paddles would be needless, as the oars were inside her. So they took their places, one on each side of the bow, and applying their strength, the boat glided rapidly down and noiselessly entered the water. She was soon floating down the stream. Rowing with extreme care, so as to avoid making the slightest sound, they made their way across the river. They were below the camp when they landed, but there were men on the lookout, for the news of the attempt had spread rapidly. Leaping ashore amidst a group of soldiers, Malcolm directed them to tow the boat up to the place where the troops were formed, ready for crossing, while he and the sergeant, who were both chilled to the bone, hurried to the spot where the regiment was bivouacked. Here dry clothes had been warmed before a fire, and when these were put on, they again felt warm and comfortable. Hurrying to the spot where the troops were drawn up, they found that the boat had already made 2 passages. She rowed 4 oars, and would carry 25 men. The oars had been muffled with cloths so as to make no sound in the rowlocks. A party of Monroe's Scots had first crossed, then a party of Swedes. Malcolm and the sergeant joined their company in the darkness. Each detachment sent over a boatload in turn, and when 6 loads had crossed, it was again the turn of the men of Monroe's regiment, and Malcolm entered the boat with the men. The lights still burned as a signal, enabling the boat to land each party almost at the same spot. Stillness reigned, and it was certain that the alarm had not yet been given. Ascending the bank, he saw some dark figures actively engaged, and heard dull sounds. Reaching the spot, he found the parties who had preceded him hard at work with shovels, throwing up an entrenchment. In the darkness, he had not perceived that each of the soldiers carried a spade, in addition to his arms. The soil was deep and soft, and the operations were carried on with scarce a sound. All night the labor continued, and when the dull light of the winter morning began to dispel the darkness, a solid rampart of earth, breast high, rose in a semicircle, its 2 extremities resting on the riverbank. The earth forming the ramparts had been taken from the outside, and a ditch 3 feet deep and 6 feet wide had been thus formed. The men who, in spite of the cold, were hot and perspiring from their night's work, now entered the entrenched space and sat down to take a meal, each man having brought 2 days' rations in his haversack. Suddenly the sound of a trumpet, followed by the rapid beating of drums, showed that the Spaniards had, from the eminence half a mile away, discovered the work which had sprung up during the night, as if by magic, on their side of the river. In a few minutes, a great body of cavalry was seen issuing from the Spanish camp, and 14 squadrons of cuirassiers trotted down towards the entrenchments. Soon the word was given to charge, and like a torrent, the mass of cavalry swept down upon it. 2/3 of those who had crossed were musketeers, the remainder pikemen. The latter formed the front line behind the rampart, their spears forming a close hedge around it, while the musketeers prepared to fire between them. Not a trigger was pulled until the cavalry were within 50 yards. Then a flash of flame swept round the rampart, and horses and men in the front line of the cavalry tumbled to the ground. But half the musketeers had fired, and a few seconds later another volley was poured into the horsemen. The latter, however, although many had fallen, did not check their speed, but rode up close to the rampart and flung themselves upon the hedge of spears. Nothing could exceed the gallantry with which the Spaniards fought. Some dismounted, and, leaping into the ditch, tried to climb the rampart. Others leaped their horses into it, and, standing up in their saddles, cut at the spearmen with their swords and fired their pistols among them. Many tried to leap their horses over ditch and rampart, but the pikemen stood firm, while at short intervals withering volleys tore into the struggling mass. For half an hour the desperate fight continued, and then, finding the position could not be carried by horsemen, the Spanish commander drew off his men, leaving no less than 600 dead around the rampart of earth. There were no Spanish infantry within some miles of the spot, and the cavalry rode away, some to Mainz, but the greater part to Oppenheim, where there was a strong garrison of 1,000 men. A careful search among the bushes brought 3 more boats to light, and a force was soon taken across the river, sufficient to maintain itself against any attack. Gustavus himself was in one of the first boats that crossed. "Well done," he said as he landed. "You have fought stoutly, and our way is now open to us. Where are Lieutenant Graham and the sergeant who swam across with him?" Malcolm and his companion presented themselves. "I sent for you to your camp," the king said, "but found that you but waited to change your clothes and had then joined the force crossing. You had no orders to do so." "We had no orders not to do so, sire. Having begun the affair, it was only natural that we should see the end of it." "You had done your share and more," the king said, "and I thank you both heartily for it. I promote you, Graham, to the rank of captain, and will request Colonel Monroe to give you the first company which may fall vacant in his regiment. To you, Sergeant, I give a commission as officer, at once. Such promotion has been worthily won by you both." Without delay, an advance was ordered against Oppenheim. It lay on the imperialist side of the Rhine. Behind the town stood a strong, well-fortified castle upon a lofty eminence. Its guns swept not only the country around it, but the ground upon the opposite side of the river. There, facing it, stood a strong fort surrounded by double ditches, which were deep, broad, and full of water. They were crossed only by a drawbridge on the side facing the river, and the garrison could therefore obtain by boat supplies or reinforcements, as needed, from the town. The Green and Blue brigades at once commenced opening trenches against this fort, and would have assaulted the place without delay had not a number of boats been brought over by a Protestant well-wisher of the Swedes from the other side of the river. The assault was therefore delayed in order that the attack might be delivered simultaneously against the positions on both sides of the river. The Brigade of Guards and the White Brigade crossed in the boats, 5 miles from the town, and marched against it during the night. The Spaniards, from their lofty positions in the castle of Oppenheim, saw the campfires of the Scots around their fort on the other side of the river, and opened a heavy cannonade upon them. The fire was destructive. Many of the Scots were killed, Hepburn and Monroe having a narrow escape, a cannonball passing just over their heads as they were sitting together by a fire. The defenders of the fort determined to take advantage of the fire poured upon their assailants, and 200 Spanish musketeers made a gallant sortie upon them. But Hepburn and his pikemen drove them back again into the fort. At daybreak, the roar of cannon on the opposite side of the river commenced, and showed that the king, with the divisions which had crossed, had arrived at their posts. The governor of the fort, seeing that if the lower town were captured by the Swedes, he should be cut off from all communication with the castle and completely isolated, surrendered to Sir John Hepburn. The town had indeed at once opened its gates, and 200 men of Sir James Ramsay's regiment were placed there. Hepburn prepared to cross the river with the Blue and Green brigades to aid the king in reducing the castle, a place of vast size and strength, whose garrison, composed of Spaniards and Italians, were replying to the fire of Gustavus. A boat was lying at the gate of the fort. "Captain Graham," Hepburn said to Malcolm, "take 2 lieutenants and 20 men in the boat and cross the river. Then send word to the king that the fort here has surrendered, and that I am about to cross, and let the men bring over that flotilla of boats lying under the town wall." Malcolm crossed at once. After dispatching the message to the king, and sending the officer back with the boats, he had for the moment nothing to do, and he made his way into the town to inquire from the officers of Ramsay's detachment how things were going. He found the men drawn up. Major Ramsay, the officer in command, said, "You have arrived in time to take part in a gallant enterprise. We are going to take this castle. My men have discovered a private passage from the governor's quarters here up to the gate of the outer wall. We've collected some ladders, and we shall take the castle by surprise while they are occupied with the king." "I will go with you willingly," Malcolm said. But he could not but feel that the enterprise was a desperate one, and wished that the major had waited until a few hundred more men had crossed. Placing himself behind the Highland Scottish officer, he advanced up the passage which had been discovered. Ascending flight after flight of stone stairs, the column issued from the passage at the very foot of the outer wall before the garrison stationed there were aware of their approach. The ladders were just placed when the Italians caught sight of them and rushed to the defense. But it was too late. The Scots swarmed up and gained a footing on the wall. Driving the enemy before them, they cleared the outer works and pressed so hotly upon the retiring Imperialists that they entered with them into the inner works of the castle, crossing the drawbridge over the moat which separated from its outer works before the garrison had time to raise it. Now, in the very heart of the castle, a terrible encounter took place. The garrison ran down from their places on the wall, and, seeing how small was the force that had entered, fell upon them with fury. Loud rose the war cries of the Italian and Spanish soldiers. The answering cheers of the Scots mingled with a clash of sword on steel armor and the cries of the wounded, while without the walls the cannon of Gustavus thundered incessantly. All order and regularity were lost, and man to man they fought with pike, sword, and clubbed musket. There was no giving of orders, for no word could be heard in such a din, and the officers with their swords and half-pikes fought desperately in the melee with the rest. Gradually, however, the strength and endurance of Ramsay's veterans prevailed over numbers. Most of the officers of the Imperialists had been slain, as well as their bravest men, and the rest began to draw off and to scatter through the castle, some to look for hiding places, many to jump over the walls rather than fall into the hands of the Scots. The astonishment of Gustavus and Hepburn, now marching towards the castle, at hearing the din of battle within the fortress, was great indeed. This was heightened when, minutes later, the imperial banner was seen to descend from its flagstaff on the keep. Gustavus, with his staff, rode at once to the gate, which was opened for him, and on entering he found Ramsay's little force drawn up to salute him as he entered. It was reduced nearly half in strength, and not a man but was bleeding from several wounds, while cleft helms and dinted armor showed how severe had been the fray. "My brave Scots," he exclaimed, "you were too quick for me." The courtyard of the castle was piled with slain, who were also scattered in every room throughout it, 500 having been slain there before the rest threw down their arms and were given quarter. After going over the castle, Gustavus sent for the officers of Ramsay's companies and thanked them individually for their capture. "What, you here, Malcolm Graham?" Gustavus said, as Malcolm came in at the rear of Ramsay's officers. "What had you to do with this business?" "I was only a volunteer, sire. I crossed with the parties who fetched the boats, but as my instructions ended there, I had naught to do. Finding that Ramsay's men were about to march up to the attack of the castle, I thought it best to join them." "You know the story of the pitcher and the well, Captain Graham," the king said, smiling. "Some day you may go once too often, and I shall have to mourn the loss of one of the bravest officers in my army." There was no rest for the soldiers of Gustavus. No sooner had Oppenheim fallen than the army marched against Mainz. This was defended by 2,000 Spanish troops under Don Felipe de Silvia, and was a place of immense strength. It was at once invested, and trenches commenced on all sides, the Green Brigade, as usual, having the post of danger and honor facing the citadel. The investment began in the evening, but so vigorously did the Scots work all night, in spite of heavy musket and artillery fire with which the garrison swept the ground, that by morning the first parallel was completed, and the soldiers were under shelter behind a thick bank of earth. All day the Imperialists kept up their fire, the Scots gradually pushing forward their trenches. The following day, the governor, seeing that the Swedes had erected several strong batteries and that the Green Brigade was preparing to storm, capitulated. On the 14th of December, 1631, on which day Gustavus completed his 37th year, he entered the city as conqueror. Here he kept Christmas with great festivity, and his court was attended by princes and nobles from all parts of Germany. Among them were 6 of the chief princes of the empire and 12 ambassadors from foreign powers. Among the nobles was the Count of Mansfeld, who brought with him his wife and daughter. 3 days before Christmas, Hepburn's brigade had been moved in from their bivouac in the snow-covered trenches and assigned quarters in the town, and the Count, who arrived on the following day, at once repaired to the mansion inhabited by the colonel and officers of Monroe's regiment, and inquired for Malcolm Graham. "You'll find Captain Graham within," the Scottish soldier on sentry said. "It is not Captain Graham I wish to see," the Count said, "but Malcolm Graham, a very young officer." "That is the captain," the soldier said.
"Donald," he said, turning to a comrade, "tell Captain Graham he's wanted here."
In a short time, Malcolm appeared at the door.
"Ah, it is you, my friend," the Count exclaimed. "You have won the rank of captain already by your brave deeds. Glad am I to see you again. I have come, with my wife, to attend the court of this noble king of yours. Can you come with me? The Countess is longing to see you, and will be delighted to hear you've passed unscathed through all the terrible contests in which you have been engaged. My daughter is here, too. She is never tired of talking about her young Scottish soldier. But now that you are a captain, she will have to be grave and respectful."
Malcolm at once accompanied the Count to his house, and was kindly received by the Countess.
"It is difficult to believe," she said, "that 'tis but 4 months since we met. So many have been the events which have been crowded into that time. Scarce a day has passed but we have received news of some success gained, and your Green Brigade has always been in the van. We have been constantly in fear for you, and after that terrible battle before Leipzig, Thekla scarcely slept until we obtained a list of the officers killed."
"You are kind indeed to bear me so in remembrance, and I have often wondered whether any fresh danger threatened you."
"We have had no more trouble," the Countess replied. "The villages which the Imperialists destroyed are rising again. The people are recovering from their visit. But what terrible havoc has the war caused! Ruined towns and villages, and all law and order is at an end, save where there are strong bodies of troops. But you have passed unwounded through the strife?"
"I have been most fortunate indeed."
"He is a captain now," the Count said, "and to obtain such promotion he must have greatly distinguished himself. I do not suppose that he will tell us his exploits, but I shall soon learn about them from others. I am to meet his colonel this evening at a dinner at the palace, and shall be able to give you the whole story tomorrow." "But I want the history now," Thekla said. "It is much nicer to hear a thing straight from someone who has done it than from anyone else."
"There is no story to tell," Malcolm said. "I had been promised my lieutenancy at the first vacancy before I was at Mansfeld, and on my return found that the vacancy had already occurred, and I was appointed. I got my company the other day for a very simple matter, namely, for swimming across the Rhine with a barrel fixed on each side of me to prevent my sinking. Nothing very heroic about that."
"You must have been the Scottish officer who, with a sergeant, swam and fetched the boat which enabled the Swedes to pass a body of troops over, and so opened the way into the Palatinate. I heard it spoken of as a most gallant action."
Malcolm said earnestly, "There was no gallantry about it. It was exceedingly cold, I grant, but that was all."
"Then why should the king have made you a captain for it? You can't get over that."
Malcolm laughed. "I had the good luck to discover a boat concealed among the bushes just at the time when a boat was worth its weight in gold." For an hour, Malcolm sat chatting, and then took his leave, promising to spend as much of his time as possible with them while they remained in the city. Chapter 12. The Passage of the Lech. For the next 2 months, the Green Brigade remained quietly at Mainz, a welcome rest after their arduous labors. Banquets and balls were of nightly occurrence, and a stranger who arrived in the city would not have dreamt that a terrible campaign had just been concluded and that another was about to commence. During this interval of rest, the damages which the campaign had effected in the armor and accoutrements of men and officers were repaired. Deep dents effected by sword, pike, and bullet were hammered out, rust removed, stains of blood and bivouac obliterated, and fresh doublets and jerkins were served out. There was no lack of money, for the booty and treasure captured had been immense, and each officer having received a fixed share, they were well able to renew their wardrobes. Some fresh reinforcements arrived during their stay here, and the vacancies which battle and disease had made in the ranks were filled up. Finally, however, the campaign of 1632 opened, and under the most favorable auspices. The Green Brigade marched on the 5th of March to Aschaffenburg, a distance of more than 30 miles, a fact which speaks volumes for the physique and endurance of the troops, for this would, in the present day, be considered an extremely long march for troops, and the weight of the helmet and armor, musket and accoutrements, was fully double that now carried by European soldiers. By the 10th, the army, 23,000 strong, had collected at Weinsheim and advanced towards Bavaria. On the 26th of March, Gustavus arrived before the important town and fortress of Donauwörth, being joined by his 2 regiments of horse and foot. Donauwörth stands on the Danube, its defenses being further covered by fortifications upon a lofty eminence close by. It was held by the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg with 2,500 men. The country round Donauwörth is fertile and hilly, and Gustavus at once seized a height which commanded the place. The Bavarians were at work upon entrenchments here as the Swedes advanced, but were forced to fall back into the town. From the foot of the hill, a suburb extended to the gates of the city. This was at once occupied by 500 musketeers, who took up their post in the houses along the main road in readiness to repel a sortie should the garrison attempt one, while the force on the hillside worked all night, and by daybreak on the 27th had completed and armed a 20-gun battery. In this was placed a strong body of infantry. As this battery commanded the walls of the town and flanked the bridge across the Danube, the position of the defenders was now seriously menaced. But the Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg refused the demand of Gustavus to surrender. The battery now opened fire, first demolishing a large stone building by the river, occupied by a force of imperialists, and then directing its fire upon the city gates. The cannonade continued after nightfall. But in the darkness, a body of imperialist horsemen under Colonel Kronenberg dashed out at full speed through the gate, cut a passage through the musketeers in the suburb, galloped up the hill, and fell upon the infantry and artillery in the battery. So furious was their charge that the greater part of the defenders of the battery were cut down. The guns were spiked, and the cavalry, having accomplished their purpose, charged down the hill, cut their way back through the suburb, and regained the town. This gallant exploit deranged the plans of the Swedes. Gustavus reconnoitered the town, accompanied by Sir John Hepburn. Hepburn pointed out that by taking possession of the angle formed by the confluence of the Wörmitz and Danube, the bridge from Donauwörth into Bavaria would be completely commanded, and the garrison would be cut off from all hope of escape or of receiving relief from Bavaria. The plan being approved, Hepburn drew off his brigade with its artillery, and marching 5 miles up the Danube, crossed the river at the bridge of Haßfurt and descended the opposite bank until he faced Donauwörth. He reached his position at midnight, placed his cannon so as to command the whole length of the bridge, and then posted his musketeers in the gardens and houses of a suburb on the river so that their crossfire also swept it. The pikemen were drawn up close to the artillery at the head of the bridge. Towards morning, the Duke, finding his retreat intercepted, sallied out at the head of 800 musketeers to cut his way through. But as the column advanced upon the bridge, the Green Brigade opened fire and smote the column on both sides, while the cannon plowed lanes through it from end to end. The Bavarians retreated in confusion back into the town, leaving the bridge strewn with their dead. Alone, the gallant Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg charged through the hail of fire across the bridge, fell upon the pikemen sword in hand, and, cutting his way through them, rode away, leaving his garrison to their fate. The roar of artillery informed Gustavus what was going on, and he opened fire against the other side of the town and led his men to the assault of the gate. The instant the Scotch had recovered from their surprise at the desperate feat performed by the Duke, Hepburn, calling them together, placed himself at their head and led them across the bridge. The panic-stricken fugitives had omitted to close the gate. The Scots at once entered the town. Here the garrison resisted desperately. Their pikemen barred the streets, and from every window and roof their musketeers poured fire upon the advancing column. Now the roar of battle in the city mingled with that at the gates, where the Swedes were in vain striving to effect an entrance. Gradually the Scots won their way forward. 500 of the Bavarians were killed, in addition to 400 who had fallen on the bridge. The rest now attempted to fly. Great numbers drowned in the Danube, and the remainder were taken prisoners. A vast amount of booty fell into the hands of the Scots, who thus became masters of the town before Gustavus and his Swedes had succeeded in carrying the gate. The king now entered the town, and as soon as order was restored, Hepburn's brigade recrossed the Danube and threw up a strong work on the other side of the bridge, for Tilly was but 7 miles distant, on the banks of the Lech. This was an extremely rapid river, difficult to cross and easily defensible. Tilly had broken down the bridges and was prepared to dispute till the last the further advance of the Swedes. He placed his army between Rhein, where the Lech falls into the Danube, and Augsburg, a distance of 16 miles, all the assailable points being strongly occupied, with small bodies of cavalry in the intervals to give warning of the approach of an enemy. Tilly had been joined by Maximilian of Bavaria, and his force amounted to 40,000 men. Gustavus gave his army 4 days' rest at Donauwörth, and then advanced, with 32,000 men, against the Lech. Finding that at every point at which a crossing could be easily effected, Tilly's batteries and troops commanded the position, he determined to make his attack at a point where the river made a sharp bend in the form of a semicircle, of which he occupied the outer edge. He encamped the bulk of his army at the village of Nordheim, a short distance in the rear, and erected 3 powerful batteries mounting 72 guns. One of these faced the center of the loop. The others were placed opposite the sides. The ground on the Swedish bank of the river was higher than that facing it, and the Swedish batteries so completely swept the ground enclosed by the curve of the river that the Imperialists could not advance across it. They brought up their artillery, however, and replied to the cannonade of the Swedes. For 4 days, the artillery duel continued. While it was going on, a considerable number of troops were at work, hidden from the sight of the Imperialists, constructing a bridge. A number of strong wooden trestles of various heights and with feet of unequal length for standing in the bed of the river were prepared, together with a quantity of piles to be driven in among and beside them to enable them to resist the force of the current. On the night of the 4th day, the king caused a number of fires to be lighted near the river, fed with green wood and damp straw. A favorable wind blew the smoke towards the enemy, and thus concealed the ground from them. At daybreak on the 5th of April, 1,000 picked men crossed the river in 2 boats, and having reached the other side, proceeded to throw up entrenchments to cover the head of the bridge, while at the same time the workmen began to place the trestles in position. As soon as day broke, Tilly became aware of what was being done, and 2 batteries opened fire upon the work at the head of the bridge and against the bridge itself. But the low, swampy nature of the ground on the Imperialist side of the river prevented his placing the batteries in a position from which they could command the works, and their fire proved ineffective in preventing the construction of the bridge. Seeing this, Tilly at once commenced preparations for arresting the further advance of the Swedes. To reach his position, they would be obliged to cross swampy ground, exposed to the fire of his troops. To render their progress still more difficult, he proceeded to cut down large trees, lopping and sharpening their branches to form a chevaux de frise before his troops. All morning a heavy cannonade was kept up on both sides, but by noon the bridge was completed, and the advance guard of Swedes advanced across it. As the other brigades were following, Tilly directed General Altringer to lead his cavalry against them. Altringer led his troops round the end of the marsh and charged with great bravery upon the Swedes. These, however, had time to form up, and a tremendous fire of musketry was poured into the Imperialist horse, while the round shot from the 3 Swedish batteries plowed their ranks in front and on both flanks. Although fighting with reckless bravery, the Imperialist cavalry were repulsed. Altringer, however, rallied them and led them back again to the charge. But a cannonball grazed his temple, and he was carried senseless from the field. His men, shaken by the tremendous fire and deprived of their leader, fell back in confusion. Tilly at once placed himself at the head of a chosen body of troops and advanced to the attack, fighting with the ardor and bravery which always distinguished him. And never did he fight more gallantly than now, as he led his veterans to the attack of the Swedes. For 20 minutes, a furious hand-to-hand conflict raged, and the result was still uncertain when a shot from a falconet struck Tilly on the knee and shattered the bone, and the old general fell insensible to the ground. He was carried off the field, and his troops, now without their leader, gave way, the movement being hastened by 2 bodies of Swedish horse, who swam their horses across the river and threatened to cut off the retreat. By this time, evening was at hand. The Swedes had secured the passage of the river, but the imperialist army still held its entrenched position in the wood behind the lek. Gustavus brought the rest of his army across and halted for the night. The imperialist position was tremendously strong, being unassailable on the right and covered in the front by the marshy ground. It could still have been defended with every prospect of success by a determined general. But Tilly was down, and Maximilian of Bavaria, the nominal generalissimo, had no military experience. The army, too, was disheartened by the first success of the Swedes and by the loss of the general whom they regarded as well nigh invincible. In fact, Tilly had recovered his senses, but was suffering intense agony from his wound. On being consulted by Maximilian, he advised him to fall back, as the destruction of his army would leave the whole country open to the Swedes. The imperialists accordingly evacuated their position during the night. Gustavus dispatched Marshal Horn to follow the retreating enemy, and he himself, with the rest of his army, marched up the Lek to Augsburg, which was held by Colonel Breda with 4,500 men. The imperialists had broken down the bridge, but Gustavus immediately built two others, one above and the other below the city, and summoned it to surrender. Breda, hearing that Tilly was dying, Altringer severely wounded, and that no help was to be expected from Maximilian, considered it hopeless to resist. He surrendered the town, which Gustavus entered in triumph on the following day, April 14th. The capture of Augsburg was hailed with peculiar satisfaction, as the city was regarded as the birthplace of the Reformation in Germany. Leaving a garrison there, the king marched to join Marshal Horn in front of Ingolstadt. This town was one of the strongest in Germany and had never been captured. It was now held by a formidable garrison, and the imperialist army covered it on the north. Tilly had implored Maximilian to defend it at all hazards as a bar to the further advance of Gustavus. The king arrived before it on the 19th, and on the following day advanced to reconnoiter it closely. The gunners of the town, seeing a number of officers approaching, fired, and with so good an aim that a cannonball carried off the hindquarters of the horse the king was riding. A cry of alarm and consternation burst from the officers, but their delight was great when the king rose to his feet, covered with dust and blood, but otherwise unhurt. Gustavus remained 8 days before Ingolstadt, and then, finding that the reduction of the place could not be effected without the loss of much valuable time, he raised the siege and continued his way to Munich. The Bavarian capital city surrendered without a blow. Gustavus made a triumphal entry into the town, where he obtained possession of a vast quantity of treasure and stores. Here he remained some little time, reducing the country round and capturing many cities and fortresses. The Green Brigade had suffered severely at Ingolstadt. The king, expecting a sally, had ordered Hepburn to post the brigade on some high ground near the gate. A heavy cannonade was poured upon them throughout the whole night. 300 men were killed as they stood, Monroe losing 12 men by one shot. But the brigade stood their ground unflinchingly and remained until morning in steady line, in readiness to repel any sortie of the enemy. The survivors and the rest of the army suffered greatly on the march from the Lek to Ingolstadt and thence to Munich from attacks by the country people. Every straggler who fell into their hands was murdered with horrible cruelty, in revenge for which the Swedes and Scots burned 200 towns and villages. Chapter 13. Captured by the Peasants. Malcolm Graham was not present at the siege of Ingolstadt. As soon as the disposition of the country people was seen, orders had been very strict against straggling. But it is not easy to keep a large column of troops in a solid body. Regiments in the march can be kept in column, but a considerable number of troops are scattered along the great convoy of wagons containing the tents, stores, and ammunition of the army, which often extends some miles in length. Even if the desire for plunder does not draw men away, many fall behind from sickness, sore feet, or other causes. The number of these was comparatively small in the army of Gustavus. Discipline was strict, and the spirit of the troops good. As soon, however, as it was found that every straggler who fell into the hands of the peasantry was murdered under circumstances of horrible atrocity, it became very difficult for the officers to keep the men together, so intense was their fury. On every occasion when a village was seen near the line of march, men would slip away and slay, plunder, and burn. Gustavus endeavored to repress these proceedings. He shared the indignation of his troops at the barbarous conduct of the peasantry, but throughout the war he always tried to carry on hostilities so as to inflict as little loss and suffering as possible upon non-combatants. This state of warfare, too, between his troops and the country people, added to his difficulties. For the peasantry drove off their cattle and burned their stacks, and rendered it necessary for provisions and forage to be carried with the army. Parties were therefore sent out on the flanks of the column for the double purpose of preventing soldiers stealing off to plunder and burn, and of picking up stragglers and saving them from the fury of the peasants. A strong rear guard followed a short distance behind the army, accompanied by empty wagons, into which those who were unable to keep up with the march were placed. 2 days after the advance from the Lech, Malcolm was in charge of a small party on the right flank of the column. There was no fear of attack from the enemy, for the Swedish horsemen were out scouring the country, and the Imperialists were known to have fallen back to Ingolstadt. The villages had been deserted by the male inhabitants and the younger women, but a few old crones generally remained. These scowled at the invaders and muttered curses beneath their breath. Malcolm's duty was confined to a casual inspection, to see that no stragglers had entered for the purpose of procuring wine. The day's march was nearly over when he saw some flames rise from a village a short distance away. Hurrying forward with his men, he found a party of 10 Swedish soldiers engaged in plundering. 2 peasants lay dead in the street, and a house was in flames. Malcolm at once ordered his detachment to arrest the Swedes and to march them back to the columns. And while they were doing this, he went from house to house to see that none of the party were lurking there. At the door of the last house, 3 women were standing. "Are any soldiers here?" he asked. The women gave him an unintelligible answer in the country patois, and passing between them, he entered the cottage. On the table stood a large jug of water, and lifting it, he took a long draught. There was a sudden crash, and he fell heavily, struck down from behind with a heavy mallet by one of the women. When he recovered his senses, he found that he was bound hand and foot, and a cloth had been stuffed tightly into his mouth. He was covered thickly with a heap of straw and rubbish. He struggled desperately to free himself, but so tightly were the cords bound that they did not give in the slightest. Cold perspiration broke out on his forehead as he reflected that he was helpless in the power of these savage peasants, and that he should probably be put to death by torture. Presently he could hear the shouts of his men, who, on finding that he did not return, had scattered through the village in search of him. He heard the voice of his sergeant. "Search every house from top to bottom, every room, cupboard, and shed. There may be foul play." Malcolm heard footsteps and the crashing of planks as the men searched the cottages and ransacked the whole place. Gradually, everything became quiet. Presently he heard drums and knew that the regiment which formed the rear guard was passing. It was bitter indeed to know that his friends were within sound of a call for aid, and that he was bound and helpless. The halting place for the night was, he knew, but a mile or two in advance, and his only hope was that some band of plunderers might in the night visit the village. But even then his chances of being discovered were small, for even should they sack and burn it, he would pass unnoticed, hidden in the straw yard. His captors were no doubt aware of the possibility of such a visit, for it was not until broad daylight, when the army would again be on its forward march, that they uncovered him. Brave as Malcolm was, he could scarce repress a shudder as he looked at the band of women who surrounded him. All were animated by a spirit of ferocious triumph. Raising him into a sitting position, they clustered round him. Some shook their skinny hands in his face. Others heaped curses upon him. Some of the most furious assailed him with heavy sticks, and had he not still been clothed in his armor, would then and there have killed him. This, however, was not their intention. They intended to put him to death by slow torture. He was lifted and carried into the cottage. There the lacings of his armor were cut, the cords loosened one by one, sufficient to enable them to remove the various pieces of which it was composed, and then he was left to himself, as the hags intended to postpone the final tragedy until their men returned from the hills. This might be some hours yet, as the Swedish cavalry would still be scouring the country. And from the conversation of the women, which he understood imperfectly, Malcolm gathered that the men would return that night. Some of the women were in favor of executing the vengeance themselves, but the majority were of the opinion that the men should have their share of the pleasure. All sorts of fiendish propositions were made as to the manner in which his execution should be carried out. Even the mildest caused Malcolm to shudder in anticipation. His arms were bound tightly to his side at the elbows, and the wrists were fastened in front of him, while his legs were tied at the knees and ankles. Sometimes he was left alone as the women went about their various avocations in the village, but he was so securely bound that escape appeared impossible. The day passed heavily and slowly. The cloth had been removed from his mouth, but he was parched with thirst, while the tightly bound cords cut deeply into his flesh. At length, the darkness of the winter evening began to fall. A thought suddenly struck him. On the hearth, a fire was now burning. He waited until the women had again left the hut. He could hear their voices without as they talked with those in the next cottage. They might at any moment return, and it was improbable that they would again go out, for the cold was bitter, and they would most likely wait indoors for the return of the men. This, then, was his last opportunity. He rolled himself to the fire, and with his teeth seized the end of one of the burning sticks, and with the greatest difficulty laid the burning end of the stick across the cords which bound his wrists. It seemed to him that they would never catch fire. The flesh scorched and frizzled, and the smoke rose up with that of the burning rope. The agony was intense, but it was for his life, and Malcolm unflinchingly held the burning brand in its place until the cords flew asunder and his hands were free. Almost mad with pain, he seized a hatchet which lay near him and rapidly cut the rest of the ropes. He was not a moment too soon, for as he cut the last knot, he heard the sound of steps, and 2 women appeared at the door. Seeing their prisoner standing erect with an axe in his hand, they turned and fled, shrieking loudly. It was well for Malcolm that they did so, for so stiff and numbed were his limbs that he could scarcely hold the axe, and the slightest push would have thrown him to the ground. Some minutes passed before, by stamping his feet and rubbing his legs, he restored circulation sufficiently to totter across the room. Then he seized a brand and thrust it into the thatch of the house, having first put on his helmet and placed his sword and pistols in his belt. His hands were too crippled and powerless to enable him to fasten on the rest of his armor, and he knew that he had no time to lose. If the women returned in a body, they could easily overpower him, and at any moment the men might arrive. Accordingly, he made his way from the village as quickly as he could crawl along. He saw behind him the flames rising higher and higher. The wind was blowing keenly, and the fire spread rapidly from house to house. By the time he reached the road along which the army had traveled, the whole village was in flames. He felt that he could not travel far, for the intense sufferings which he had endured for 24 hours had exhausted his strength. His limbs were swollen and bruised from the tightness of the cords. The agony of his burned wrists was terrible, and after proceeding slowly for about a mile, he drew off from the broad trampled track which the army had made in passing, and, dragging himself to a clump of trees a short distance from the road, made his way through some thick undergrowth and flung himself down. The night was intensely cold, but this was a relief to him, for it alleviated the burning pain of his limbs, while he kept handfuls of snow applied to his wrists. 2 hours after he had taken refuge, he heard a number of men come along the road at a run. Looking through the bushes, he could see by their figures against the snow that they were peasants, and had no doubt they were the men of the village who had returned and had started out in pursuit of him. An hour later, feeling somewhat relieved, he left his hiding place and moved a mile away from the road, as he feared that the peasants, failing to overtake him, might, as they returned, search every possible hiding place near it. He kept on until he saw a small shed. The door was unfastened. Opening it, he found the place was empty. A rough ladder led to a loft. This was nearly full of hay. Malcolm threw himself down on this, and covering himself up thickly, felt the blood again begin to circulate in his limbs. It brought, however, such a renewal of his pain that it was not until morning that fatigue overpowered his sufferings, and he fell asleep. The Lion of the North, Chapter 13, continued. It was late in the afternoon when he woke to the sound of shouts and hallooing. Springing to his feet, he looked out between the cracks in the boards and saw a party of 40 or 50 peasants passing close by the shed. They were armed with hatchets, scythes, and pikes, and in the center of the party were 3 prisoners, 2 Swedes, and a Scot. These were covered with blood and scarcely able to walk, but they were being urged forward with blows and pike thrusts amid the brutal laughter of their captors. Malcolm retired to his bed full of rage and sorrow. It would have been madness to have followed his first impulse to sally out sword in hand and fall upon the ruffians, as such a step would only have ensured his own death without assisting the captives. "I would give a year's pay to hear the sound of a Swedish trumpet," he told himself. When darkness set in, Malcolm started on his way again. His wrist gave him great pain, being terribly burned, and every movement of the hand sent a thrill of agony up the arm. He persisted, however, in frequently opening and clenching his hands, regardless of the pain, for he feared that did he not do so, they would stiffen, and he would be unable to grasp a sword. Fortunately, the wounds were principally on the upper side of the thumbs, but the sinews and muscles of the wrists had, to a great extent, escaped. He had not journeyed far when he saw a light ahead, and presently perceived the houses of a village. A fire was lit in the center, and a number of figures were gathered round it. As likely as not, they've got some unfortunate prisoner, Malcolm thought. Whatever it be, I will steal in and try to get some food. I cannot go much further without it, and as their attention is occupied, I may find a cottage empty. Making his way round to the back of the houses, he approached one of the cottages in the rear. He lifted the latch of the door and opened it a little. All was still. With his drawn sword, he entered. The room was empty. A fire burned on the hearth, and on the table were some loaves which had evidently just been baked. Malcolm fell upon one of them and speedily devoured it. Taking a long draught of rough country wine from a skin hanging against the wall, he broke another loaf in 2 and thrust the pieces into his doublet. He then sallied out from the cottage again. Keeping behind the houses, he made his way until he got within view of the fire. Here he saw a sight which filled him with horror. Some 8 or 10 peasant men and 40 or 50 women were yelling and shouting. 4 men, bound hand and foot, lay close to the fire. By its flames, Malcolm saw the green scarves that told they were Scotchmen of his own brigade, and he determined at once to rescue them or die in the attempt. He crept forward until he reached the edge of the road. Then he raised a pistol and with a steady aim fired at one of the natives, who fell dead across the fire. Another shot laid another beside him before the peasants recovered from their first surprise. Then, with a loud shout in German, "Kill! Kill! And spare none!" Malcolm dashed forward. The peasants, believing that they were attacked by a strong body, fled in all directions. Malcolm, on reaching the prisoners, instantly severed their bonds. "Quick!" he exclaimed. "We shall have them upon us in a minute." The men in vain tried to struggle to their feet. Their limbs were too numbed to bear them. "Crawl to the nearest cottage. We can hold it until your limbs are recovered." He caught up from the ground some pikes and scythes which the peasants had dropped in their flight, and aided the men to make their way to the nearest cottage. Malcolm barred the door, and then taking down a skin of wine, bade his companions take a drink. There were loaves on the shelves, and these he cut up and handed to them. "Stamp your legs and swing your arms," he said. "Get the blood in motion. I will keep these fellows at bay." He reloaded his pistols and fired through the door, at which the peasants were now hewing with axes. A cry and a heavy fall told him that one of the shots had taken effect. "Each of you put a loaf of bread under his jerkin. There is no saying when we may get more. Now get ready and sally out with me. They're no match for us. They only dared to attack us because they saw that you couldn't walk." The Scotchmen dashed out. They were assailed by a shower of missiles, but as soon as it was seen that the men were on foot again, the peasants gave way. Malcolm shot one and cut down another, and the rest scattered in all directions. "Follow me!" Malcolm again took to the fields. The peasants followed for some distance, but when the soldiers had recovered the use of their limbs, Malcolm suddenly turned on his pursuers, killing 2 of them. Then he and his men again continued their journey, and the peasants no longer followed. At some distance from the village, he said, "We must turn and make for the Lek again. We shall find friends there. These peasants will go on ahead and raise all the villagers against us, and we should never get through. What regiment do you belong to, lads?" For in the darkness he had been unable to see their faces. "Your own, Captain Graham. We were in charge of one of the wagons for the sick. The wheel came off, and we were left behind the convoy while we were mending it. As we were at work, some 20 men sprang out from some bushes hard by and fell upon us. We killed 5 or 6, but were beaten down, and 10 of our number were slain. They murdered all the sick in the wagons, and marched us away, bound, to this village where you found us. They had just murdered Sandy McAllister as you came up, and we should have had a like fate had you been a few minutes later. Well, lads, they shall not take us again. Now let us see what arms we have between us." Malcolm had his sword and pistols. 2 of the men had pikes, the other 2 scythes fastened to long handles. "You had best fit short handles to them," Malcolm said, "so as to make them into double-handled swords." They were unable to travel far, for all were exhausted with the sufferings they had gone through. But they kept on until they came upon a village which had been fired when the troops marched through. A little church, like the rest of the village, had burned, but the shell still remained. They found that the entrance to the belfry tower was outside the church, and to this, no doubt, it owed its escape from the fire which had destroyed the main edifice. The party entered the door. "Before we mount, let each pick up one of these blocks of stone which have fallen from the wall. We'll wedge the door from behind, and can then sleep secure against a surprise." When the door was closed, one of the men, who was a musketeer, struck some sparks from a flint and steel onto a slow match, which he carried in his jerkin. By its glow, they were enabled to look around them. The stone steps began to ascend close to the door, and by laying the stones between the bottom step and the door, they wedged the ladder firmly in its place. They then ascended the stairs and found themselves in a room some 10 feet square, in which hung the bell which called the village to prayers. It hung from some beams which were covered with a boarded floor, and a rough ladder led to a trapdoor, showing that there was another room above. The floor of the room in which they stood was stone. Malcolm said, "2 of you make your way up that ladder and rip up some of the planks of the flooring. See if there are any windows or loopholes in the chamber above, and if so, stuff your jerkins into them. We will close up those down here. In a few minutes we'll have a roaring fire, but we must beware lest a gleam of light be visible without, for this belfry can be seen for miles around." Some of the boards were soon split up into fragments. Then the slow match was placed in the center of a number of pieces of dry, rotten wood. One of the men, kneeling down, blew lustily, and in a few seconds a flame sprang up. The wood was now heaped on, and a bright fire was soon blazing high. A trapdoor leading out onto the flat top of the tower was opened for the escape of the smoke, and the party then seated themselves round the fire, under whose genial warmth their spirits speedily rose. They now took from their wallets the bread which they had brought away with them. Malcolm said, "Now, lads, sleep soundly. There will be no occasion to place a watch, for the door is securely fastened. But at the first dawn of light we must be on our feet, for although I do not mean to march until nightfall, we must remove the stoppings from the windows. For should the eye of any passing peasant fall upon them, he will guess at once that someone is sheltering here, and may proceed to find out whether it be friend or foe." Having finished half their bread, for Malcolm had warned them to save the other half for the next day, the men lay down round the fire, and soon all were asleep. Chapter 14. In the Church Tower. Malcolm was the first to awake, and was vexed to find a stream of light pouring down through the half-open trapdoor above. It was broad day. He roused the men, and the stoppings were at once removed from the loopholes. The sun was already high, for the party, overpowered with fatigue, had slept long and soundly. Malcolm looked cautiously from the windows. The ruins of the village below lay black and deserted. The men resumed the clothes which had been used for blocking the loopholes, and sat down to pass the long hours which would elapse before the time for action arrived. The fire was again lighted, and the smoke was so slight that Malcolm had little fear of its being observed. An hour later, as the men were talking, Malcolm suddenly held up his hand for silence. The murmur of voices was heard without. Malcolm rose to his feet to reconnoiter. standing far back from the loophole as he did so. A group of some 8 or 10 peasants were standing looking at the tower, while a woman was pointing to it and talking eagerly. It was towards the windows that she was pointing, and Malcolm guessed at once that, having returned in the early morning to see what remained of her home, she had noticed the garments stuffed in the windows and carried the news to some of her companions. Malcolm regretted bitterly now that he had not set a watch, so that at the first gleam of daylight the windows might have been unblocked. But it was now too late. "We shall have to fight for it, lads," he said, turning round. "Our clothes must have been seen early this morning, and there's a party of peasants watching the tower. Of course, they cannot know at present whether we are friends or foes, but no doubt the news of last evening's doings has traveled through the country, and the peasants are on the lookout for us, so they may well guess that we are here. Sergeant, place one of the men on sentry at the foot of the stairs, but do not let him speak or give any signs of his presence if the door is tried." One of the soldiers was placed on guard. Scarcely had he taken his station when there was a knocking at the door, and shouts were heard outside from the peasants, calling on those within, if they were friends, to come out. No answer was returned. "It's fortunate for you," Malcolm muttered, "that we don't come out, or we should make short work of you. But I know you would fly like hares if you saw us, and bring the whole country down on us. No, we must hold out here. Our only hope is to escape at night, or hold this place till some of our troops come along." Hearing footsteps moving off, he now said cheerfully to the men, "We must make our bread last, lads, for we may have to stand a long siege. Methinks we can hold this stone staircase against all the peasants in Bavaria, and we must do so until we hear the sound of Swedish drums. They may come at any time. If the worst comes to the worst, one of us must start at night and carry news of our peril to the Lech. If we cut our bread up into small portions, we can hold out for days in here, and there should be snow enough on the tower top to furnish us with drink." After hammering at the door for some time, the peasants had retired, convinced that there were none of their own people within the tower, and that those who had slept there were the fugitives of whom they had been in search. The peasants accordingly withdrew a short distance from the church, and 3 of their number were sent off in different directions to bring reinforcements. When Malcolm saw this movement, he knew that concealment was useless, and began to make preparations for defense. First, he, with the sergeant, ascended to the roof of the tower. To his disappointment, he saw that the heat of the flames had melted the snow, and most of the water had run away. Some, however, stood in the hollows and inequalities of the stone platform, where it had again frozen into ice. As the supply would be very precious, Malcolm directed that before any moved about on the platform, every piece of ice should be carefully taken up and carried below. Here it was melted over the fire in one of the iron cups, and was found to furnish 3 quarts of water. The appearance of Malcolm and his companion on the tower had been hailed by a shout of hatred and exultation by the peasants, but the defenders had paid no attention to the demonstration, and continued their work as if regardless of the presence of their enemies. On his return to the platform, Malcolm found, looking over the low parapet, that on the side farthest from the church, great icicles hung down from the mouth of the gutter, the water having frozen again as it trickled from the platform. These icicles were 3 or 4 inches in diameter and many feet in length. They were carefully broken off and laid down on the platform where they would remain frozen until wanted. Malcolm now felt secure against the attacks of thirst for some days to come. The stones of the parapet were next tried, and were, without much trouble, moved from their places and carried to the side in which the door was situated, in readiness to hurl down upon any who might assault it. Some of the beams of the upper flooring were removed from their places, and, being carried down, were wedged against the upper part of the door, securing it as firmly as did the stones below. These preparations being finished, Malcolm took a survey of the situation outside. The group of peasants had increased largely, some 30 or 40 men armed with pikes, bills, and scythes being gathered in a body, while many more could be seen across the country, hurrying over the white plain towards this spot. The windows of the lower apartment had been barricaded with planks, partly to keep out missiles, partly for warmth. A good fire now blazed in the center, and the soldiers cracked grim jokes as, their work being finished, they sat down around it and awaited the attack, one of their number being placed on the summit of the tower to give warning of the approach of the enemy. "I would that we had a musket or 2, Malcolm said. "We might then keep them from the door. I've only some 20 charges for my pistols, and most of these I must keep for the defense of the stairs." Presently, the sentry above called that the peasants were moving forward to attack. "Sergeant," Malcolm said, "fasten my green scarf to a long strip of plank and fix it to the top of the tower. We cannot fight under a better banner. Now let us mount to the roof and give them a warm reception."
"Look out, sir!"
the sentry exclaimed as Malcolm ascended the stair.
3 or 4 of them have got muskets."
"I don't suppose they're marksmen, but even a random shot will tell at times. So when you get on the roof, don't show your heads more than you can help." Heralding their attack by a discharge from their muskets, the peasants rushed toward the door and commenced an assault upon it with hatchets and axes. Malcolm and his men each lifted a heavy stone and rolled it over the parapet, loosing the missile simultaneously. There was a dull crash, and with a terrible cry, the peasants fled from the door. Looking over, Malcolm saw that 6 or 7 men had been struck down. "That is lesson number 1, he said. "They'll be more prudent next time." The peasants, after holding a tumultuous council, scattered, most of them making for a wood a short distance off. "They're going to cut down a tree and use it as a battering ram," said Malcolm. "These large stones are too heavy for us to cast many paces from the foot of the wall. We must break some of them up. The wind and weather have rotted many of them half through." The stones were, for the most part, from 2 to 3 feet long and 9 or 10 inches square. 2 were laid down on the platform, some 18 inches apart, and another placed across them. The 4 men then lifted another stone, and holding it perpendicularly, brought it down with all their strength upon the unsupported center of the stone, which broke in half at once. To break it again required greater efforts, but it yielded to the blows. Other stones were similarly treated until a large pile was formed of blocks of some 10 inches each way, besides a number of smaller fragments. In half an hour the peasants reappeared with a tree some 40 feet long which had been robbed of its branches. 20 men lifted it and advanced to use it as a battering ram, with the small end forward. But before they were near enough to touch the door, the bearers were arrested by a cry from the crowd as the defenders appeared on the tower and, poising their blocks of stone above their heads, hurled them down. The battering ram was instantly dropped, and before the Scotsmen had time to lift another missile, the peasants were beyond their reach. "Lesson number 2, said Malcolm. "What will our friends do next, I wonder?" But this was not followed by any renewal of the attack.
"I think they must have made up their minds to starve us out, sir,"
said one soldier as the hours went slowly by. "Either that, or they'll opt for a night attack. In either case, sooner or later our fate is sealed unless aid comes to us. Therefore I propose that one of you should tonight try and bear a message to the Lek. We can lower him down by the bell rope from this window in the angle where the tower touches the church. Keeping round by the church, he'll be in deep shadow until he reaches the other end, and will then be close to the ruins of the village. Before morning, he could reach our camp."
"I will undertake it myself, sir, if you will allow me,"
the sergeant said. "It will be dangerous work, for as the news of our being here spreads, the peasants will be coming in from all quarters. There must be 300 or 400 around us now. They will be sure to keep a sharp lookout. It will need all your care and caution to get through them."
"Never fear, sir. It'll be hard if I cannot crawl through a number of thick-witted Bavarian peasants."
As soon as it was dusk, a sentry was placed on the top of the tower with orders to report the slightest sound or stir. During the day this had not been necessary, for a view could be obtained from the windows, although the peasants with firearms, who had now considerably increased in numbers, kept up a constant fire at the tower. An hour later, the sentry reported that he could hear the sound of many feet in the darkness, with occasional snapping as of dried twigs. "They're going to burn down the door. That is what I expected. Now, Sergeant, is your time. They are all intent upon their purpose." The rope was fastened round the sergeant's waist, and with some difficulty he squeezed himself through the narrow window, after listening attentively to discover if any were below. And he was gradually and steadily lowered down. Presently those above felt the rope go slack. Another minute, and it swung loosely. It was drawn up again, and Malcolm, placing one of the men at the loophole, with instructions to listen for any sound of alarm or conflict, turned his attention to the other side. Soon he saw a number of dark figures bearing on their heads great bundles, which he knew to be faggots, approaching across the snow. Malcolm descended the stairs until he reached the lowest loophole, which was a few feet above the top of the door. He took one of the men with him. "Here are my flask and bullet pouch," he said quietly. "Reload my pistols as I discharge them." For some minutes the sound of the faggots being thrown down continued. Then the footsteps were heard retreating, and all was quiet again. Now it is our turn again. It is one thing to prepare a fire. It's another to light it. Presently a light was seen in the distance, and two men with blazing brands approached. They advanced confidently until within 20 yards of the tower. Then there was the sharp crack of a pistol, and one of them fell forward on his face. The other hesitated. Then he sprang forward. Another shot flashed out. He too fell, the brands spluttering in the snow a few feet from the pile of brushwood. A loud yell of rage and disappointment arose on the night air, showing how large was the number of peasants who were watching the operations. Some time elapsed before any further move was made on the part of the assailants. Then some 20 points of light were seen approaching. "Donald," Malcolm said to the soldier, "go up to the top of the tower with your comrades. They're sure to light the pile this time, but if it is only fired in one place, you may possibly dash out the light with a stone." The lights rapidly approached, but when the bearers came within 40 yards, they stopped. They were a wild group, as, with their unkempt hair and beards and their rough attire, they stood holding the lighted brands above their heads. A very tall and powerful man stood at their head. He rushed forward. Malcolm had his pistol lying on the sill of the loophole, and when the peasant had run 10 paces, he fired, and the man fell headlong. The others stopped, and a second shot took effect among them. With a yell of terror, they hurled the brands towards the pile and fled. From his loophole, Malcolm saw that one had fallen onto the outside of the pile. Almost instantly, a heavy stone fell in the snow close by, and then another. Malcolm stood with his eyes fixed on the brand. The twigs against which it leaned were catching. The flames began to shoot up. Higher and higher they rose, and a shout of triumph from the peasants told how keenly they were also watching. Still the heavy stones continued to fall. The flames rose higher, and half the faggot was now alight. Another minute and the fire would communicate with the pile. Then there was a crash. A shower of sparks leaped up as the faggot, struck by one of the heavy stones, was dashed from its place. It burnt itself out, and for a time the tower was safe. For an hour the defenders watched the peasants, who had now lighted great fires just out of pistol shot from the tower, and were gathered thickly round them, the light flashing redly from pike head and scythe. The uproar of voices was loud. At last a large number seized brands. Some approached as before towards the pile, while the others scattered in various directions, and the men with muskets again opened fire at the top of the tower. Malcolm took his post at the loophole awaiting attack, but the men in front of him did not advance. Suddenly a light sprang up beneath him. There was the sound of falling stones, but the light grew brighter and brighter, and he knew that this time the pile had been fired. As he ran upstairs, he was met by one of the soldiers from above. "They crept round by the back of the church, sir, and round at the foot of the tower, and they'd fired the pile before we saw they were there." "It cannot be helped. Call the others down from the roof." The door at the top of the stairs was closed, and the crevices were stuffed with strips torn from the men's clothes so as to prevent smoke from entering when the door below gave way to the flames. A broad glare of light now lit up the scene, and sparks and an occasional tongue of flame were visible through the window. "Shut the trap door in the roof. That will check the draft through the windows." The wood was dry, and what smoke made its way in through the window found its way out through the loopholes of the upper chamber without seriously incommoding those below. "We can take it easy now," Malcolm said, as he set the example by sitting down against the wall. "It will be hours before the stonework below will be cool enough to permit them to attack." Indeed, the peasants, secure of their prey, evinced no hurry to commence the attack, but spent the night in shouting and singing round their fires, occasionally yelling threats of the fate which awaited the defenders of the tower. Towards daylight, Malcolm commenced his preparations for defense. The door was taken off its hinges and laid on the stone stairs. These were but 2 feet wide, the door itself being some 3 inches less. The rope was fastened round its upper end to prevent it from sliding down. It will be next to impossible for anyone to walk up that sharp incline, and we should be able to hold it against the peasants till doomsday. It was not until broad daylight that the peasants prepared for the attack. So long as the operation had been a distant one, it had seemed easy enough. But as, in a confused mass, they approached the open doorway, they realized that to ascend the narrow staircase, defended at the top by desperate men, was an enterprise of no common danger. and that the work which they had regarded as finished was, in fact, scarcely begun. The greater part hung back, but a band of men armed with heavy axes advanced to the front, and with an air of dogged resolution approached the door. Striding through the still hot ashes, the leader passed through the doorway and advanced up the stairs. These ran in short straight flights round the tower, lighted by narrow loopholes. No resistance was encountered until he reached the last turning, where a broader glare of light came from the open doorway, where two of the soldiers, pike in hand, stood ready to repel them. With a shout to his followers to come on, the peasant sprang forward. He ascended 3 steps, and then, as he placed his foot upon the sharply inclined plane of the door, which he had not noticed, he stumbled forward. His companions, supposing he had been pierced with a spear, pressed on after him, but each fell when they trod upon the door until a heap of men cumbered the stair. These were not unharmed, for with their long pikes the Scottish spearmen ran them through as they lay. Their bodies afforded a foothold to those who followed, but these could make but little way, for as but one could advance at a time, each, as he came on, was slain by the pikes. Finding that 2 were well able to hold the door, Malcolm with the others ran up to the top of the tower and toppled over the stones of the parapet upon the mass gathered around the door. These at once scattered, and those on the stairs, finding themselves unable to get forward, for the narrow passage was now completely choked with the dead, made their way out again and rejoined their comrades. "I expect they will send their musketeers first next time," Malcolm said as he rejoined those below. "Let us get the door up again and bring the dead here. We can form a barrier with them." The door was quickly shifted on one side, and the troopers brought up the dead, 11 in number. "Now replace the door." The bodies were then piled shoulder high across the door. Malcolm said, "I defy anyone to climb up that door now." Chapter 15. A Timely Rescue. The peasants were disheartened by their defeat, and even the boldest hesitated at the thought of again attacking. Many were strongly in favor of remaining quietly around the tower and starving its defenders into surrendering. Others advocated an attempt to stifle them by heaping green wood and damp straw around the tower, but the more timid pointed out that many would be killed in carrying out the task by the firearms of the besieged. One offered an idea which was seized with shouts of acclamation. These shouts, and the departure of 40 or 50 men at full speed in various directions, did not pass unnoticed by the garrison of the tower. "I do not like these signs of confidence on their part," Malcolm said, "for they know how strong our position is. It seems to me that we are impregnable except against artillery." Unable to repress his uneasiness, Malcolm wandered from window to window, watching attentively what was going on without. "There is a man returning," he said in about half an hour. "He is carrying something on his shoulder, but I cannot see what it is." In another 10 minutes, the man had reached the group of peasants standing 200 or 300 yards from the church, and was greeted with cheers and waving of hats. "It is a barrel of powder," Malcolm exclaimed. The men grasped their weapons and rose to their feet at the news, prepared to take any steps which their young officer might command. "We must, at all hazards," he said after a few minutes' thought, "prevent them from storing these barrels below. Remove the barricade of bodies and carry the door down the stairs. We must fix it again on the bottom steps. The bottom stair is but a foot or 2 inside the doorway. If you place it there, it will hinder their rushing up to attack you, and your pikes, as you stand above it, will prevent any from placing their barrels inside. If they pile them outside, they may blow a hole in the wall of the tower, but it's possible that even then it may not fall. 2 men will be sufficient to hold the stairs. Cameron, take your place on the tower and drop stones over on any who may try to make their way round from behind. Even if you do no harm, you will make them careful and delay the operation, and every hour now is of consequence." All was in readiness before the peasants, some of whom had to go considerable distances, had returned with powder. The lesson of the previous evening had evidently not been lost upon the peasants, for Malcolm saw a tall man who was acting as their leader wave his hand, and those who had brought the powder started to make a detour round the church. Malcolm, finding that no movement was being made towards the front, ran up to the top of the tower and took his place by the soldier lying down on the roof, looking over the edge. Presently the first of the peasants appeared round the corner of the main building and dashed rapidly across to the angle of the tower. 2 heavy stones were dropped, but he had passed on long before they had reached the bottom. Man after man followed, and Malcolm, seeing that he could do nothing to stop them, again ran down. As he did so, he heard a scream of agony. The leading peasants had reached the doorway, but as they dashed in to place their barrels of powder, they were run through and through by the spears of the pikemen. They fell half in and half out of the doorway, and the barrels rolled some distance away. Those behind them stopped, panic-stricken at their sudden fall. Several of them dropped their barrels and fled, while others ran round the angle of the tower again, coming in violent contact with those following them. All then hurried round behind the church. This unexpected failure greatly damped the spirit of the peasants, and there was much consultation among them before any fresh move was made. As he saw that they were fully occupied, Malcolm said to his men, "I am going outside. Prepare to help me up over the door again, quickly, if necessary." Leaving his sword behind, he took a leap from the step above the inclined plane and landed at the bottom, and at once threw himself down outside. With his dagger, he removed the hoops of one of the barrels and scattered the contents thickly along the front of the tower. None of the peasants perceived him, for there were many bodies lying round the foot of the tower, and even had anyone looked that way, they would not have noticed that one prone figure had been added to the number. Crawling cautiously along, Malcolm pushed 2 other barrels before him, and opening them, spread the contents of one upon the ground near the side of the tower, and the other by the hinder face. His task completed, he crawled back to the door and laid a train from the foot of the slide to the powder without. "I will remain here for the present," he said. "One of you take your place in the belfry. Tell Cameron to shout down to you what's passing behind, and you run instantly down the stairs to tell me." The peasants advanced next time, accompanied by a strong force of their armed comrades. As before, they came round from behind, intending to stack their barrels in the angle there. As the bearers of the first 2 or 3 powder barrels came round the corner, Cameron shouted the news. The soldier below ran down to Malcolm, who fired his pistol into the train. A broad flash of fire rose round the tower, followed instantaneously by 2 heavy explosions and a chorus of shrieks and yells. The powder barrels borne by the 2 first men had exploded. Some 30 of the peasants were killed or wounded by the explosion, and the rest took to their heels in terror, leaving their wounded comrades on the ground. The echoes of the explosion had scarce died away when a shout of terror broke from the main body of peasants, and Malcolm saw them flying in all directions. An instant afterwards, the ringing sound of Swedish trumpets was heard, and a squadron of horse galloped down full speed. The peasants attempted no resistance, but fled in all directions, hotly pursued by the Swedes, who broke up into small parties and followed the fugitives across the country, cutting down great numbers of them. The Swedish leader at once rode up to the foot of the tower, where Malcolm had already sallied out. "I am glad I am in time, Captain Graham. We have ridden without drawing rein since your messenger arrived this morning." "Thanks indeed, Captain Berg," Malcolm replied. "Your coming is most welcome. Though I think we have given the peasants so hard a lesson that they would not have attacked us again." "I see that you have punished them heavily," the Swedish officer said. "But what was the explosion I heard?" "They tried to blow us up, but burnt their own fingers." Captain Berg exclaimed, "You and your men have indeed given a good account of yourselves. But while I am talking, you are fasting. Here is a bottle of wine, cold chicken, and bread. Let us breakfast, for though I do not pretend to have been fasting as you have, the morning ride has given me an appetite. I see your fellows are hard at work already on the viands which my orderly brought for them." The captain asked no questions until Malcolm had finished his meal, and then said, "Now you can tell me in full the tale of your adventures." Malcolm related the whole incident which had befallen him since he had been suddenly felled and made captive by the women in the hut in the village. "To think of you," Berg said, "being made captive by old women. If reports be true, there is more than one gallant Scot who has fallen captive to a German maiden, but of another sort. To be taken prisoner by these old hags and hid in a straw yard is too good." "It was no laughing matter then, I can tell you," Malcolm said, "though doubtless it will serve as a standing jest against me for a long time." When Malcolm finished his story, Captain Berg said, "You have managed marvelously well indeed, Graham. There are few who would, with so few men, have held a post against 400 or 500 as you have done, and fairly defeated them before I came on the scene.
That thought of yours of laying the door upon the stairs was a masterly one. And now, if you will, I will mount this stronghold of yours with you, and see exactly how it stands, for I shall have to tell the tale a score of times at least when I get back to camp." By the time Captain Berg had fully satisfied himself as to the details of the defense, the troopers began to return. Fires were lit, rations distributed, and a halt ordered till the following morning, when, at daybreak, they returned to the Lech. 2 days later, Malcolm and his men marched forward with a brigade advancing to reinforce the army under Gustavus, reached Ingolstadt on the day when the king raised the siege, and accompanied him on his march to Munich. Malcolm was greeted with great pleasure by his comrades. The non-commissioned officers and men of his party had been severely reprimanded for leaving the village without finding him. In their defense, they declared that they had searched every house and shed, and, having found no sign of him, or of any struggle having taken place, supposed that he must have returned alone. But their excuses were not held to be valid, the idea of Malcolm having left his men without orders being so preposterous that it was held it should never have been entertained for a moment by them. Nigel said, "This is the 3rd or 4th time I've given you up for dead. Whatever happens in the future, nephew, I shall refuse to believe the possibility of any harm having come to you, and shall be sure that, sooner or later, you'll walk quietly into camp with a fresh batch of adventures to tell us." This was after Malcolm finished the narrative of his adventures to the officers of his regiment as they sat round the campfire on the evening he rejoined them. Colonel Munro laughed. "But he must keep clear of the petticoats, Graham. Evidently danger lurks for him there, and if he's caught napping again, some Delilah will assuredly crop the hair of this young Samson of yours." "There was not much of Delilah in that fury who felled me with a mallet, Colonel." "Ah, Malcolm, this time it was an old woman. Next time it may be a young one." "Forewarned, forearmed, Colonel." "Well, it'll be a good tale to tell the king as we ride on the march tomorrow, for he evidently regards it as your special mission to get into hair-brained scrapes." The lad said half ruefully, "I'm sure I don't want to get into them, Colonel, and really I've never gone out of my way to do so, unless you call my march to help the Count of Mansfeld going out of my way. All the other things have come to me without any fault of my own." "That's always the excuse of the boy who gets into scrapes. The question is, why do these things always happen to you and to nobody else? If you can explain that, your whole case is made." There was a general laugh at Malcolm's expense. "And now, please," Malcolm said, "will you tell me, Colonel, why are we turning our backs upon Ingolstadt and marching away without taking it? I have been away for 10 days, you know, and it is a mystery to me why we are leaving the only enemy between us and Vienna, after having beaten him so heartily a fortnight since, and without making an effort to rout him thoroughly." "Maximilian's position is a strong one, my lad, and covered as he is by the guns of Ingolstadt, it would be even a harder task to dislodge him than it was to cross the Lech in his teeth. But you're wrong. His is not the only army between us and Vienna. No sooner is old Tilly dead than one greater than Tilly appears to oppose us. Wallenstein is in the field again. It's been known he has for some time been negotiating with the Emperor, who's been imploring him to forgive the slight that was passed upon him before, and to again take the field. Wallenstein, knowing the Emperor must finally agree to any terms which he chose to dictate, has, while he's been negotiating, been collecting an army. And when the Emperor finally agreed that he was at the conclusion of the peace to be assured a royal title and the fief of a sovereign state, he had an army ready to hand, and is now in the point of entering Bohemia with 40,000 men. What his plans may be we cannot yet say, but at any rate it will not do to be delaying here and leaving Germany open to Wallenstein. 'Twas a stern day at Leipzig, but mark my words, 'twill be sterner still when we meet Wallenstein. Europe will hold its breath when Gustavus and he, the two greatest captains of the age, meet in a pitched battle." At Munich, the regiment of Munro was quartered in the magnificent electoral palace, where they fared sumptuously and enjoyed their comfortable quarters and the stores of old wines in the cellar. In the arsenal, armor, arms, and clothing sufficient for 10,000 infantry were found, and 140 pieces of cannon were discovered buried beneath the floors of the palace, and they were soon put in order for battle.
For 3 weeks the army remained at Munich, Gustavus waiting to see what course Wallenstein was taking. The imperialist general had entered Bohemia and formed a junction near Eger with the remnants of the army which had been beaten on the Lech. Then he had marched on with an army of 60,000 men. He saw that his best plan to force Gustavus to loose his hold of Bavaria was to march on some important point which Gustavus could not abandon, and so would be obliged to leave Bavaria garrisoned only by a force insufficient to withstand the attacks of Pappenheim, who had collected a considerable army for the recovery of the territories of Maximilian. Such a point was Nuremberg. Nuremberg was the greatest and strongest of the free cities, and it had been the first to open its gates to Gustavus. The Swedish king had hardly abandoned this friendly city to the assaults of the imperialists. Its fall would have been followed by the general defection from his cause of all that part of Germany, and he would have found himself isolated and cut off from the north. As soon as Gustavus perceived that Nuremberg was the point towards which Wallenstein was moving, he hastened to the assistance of the threatened city. The forces at his disposal had been weakened by the dispatch of Marshal Horn to the Lower Palatinate, and by the garrisons left in the Bavarian cities. He had but 17,000 men to meet the 60,000 with whom Wallenstein was advancing. He did not hesitate, however, but sent off messengers at once to direct the corps in Swabia to join him if possible. He arrived at Nuremberg before Wallenstein and prepared at once for the defense of the city. He called together the principal citizens and explained his position. He showed them that, were he to fall back with his army, he should be able to effect a junction with the troops under his generals, and would ere long be in a position to offer battle to Wallenstein upon more equal terms, but that were he to do so, he would be forced to abandon the city to the vengeance of the imperialists. He told them that, did he remain before the city, he must depend upon them for food and supplies, as he would be beleaguered by Wallenstein and should be unable to draw food and forage from the surrounding country. The people of Nuremberg were true to the side they had chosen and placed the whole of their resources at his disposal. Gustavus at once set his army to work to form a position in which he could confront the overwhelming forces of the enemy. Round the city, at a distance of about 1,300 yards, he dug a ditch nowhere less than 12 feet wide and 8 deep, but, where most exposed to an attack, 18 feet wide and 12 deep. Within the circuit of this ditch, he erected 8 large forts and connected them with a long, thick earthen parapet strengthened with bastions. 300 cannon, for the most part supplied by the city, were placed in position. As the camp between the ramparts and the town was traversed by the river Pegnitz, bridges were thrown across so the whole force could concentrate on either side in case of attack. So vigorously did the army, assisted by the citizens, labor at these works that they were completed in 14 days after Gustavus reached Nuremberg. On the 19th of June, the Swedish army arrived there. On the 30th, Wallenstein and Maximilian of Bavaria appeared. Their intent was to make an immediate assault. The works, however, were so formidable that Wallenstein saw at once that the success of an assault upon them would be extremely doubtful. He decided to reduce the place by starvation. This method appeared at once easy and certain. The whole of the surrounding country belonged to the Bishop of Bamberg, who was devoted to the imperialist cause, and Wallenstein had brought with him vast stores of provisions. It was only necessary, then, to place himself in a position where the Swedes could not attack him. Such a position lay at a distance of 3 miles from Nuremberg, where there was a wooded hill known as the Alte Weste. Round this, Wallenstein threw up a circle of defenses, consisting of a ditch, behind which was an interlacement of forest trees, baggage wagons, and gabions, forming an almost insurpassable obstacle to any attacking force. Within this circle, he encamped his army, while 2 considerable bodies of troops in the Diocese of Bamberg and the Upper Palatinate prepared to oppose any forces approaching to the aid of Nuremberg. Meanwhile, his allies, the Croats, horse and foot, scoured the country day and night to prevent any supplies entering the city. Having thus adopted every means for starving out the beleaguered army and city, Wallenstein calmly awaited the result. Chapter 16. The Siege of Nuremberg. Drearily passed the days in the beleaguered camp. varied only by an occasional raid by small parties to drive in cattle from the surrounding country, or to intercept convoys of provisions on their way to the imperialists' camp. So active and watchful were the Croats that these enterprises seldom succeeded, though to enable his men to move with celerity, Gustavus mounted bodies of infantry on horseback. Thus they were enabled to get over the ground quickly, and if attacked, they dismounted and fought on foot. To these mounted infantry the name of dragoons was given, and so useful were they found that the institution was adopted in other armies, and dragoons became a recognized portion of every military force. In time, the custom of dismounting and fighting on foot was gradually abandoned, and dragoons became regular cavalry. But in modern times, the utility of Gustavus's invention of mounted infantry has been again recognized, and bodies of mounted infantry have been organized. These raids in search of provisions occupied but a small portion of the army. The rest passed their time in enforced idleness. They loitered through the narrow streets of Nuremberg to talk to the citizens, whose trade and commerce were now entirely at a standstill. Malcolm, with the restlessness of youth, spent many hours every day in the city, where he speedily made many acquaintances. At ordinary times the center of a quiet and busy trade, the city was now cut off from the world. The shops were for the most part closed. The townsfolk had naught to do save to gather in groups and discuss the times. In order to pass some of the idle hours, Malcolm obtained leave from one of the great clockmakers of the town, for Nuremberg was at that time the center of the craft of clockmaking, to allow him to work in his shop. Malcolm's acquaintance was one of the wealthiest of the citizens, able to keep his craftsmen at work and store the goods he manufactured until better times should return. Malcolm began the work purely to occupy his time, but presently he came to take a lively interest in it, and was soon able to take to pieces and put together the clocks. Workshops were not, in those days, factories. The master of a craft worked surrounded by his craftsmen and apprentices. Every wheel and spring were made upon the premises, fashioned and finished with chisel and file. Laying aside his armor and donning a workman's apron, Malcolm sat at the bench by the side of the master, listening to his stories. He anticipated no advantage from the knowledge, but regarded it as a pleasant way of getting through the day. Meanwhile, for 3 months, the siege dragged on. Provisions were scarce. Fever broke out in city and camp. Baggage and troop animals died in vast numbers. Still, there was no sign of a change. Wallenstein would not attack. Gustavus could not. The Swedish king waited to take advantage of some false move on the part of the imperial commander. But Wallenstein was as great a general as himself and afforded him no opening. All this time, Swedish columns were gradually closing in towards Nuremberg. One was led by the Chancellor Oxenstiern, to whom had been committed the care of the Middle Rhine and the Lower Palatinate. On the way, he effected a junction with the forces of the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel. The Scotch officers Ballandine and Alexander Hamilton were with their regiment in the Duchy of Magdeburg. When the news of the king's danger reached them, they marched to join the Duke of Saxe-Weimar, picking up 5 Saxon regiments in Franconia. They joined Oxenstiern and the Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel. General Banner, with the 4th Corps, was at Augsburg, opposed to the remains of Tilly's old army. Slipping away from his foes, he marched to Winsheim, and was there joined by a body of troops under Bernhard of Weimar. The force from Würzburg soon afterwards came up, and the whole of the detached corps, amounting to 49,000 men, being now collected, they marched to Bruck, only 10 miles from Nuremberg. 3 days later, on the 16th of August, Gustavus rode into their camp, and on the 21st marched at their head into Nuremberg, unhindered by the imperialists. Gustavus probably calculated that the imperialists would now move down and offer battle, but Wallenstein, who had detached 10,000 men to bring up supplies, could not place in the field a number equal to those of the reinforcements, and preferred to await an attack in the position which he had prepared with such care. He knew the straits to which Nuremberg and its defenders were reduced. The country round for a vast distance had been long since stripped of provisions, and Gustavus had no course open to him but to march away with his army and leave the city to its fate, or to attack the Imperialists in their stronghold. On the day after his arrival, the 21st of August, Gustavus marched out and opened a cannonade upon the Imperialists' position in order to induce Wallenstein to come down and give battle. Wallenstein was not, however, to be tempted. The next day, the king brought his guns nearer to the enemy's camp, and for 24 hours kept up a heavy fire. Wallenstein fell back a few hundred yards onto two ridges, on one of which was the ruined castle called the Alta Vesta. The other was known as the Altenburg. The ascent to these was steep and craggy, and they were covered by a thick forest. Here Wallenstein formed in front of his position a threefold barrier of felled trees woven and interlaced with each other, each barrier rising in a semicircle one above the other. Before the Swedish cannon ceased to fire, the new position of the Imperialists had been made impregnable. Unfortunately for Gustavus, he had at this moment lost the services of the best officer in his army, Sir John Hepburn, whom he had always regarded as his right hand. The quarrel had arisen from some trifling circumstance, and Gustavus, in the heat of the moment, made some disparaging allusion. The indignant Hepburn at once resigned his officer's commission, a resolution to which he adhered, although Gustavus, when his anger cooled, endeavored in every way to appease the angry soldier. As he persisted in his resolution, Colonel Monroe was appointed to the command of the Green Brigade. It is probable that the quarrel was the consummation of a long-standing grievance. Hepburn, as well as the other Scottish officers, had shared the indignation of Sir John Hamilton when the latter resigned in consequence of the Swedish troop being placed in the post of honor at the storm of the castle of Marienburg after the Scots had done all the work, which the Scottish officers considered an insult to them and their country. However, there were probably faults on both sides. The Scottish troops were the backbone of the Swedish army, and to them were principally due almost the whole of the successes which Gustavus had gained. Doubtless they presumed upon the fact, and although Gustavus recognized his obligations, as is shown by the immense number of commands and governorships which he bestowed upon Scottish officers, he may well have been angered and irritated by the insistence with which they asserted their claims and services. It was, however, most unfortunate that just at this critical moment he should have lost the services of an officer who was, unquestionably, one of the greatest military leaders of his age. It is probable that had Hepburn remained by his side, the king would not have undertaken the attack upon the impregnable position of the Imperialists, the decision being finally induced by a ruse of the Imperialist commander, who desired nothing so much as that the Swedes would dash their forces against the terrible position he had prepared for them. Accordingly, on the 24th of August, he directed a considerable portion of his force to march away from the rear of his position, as if, alarmed at the superior strength of the Swedes, he had determined to abandon the heights he had so long occupied. Gustavus fell into the trap. He prepared at once to assault the position. 200 pieces of artillery heralded the advance, which was made by the whole body of the musketeers of the army, divided into battalions 500 strong. It was a terrible position which they were advancing to storm. Each of the lines of entrenchments was surmounted by rows of polished helmets, while pikes and arquebuses glittered in the sunshine. As the battalions approached the foot of the Altenburg, 80 pieces of artillery opened from its summit and from the ridge of the Alta Vesta, while the smoke of the arquebuses drifted up in a cloud from the lines of entrenchments. Steadily and in good order, the Scotch and Swedish infantry pressed forward, and forcing the lower ditch, strove to climb the rocky heights. In vain did they strive. Over and over again they reached the entrenchments, but were unable to force their way through the thickly bound fallen trees, while their lines were torn with a storm of iron and lead. Never did the Scottish soldiers of Gustavus fight with greater valor. At last, when nigh half their number had fallen, the rest, exhausted, broken, and in disorder, fell suddenly back. Gustavus in person then led on his Finlanders, but these, after a struggle as obstinate and heroic as that of their predecessors, in turn fell back. The troops of Duke Bernhard of Weimar, among whom were the Scottish regiments of Hamilton and Douglas, marched against the heights which commanded the Alta Vesta, and drove back the Imperialists with great loss. 500 musketeers of the Green Brigade, under Colonel Monroe, then pushed gallantly forward and posted themselves far in advance, resisting all attempts of the Imperialists to drive them back, until Lieutenant Colonel Sinclair, who was now in command of Monroe's own regiment, brought it forward to his assistance. Until the next morning, this body of 1,000 men maintained the ground they had won, in spite of all the efforts of the Imperialists to dislodge them. Colonel Monroe was severely wounded in the left side, and an immense number of other Scottish officers were killed and wounded. The news was brought down to Gustavus of the advantage gained by Duke Bernhard, but he was unable to take advantage of it by moving his army round to that position, as he would have exposed himself to a counterattack of the enemy while doing so. He therefore launched a fresh column of attack against the Alta Vesta. This was followed by another, and yet another, until every regiment in the army had, in its turn, attempted to storm the position without success. The battle had now raged for 10 hours, and nightfall put an end to the struggle. It was the first time that Gustavus had been repulsed, and he could hardly yet realize the fact. But as messenger after messenger came in from the different divisions, he discovered how terrible had been his loss. Most of his generals and superior officers had been killed or wounded. 2,000 men lay dead on the field, and there were nigh 3 times that number of wounded. The Imperialists on their side lost 1,000 killed and 1,500 wounded. But though accounts of the losses on both sides differ greatly, the Imperialists, fighting behind shelter, could not have suffered anything like so heavily as their assailants, who were exposed to their fire in the open. Hepburn had all day ridden behind the king, and had twice carried messages through the thick of the fire when there were no others to bear them, so great had been the slaughter round the person of the king. Hepburn now bore the order from the king for Monroe's troops and those of Duke Bernhard to retire from the position they had won, as they were entirely cut off from the rest of the army, and would at daylight have had the whole of the Imperialists upon them. The service was one of great danger, and Hepburn had to cut his way, sword in hand, through the Croats who intervened between him and his comrades of the Green Brigade. He accomplished his task, and before daylight, Monroe's men and the regiments of Duke Bernhard rejoined the army in the plain. But though repulsed, Gustavus was not defeated. He took up a new position just out of cannon shot of the Altenburg, and then offered battle to Wallenstein. The latter, however, well satisfied with his success, remained firm in his policy of starving out the enemy, and resisted every device of the king to turn him from his stronghold. For 14 days, Gustavus remained in position. Then he could hold out no longer. The supplies were entirely exhausted, and fever and pestilence raged in the camp. Leaving then Kniphausen with 8,000 men to aid the citizens of Nuremberg should Wallenstein besiege it, Gustavus marched on the 8th of September to Winsheim and halted to watch the further movements of the enemy. 5 days later, Wallenstein quitted his camp and marched to Forchheim. So far, the advantage of the campaign lay with him. His patience and iron resolution had given the first check to the victorious career of the Lion of the North. Monroe's regiment, as it was still called, for he was now its full colonel, had suffered terribly. Monroe's soldiers had had but little of that hand-to-hand fighting in which men's blood becomes heated. Their losses had been caused by the storm of cannonball and bullet which had swept through them as they struggled up the steep slopes, incapable of answering the fire of the enemy. They had had their triumph as the imperial regiments broke and fled before their advance, but there was not a man but regretted that he had not come within push of pike of the enemy. Malcolm Graham had passed scatheless through the fray, but his uncle Nigel was badly wounded, and several of his friends had fallen, and the regiment was now less than half its former strength. While Gustavus and Wallenstein had been facing each other at Nuremberg, the war had continued without interruption in other parts, and the Swedes and their allies had gained advantages everywhere except in Westphalia and Lower Saxony, where Pappenheim had more than held his own. and although Wallenstein had checked the king, he had gained no material advantages and had wrested no single town or fortress from his hands. Gustavus was still in Bavaria, his garrisons still holding its strongest fortresses. At present, Wallenstein was in no position to risk a battle, for he had already detached 4,000 men to reinforce Hulk, whom he had sent with 10,000 to threaten Dresden. The 13,000 Bavarians who were with him under Maximilian had separated from him on his way to Forsheim, and on arriving at that place, his army numbered but 17,000 men, while Gustavus had more than 40,000 gathered at Winsheim. Gustavus, on his part, determined to carry out his former projects, to march against Ingolstadt, which he had before failed to capture, and thence to penetrate into Upper Austria. But fearful lest Wallenstein, released from his presence, should attempt to recover the fortresses in Franconia, Gustavus dispatched half his force under Duke Bernhard to prevent the imperial general from crossing the Rhine. On the 12th of October, he reached Neuburg on the Danube and halted there. While making the most vigorous exertions to march against Vienna, he received urgent messages to return to Saxony. Not only, he was told, had Wallenstein penetrated into that province, but he was employing all his influence to detach its elector from the Protestant cause, and there was great fear that the weak prince would yield to the solicitations of Wallenstein and to his own jealousy of the King of Sweden. No sooner, in fact, had Gustavus crossed the Danube than Wallenstein moved towards Schweinfurt, drawing to that place the Swedish army under the command of Duke Bernhard. He then suddenly marched eastward at full speed and pushed on to Kolberg. The town was captured, but the colonel, a Scotchman named MacDougall, a gallant and brilliant officer, threw himself with his dragoons into the castle which commanded the town, and defended it so resolutely against the assaults of Wallenstein that Duke Bernhard had time to march to within 20 miles of the place. Wallenstein then raised the siege, and then pressed on direct to Leipzig, which he besieged at once. Leipzig held out for only 2 days, and after its capture, Wallenstein marched to Merseburg, where he was joined by the army under Pappenheim. Thus reinforced, he was in a position to capture the whole of Saxony. The elector, timid and vacillating, was fully conscious of his danger. It was indeed a hard decision which Gustavus was called upon to make. On the one hand, Vienna lay almost within his grasp, for Wallenstein was now too far north to interpose between him and the capital. On the other hand, should the Elector of Saxony join the Imperialists, Gustavus's position after the capture of Vienna would be perilous in the extreme. The Emperor would probably leave his capital before he arrived there, and the conquest would, therefore, be a barren one. Reluctantly, Gustavus determined to abandon his plan and march to the assistance of Saxony. Chapter 17. The Death of Gustavus. The determination of Gustavus to march to the assistance of Saxony once taken, he lost not a moment in carrying it into effect. He appointed the Prince Palatine of Birkenfeld to command a corps of 12,000 strong, which he determined to leave on the Danube. Then he set out with the remainder of his army on his march to Saxony, and pushed on with all possible speed to Erfurt, which he had fixed upon as the point of junction for his several corps. The Green Brigade formed a portion of the force which Gustavus left behind in Bavaria under the Prince Palatine. So terribly weakened were the Scottish regiments by the various battles of the campaign, in all of which they had borne the brunt of the fighting, that Gustavus determined, reluctantly, to leave them behind for rest and reorganization. Hepburn, Sir James Hamilton, Sir James Ramsay, and the Marquis of Hamilton, who like Hepburn had quarreled with Gustavus, left the Swedish army the day after they arrived at Neustadt, after marching away from Nuremberg. All the Scottish officers in the Swedish army accompanied Hepburn and his 3 companions along the road from Neustadt, and then parted with great grief from the gallant cavalier who had led them so often to victory. Malcolm Graham did not remain behind in Bavaria with his comrades of the Green Brigade. Gustavus, who had taken a great fancy to the young Scotch officer, whose spirit of adventure and daring were in strong harmony with his own character, appointed him to ride on his own personal staff. Although he parted with regret from his comrades, Malcolm was glad to accompany the king on his northward march, for there was no probability of any very active service in Bavaria, and it was certain that a desperate battle would be fought when Gustavus and Wallenstein met face to face in the open field. At Erfurt, Gustavus was joined by Duke Bernhard of Saxe-Weimar with his force, which raised his army to a strength of 20,000. The news of his approach had, again, revived the courage of the Elector of Saxony, who had occupied the only towns where the Elbe could be crossed, Dresden, Torgau, and Wittenberg, he himself, with his main army of 15,000 men, lying at Torgau. From him, Gustavus learned that the imperial army was divided into 3 chief corps, that of Wallenstein, 12,000 strong, that of Pappenheim, 10,000, those of Gallas and Hulk united, 16,000, making a total of 38,000 men. So great was the speed with which Gustavus had marched to Erfurt that Wallenstein had received no notice of his approach, and believing that for some time to come he should meet with no serious opposition, Wallenstein had, on the very day after the Swedes reached Erfurt, dispatched 12,000 men into Bohemia. A division of his troops was at the same time threatening Naumburg, whose possession would enable him to block the only easy road with which Gustavus could enter the country held by him. But Gustavus learned that Naumburg had not yet fallen. Marching with great rapidity, he reached the neighborhood of that town before the Imperialists. He entered the town and at once began to entrench it. Wallenstein learned that Gustavus had arrived at Naumburg, but as his own position lay almost centrally between Naumburg and Torgau, so long as he could prevent the Swedes and Saxons from uniting, he felt safe. For although together they would outnumber him, he was superior in strength to either alone. The imperialist general believed that Gustavus intended to pass the winter at Naumburg, and he had therefore no fear of an immediate attack. Wallenstein prepared to distribute his army in winter quarters in the towns of the district, he himself with a portion of the force occupying the little town of Lutzen. But Gustavus had no idea of taking up his quarters for the winter at Naumburg. He proposed to the Elector of Saxony that if he would march to Eilenburg, midway to Leipzig, he himself would make a detour to the south round Wallenstein's position and join him there. Without waiting to receive the answer of the Elector, Gustavus, leaving a garrison in Naumburg, set out at 1 o'clock in the morning on the 5th of November on his march. But before he had proceeded 9 miles, he learned from a number of gentlemen and peasants favorable to the cause that Pappenheim had started for Halle, that the remainder of the imperial army lay dispersed among the towns and villages of the neighborhood, and that Wallenstein himself was at Lutzen. Gustavus called his generals together and informed them of the news. Learning that Lutzen was but 5 miles distant, as it turned out, a mistaken piece of information, as it was nearly twice as far, he ordered that the men should take some food, and then, wheeling to the left, push on towards Lutzen. It was not until some time later that Wallenstein learned from the imperial scouts that Gustavus was upon him. It was then nearly 5 o'clock in the evening, and darkness was at hand. Considering the heavy state of the roads, and the fact that Gustavus would have, in the last 3 miles of his march, to traverse a morass crossed by a bridge over which only 2 persons could pass abreast, he felt confident that the attack could not be made until the following morning. Mounted messengers were sent in all directions to bring up his troops from the villages in which they were posted, and in the meantime the troops stationed around Lutzen were employed in preparing obstacles to hinder the advance of the Swedes. On either side of the roads was a low, swampy country, intersected with ditches, and Wallenstein set his men to work to widen and deepen these ditches, which the troops, as they arrived on the ground, were to occupy. All night the troops labored at this task. In the meantime, Gustavus had found the distance longer and the difficulties greater than he had anticipated. The roads were so heavy that it was with difficulty that artillery and ammunition wagons could be dragged along them, and the delay caused by the passage of the morass was very great. Just as the sun set, the whole Swedish army got across. But as darkness was now at hand, it was impossible for Gustavus to make any further advance, and the army was ordered to bivouac as it stood. The state of the roads had defeated the plans of Gustavus. Instead of taking the enemy by surprise, as he had hoped, and falling upon them scattered and disunited. The delays which had occurred had given Wallenstein time to bring up all his forces, and at daybreak Gustavus would be confronted by a force nearly equal to his own, occupying a position very strongly defended by natural obstacles. Before the day was won, Pappenheim, for whom Wallenstein would have sent as soon as he heard of the Swedish advance, might be on the field, and in that case the Imperialists would not only have the advantage of position, but also that of numbers. It was an anxious night. Gustavus spent the greater part of it in conversation with his generals, especially Kniphausen and Duke Bernhard. The former strongly urged that the army should march, as originally intended, to effect a junction with the Saxons. He pointed out that the troops were fatigued with their long and weary march during the day, and would have to fight without food, as it had been found impossible to bring up the wagons with the supplies. He particularly urged the point that Pappenheim would arrive on the field before the victory could be won. But Gustavus was of opinion that the disadvantages of retreat were greater than those of action. The troops, hungry, weary, and dispirited, would be attacked as they retired, and he believed that by beginning the action early, the Imperialists could be defeated before Pappenheim could return. Gustavus proposed to move forward at 2 o'clock in the morning, but fate was, upon this occasion, against the great Swedish leader. Just as on the previous day the length of the march and the state of the roads had prevented him from crushing Wallenstein's scattered army, so now, a thick fog springing up, making the night so dark a soldier could not see the man standing next to him, prevented the possibility of movement. Instead of marching at 2 o'clock in the morning, it was 9 before the sun cleared away the fog sufficiently to enable the army to advance. Then, after addressing a few stirring words to his men, Gustavus ordered the advance. The king himself led the right wing, consisting of 6 regiments of Swedes, supported by musketeers intermingled with cavalry. The left, composed of cavalry and infantry intermixed, was commanded by Duke Bernhard. The center, consisting of 4 brigades of infantry supported by Scottish regiments under Henderson, was commanded by Nicholas Brahe, Count of Weissenberg. The reserves behind each of these divisions were formed entirely of cavalry. The field pieces, 20 in number, were disposed to the best advantage between the wings. Franz Albert of Lauenburg, who had joined the army the day before, rode by the king. A short halt was made, the baggage was left behind, and the army advanced against the Imperialists, who at once opened fire. Wallenstein had posted his left so as to be covered by a canal, while his right was protected by the village of Lutzen. On rising ground to the left of that village, where there were several windmills, he planted 14 small pieces of cannon, while to support his front, which was composed of the musketeers in the ditches on either side of the road, he planted a battery of 7 heavy pieces of artillery. The main body of his infantry he formed into 4 massive brigades, which were flanked on both sides by musketeers intermixed with cavalry. As the Swedish army advanced, the 7 heavy pieces of artillery on the side of the road opened upon them, doing much execution, while their own lighter guns could not reply effectively. The Swedes pressed forward to come to close quarters. The left wing, led by Duke Bernhard, was the first to arrive upon the scene of action. Gallantly led by the Duke, his men forced the ditches, cleared the road, charged the deadly battery, killed or drove away the gunners, and rushed with fury on the Imperialist right. The ardor of the Swedes was irresistible, and they scattered one after the other 3 Imperialist brigades. The battle seemed already lost when Wallenstein himself took his place at the head of the 4th Brigade and fell upon the Swedes, who were disordered by the rapidity and ardor of their charge, while at the same moment he launched 3 regiments of cavalry on their flanks. The Swedes fought heroically, but in vain. Step by step they were driven back. The battery was recaptured, and the guns, which in the excitement of the advance the captors had omitted to spike, were retaken by the Imperialists. In the meantime, on the right, the king had also forced the road, and had driven from the field Croats and Poles opposed to him. He was on the point of wheeling his troops to fall on the flank of the Imperialist center when one of Duke Bernhard's aides-de-camp dashed up with the news that the left wing had fallen back, broken and in disorder. Leaving to Count Stahlhaus to continue to press the enemy, Gustavus, accompanied by his staff, rode at full gallop to the left at the head of Steinbach's regiment of dragoons. Arriving on the spot, he dashed to the front at a point where his men had not yet been forced back across the road, and riding among them, roused them to fresh exertions. By his side were Franz Albert of Lauenburg and a few other followers, but his pace had been so furious, Steinbach's dragoons had not yet arrived. As he urged on his broken men, Gustavus was struck in the shoulder by a musket ball. He reeled in his saddle, but exclaimed, "It is nothing," and ordered them to charge the enemy with the dragoons. Malcolm Graham and the others on his staff hesitated, but the king exclaimed, "Ride all! The Duke will see to me!" The cavalry dashed forward, and the king, accompanied only by Franz Albert, turned to leave the field, but he had scarcely moved a few paces when he received another shot in the back. Calling out to Franz Albert that it was all over with him, the mortally wounded king fell to the ground. Franz Albert, believing the battle lost, galloped away. The king's page alone remained with the dying man. A minute later, 3 Austrian soldiers rode up and demanded the name of the dying man. The page refused to give it, and firing their pistols at him, they stretched him, mortally wounded, beside the dying king. Gustavus then, with difficulty, said who he was. The troopers leaped from their horses and stripped his rich armor from him, and then, as they saw Steinbach's dragoons returning from their charge, placed their pistols close to the king's head and fired, and then, leaping on their horses, fled. Great was the grief when Malcolm, happening to ride near the body, recognized it as that of the king. An instant later, a regiment of imperialist cavalry charged down, and a furious fight took place for some minutes over the king's body. It was, however, at last carried off by the Swedes. The news of the fall of their king, which spread rapidly through the ranks, so far from discouraging the Swedes, inspired them with a desperate determination to avenge his death. Burning with fury, they advanced against the enemy, preserving the most perfect steadiness and order in their ranks. In vain did Wallenstein and his officers strive to stem the attack of the left wing. Their bravery and skill availed nothing to arrest that furious charge. Regiment after regiment who strove to bar their way were swept aside. The guns near the windmills were captured and turned against the enemy. Step by step, the imperial right wing was forced back, and the center was assailed in flank by the guns from the rising ground, while Stahlhaus, with the right wing of the Swedes, attacked them on their left. The Lion of the North, Chapter 17, continued. Hopeless of victory, the imperialist center was giving way when the explosion of one of their powder wagons still further shook them. Attacked on both flanks and in front, the imperialist center wavered and in a few minutes would have been in full flight. The Swedish victory seemed assured when a mighty trampling of horse was heard, and emerging from the smoke, Pappenheim, with 8 regiments of imperial cavalry, dashed into the fray. Pappenheim had already captured the citadel of Halle when Wallenstein's messenger reached him. To wait until his infantry, who were engaged in plundering, could be collected, and then proceed at their pace to the field of battle, would be to arrive too late to be of service, and Pappenheim instantly placed himself at the head of his 8 regiments of magnificent cavalry and galloped at full speed to the battlefield 18 miles distant. On the way, he met large numbers of flying Poles and Croats, the remnants of the Austrian left who had been driven from the field by Gustavus. These he rallied, and with them dashed upon the troops of Stahlhaus who were pursuing them, and forced them backward. The relief afforded to the imperialists by this opportune arrival was immense, and leaving Pappenheim to deal with the Swedish right, Wallenstein rallied his own right on the center and opposed a fresh front to the advancing troops of Duke Bernhard and Kniphausen. Inspirited by the arrival of the reinforcements, and burning to turn what had just appeared a defeat into a victory, the imperialists advanced with such ardor that the Swedes were driven back, the guns on the hills recaptured, and it seemed that in this terrible battle, victory was at last to declare itself in favor of the imperialists. It needed only the return of Pappenheim from the pursuit of the Swedish right to decide the day. But Pappenheim was not to come. Though driven back by the first impetuous charge of the Imperial cavalry, the Swedes, under Stahlhaus, reinforced by Scottish regiments under Henderson, stubbornly opposed their further attacks. While leading his men forward, Pappenheim fell with 2 musket balls through his body. While lying there, the rumor for the first time reached him that Gustavus had been killed. When upon inquiry the truth of the rumor was confirmed, the eyes of the dying man lighted up.
"Tell Wallenstein," he said to the officer nearest to him, "that I am lying here without hope of life, but I die gladly, knowing that the enemy of my faith has fallen on the same day."
The Imperialists, discouraged by the fall of their general, could not withstand the ardor with which the Swedes and Scottish infantry attacked them, and the cavalry rode from the field. Elsewhere the battle was still raging. Wallenstein's right and center had driven Count Bernhard, the Duke of Brahe, and Kniphausen across that desperately contested road. But beyond this they could not force them. Now Stahlhaus and his men, refreshed and invigorated by their victory over Pappenheim's force, again came up and took their part in the fight. Wallenstein had no longer a hope of victory. He fought now only to avoid defeat. The sun had already set, and if he could but maintain his position for another half-hour, darkness would save his army. He fell back across the road again, fighting stubbornly and in good order, and in this order the terrible struggle continued till nightfall. Both sides fought with splendid bravery. The Swedes, eager for the victory once again apparently within their grasp, pressed on with fury, while the Imperialists opposed them with the most stubborn obstinacy. 7 times did Imperial cavalry charge upon the advancing Swedes. 7 times the commander's horse was shot under him, but remounting each time, he drew off his men in good order and in readiness to dash forward again at the first opportunity, while Wallenstein, present wherever the danger was thickest, animated all by his courage and coolness. Though forced step by step to retire, the Imperialists never lost their formation and never turned their backs to the foe. And thus the fight went on till darkness gathered thicker and thicker, and the combatants could no longer see each other, and the desperate battle came to an end. In the darkness, Wallenstein drew off his army and fell back to Leipzig, leaving behind him his colors and all his guns. In thus doing, he threw away the opportunity of turning what his retreat acknowledged to be a defeat into a victory on the following morning. For scarcely had he left the field when the 6 regiments of Pappenheim's infantry arrived. Had he held his ground, he could have renewed the battle in the morning with the best prospects of success, for the struggle of the preceding day had been little more than a drawn battle, and the accessions of fresh troops should have given him a decided advantage over the weary Swedes. The newcomers, finding the field deserted, and learning from the wounded lying thickly over it that Wallenstein had retreated, at once marched away. In the Swedish camp, there was no assurance whatever that a victory had been gained, for nightfall had fallen on the Imperialists, fighting as stubbornly as ever. The loss of the king, the master spirit of the war, dispirited and discouraged them, and Duke Bernhard and Kniphausen held in the darkness an anxious consultation as to whether the army should not at once retreat to Weissenberg. The plan was not carried out only because it was considered that it was impracticable, as the army would be exposed to destruction should the Imperialists fall upon them. The morning showed them that the Imperialists had disappeared. The mighty struggle had indeed been a victory for them, a victory won rather by the superior stubbornness with which the Swedish generals held their ground during the night, while Wallenstein fell back, than to the splendid courage with which the troops had fought on the preceding day. But better far would it have been for the cause which the Swedes championed that they should have been driven, a defeated host, from the field of Lutzen, than that they should have gained a barren victory at the cost of the life of the soul of the struggle, the hope of Protestantism, their gallant monarch. Chapter 18. Wounded. A controversy which has never been cleared up long raged as to the death of Gustavus of Sweden, but the weight of evidence is strongly in favor of those who affirm that he received his fatal wound in the back at the hand of Franz Albert of Lauenburg, The circumstantial evidence is indeed almost overwhelming. By birth, the Duke was the youngest of 4 sons of Franz II, Duke of Lauenburg. On his mother's side, he was related to the Swedish royal family, and in his youth lived for some time at the court of Stockholm. Owing to some impertinent remarks in reference to Gustavus, he fell into disfavor with the Queen and had to leave Sweden. On attaining manhood, he professed the Catholic faith, entered the imperial army, obtained the command of a regiment, attached himself with much devotion to Wallenstein, and gained the confidence of that general. While negotiations between the Emperor and Wallenstein were pending, Franz Albert was employed by the latter in endeavoring to bring about a secret understanding with the court of Dresden. When Gustavus was blockaded in Nuremberg by Wallenstein, Franz Albert left the camp of the latter and presented himself in that of Gustavus as a convert to the Reformed religion. No quarrel or disagreement had, so far as is known, taken place between him and Wallenstein, nor has any explanation ever been given for such an extraordinary change of sides, made at a moment when it seemed that Gustavus was in a position almost desperate. By his profession of religious zeal, Franz Albert managed to win the king's heart, but Oxenstiern, when he saw him, entertained a profound distrust of him, and even warned the king against putting confidence in this sudden convert. Gustavus, however, naturally frank and open in disposition, could not believe that treachery was intended, and continued to treat him with kindness. After the assault made by Gustavus upon Wallenstein's position, Franz Albert quitted his camp, saying that he was desirous of raising some troops for his service in his father's territory. He rejoined him, however, with only his personal followers on the very day before the Battle of Lutzen, and was received by Gustavus with great cordiality, although the absence of his retainers increased the general doubts as to his sincerity. He was by the king's side when Gustavus received his first wound. He was riding close behind him when the king received his second and fatal wound in the back, and the moment the king had fallen, he rode away from the field, and it is asserted that it was he who brought the news of the king's death to Wallenstein. Very soon after the battle, Franz Albert exchanged the Swedish service for the Saxon, and some 18 months later, re-embraced the Roman Catholic faith and re-entered the imperial army. A stronger case of circumstantial evidence could hardly be put together. It would certainly seem as if Lauenburg entered the Swedish service with the intention of murdering the king. That he did not carry out his purpose during the attack on the Altenburg was perhaps due to the fact that Gustavus may not have afforded him an opportunity of doing so with safety to himself. It is certainly curious that, after that fight, he should have absented himself and only rejoined on the eve of the Battle of Lutzen. The only piece of evidence in his favor is that of a chamberlain of the king, who affirmed that he saw the fatal shot fired at a distance of 10 paces from the king by an imperial officer who turned and fled, but was pursued and cut down. The general opinion of contemporary writers is the King of Sweden was murdered by Franz Albert, but the absolute facts must ever remain in doubt. On the morning after the battle, Wallenstein retired from Leipzig and, evacuating Saxony, marched into Bohemia, leaving the Swedes free to accomplish their junction with the army of the Elector, thus gaining the object for which they had fought at Lutzen. After the death of the king, Malcolm Graham, full of grief and rage at the loss of the monarch who was loved by all his troops and had treated him with special kindness, joined the soldiers of Duke Bernhard and took part in the charge which swept back the imperialists and captured the cannon on the hill. At the very commencement of the struggle, his horse fell dead under him, and he fought on foot among the Swedish infantry. But when the arrival of Pappenheim on the field enabled the imperialists again to assume the offensive, Malcolm, having picked up a pike from the hands of a dead soldier, fought shoulder to shoulder in the ranks as the Swedes, contesting stubbornly every foot of the ground, were gradually driven back towards the road. Suddenly, a shot struck him. He reeled backwards a few feet, strove to steady himself and level his pike, and then fell prostrate. Again and again, as the fortune of the desperate fray wavered one way or the other, did friend and foe pass over the place where he lay. When Malcolm recovered consciousness, all was still, save that here and there a faint moan was heard from others who, like himself, lay wounded on the battlefield. The night was intensely dark, and Malcolm's first sensation was that of bitter cold. He had been wounded in 2 places. The first ball had penetrated his breastpiece and had entered his body, and a few seconds later, another ball had struck him in the arm. It was the first wound which had caused his insensibility, but from the second, which had severed one of the principal veins in the arm, he would have bled to death, had it not been that as the cold increased, the wound was staunched. It was none too soon, for before it ceased to flow, Malcolm had lost a vast quantity of blood. Gradually his recollection of the fight returned to him. "I remember now," he murmured to himself. "I was fighting with the Swedish infantry when a shot struck me in the body, I think, for I seemed to feel a sudden pain like a red-hot iron. Who won the day, I wonder? How bitterly cold it is." Chapter 19. A Pause in Hostilities. Never had Malcolm Graham spent a more pleasant time than the 2 months which he passed at Mansfeld. He was able to move about freely, and he could soon ride on horseback. For the time, the neighborhood of Mansfeld was undisturbed by peasants or combatants on either side, and the Count had acted with such vigor against any parties of marauders who might approach the country under his control that a greater security of life and property existed than in most other parts of Germany. As soon as he was strong enough, Malcolm rode with the Count to the different parts of his estates. The evenings were passed pleasantly and quietly. The Countess would read aloud, or Thekla would sit at her embroidery and chat merrily to Malcolm, and ask many questions about Scotland and the life which the ladies led in that, as she asserted, cold and desolate country. Malcolm lingered at Mansfeld for some time after he felt that his strength was restored. He knew that until the spring, no great movement of troops would take place, and he was happy with his kind friends, who treated him as one of the family. At last he felt that he could no longer delay, and neither the assurances of the Count that the Protestant cause could dispense with his services for a few weeks longer, or the tears of Thekla could detain him longer. Mounting a horse with which the Count had presented him, he rode away to rejoin his regiment. No military movements of importance had taken place subsequent to the Battle of Lutzen. Oxenstiern had labored night and day to repair as far as possible the effects of the death of Gustavus. He had been left, by the will of the king, regent of Sweden, until the king's daughter, now a child of 6 years, came of age, and Oxenstiern at once assumed the supreme direction of affairs. It was essential to revive the drooping courage of the weaker states, to meet the secret machinations of the enemy, to allay the jealousy of the more powerful allies, and to arouse the friendly powers, France in particular, which, although a Catholic country with Richelieu, a Catholic cardinal, as prime minister, opposed the political power of the Austrian emperor. Above all, Oxenstiern sought to repair the ruined edifice of the German alliance with a close and permanent bond of union. Had the emperor at this moment acted wisely, Oxenstiern's efforts would have been in vain. Wallenstein, far-seeing and broad-minded, strongly urged upon the emperor the advisability of declaring a universal amnesty and of offering favorable conditions to the Protestant princes, who, dismayed at the loss of their great champion, would gladly accept any proposals which would ensure the religious liberty for which they had fought. But the emperor, blinded by this unexpected turn of fortune, now looked to enforce his absolute will upon the whole of Germany. Instead of listening to the wise counsels of Wallenstein, he hastened to augment his forces. Spain sent him considerable supplies, negotiated for him with the ever-vacillating Elector of Saxony, and levied troops for him in Italy. The Elector of Bavaria increased his army, and the Duke of Lorraine prepared again to take part in the struggle which now seemed to offer him an easy opportunity of increasing his dominions. For a time, the Elector of Saxony, the Duke of Brunswick, and many others of the German princes wavered. But when they saw that Ferdinand, far from being disposed to offer them favorable terms, was preparing with greater vigor than ever to overwhelm them, they perceived that their interest was to remain faithful to their ally. At a great meeting of princes and deputies, the alliance was re-established on a firmer basis. Before, however, the compact was ratified, the German princes and nobles required of Oxenstiern the gratification of private greed and ambition. Each bargained for some possession either already wrested or to be afterwards taken from the enemy. Oxenstiern, an upright man, was disgusted at the greed of these princes and nobles who professed to be warring solely in defense of their religious liberties. The negotiations were at last completed, and once more the various armies were set in motion. Malcolm had rejoined his regiment, which was with Duke Bernhard, and was received with a hearty welcome by his comrades. The officers were full of hope that Duke Bernhard was going to strike a great blow. Altringer was away on the shore of Lake Constance, facing Horn. Wallenstein was in Bohemia. Between Donauwörth and Vienna were but 4 strong places: Ingolstadt, Ratisbon, Passau, and Linz. Ingolstadt was, the Duke knew, commanded by a traitor who was ready to surrender. Ratisbon had a Protestant population ready to open their gates. It seemed that the opportunity for ending the war by a march upon Vienna, which had been snatched by Wallenstein from Gustavus just when it appeared in his grasp, was now open to Duke Bernhard. But the Duke was ambitious. His demands for Franconia had not yet been entirely complied with by Oxenstiern, and he saw an opportunity to obtain his own terms. The troops under his orders were discontented, owing to the fact that their pay was many months in arrear, and agents of the Duke fomented this feeling by assuring the men that their general was with them and would back their demands. Accordingly, they refused to march further until their demands were satisfied. The Scotch regiments stood apart from the movement, though they were equally in arrear with their pay, and Monroe and the officers of the brigade chafed terribly at this untimely mutiny just when the way to Vienna appeared open to them. Duke Bernhard forwarded the demands of the soldiers to Oxenstiern, sending at the same time a demand on his own account, first, that the territory of the Franconian bishoprics should at once be erected into a principality in his favor, and, secondly, that he should be nominated commander-in-chief of all the armies fighting in Germany for the Protestant cause, with the title of generalissimo. Oxenstiern was alarmed by the mutinous demands of the troops on the Danube, and disgusted when he saw those demands supported by their general. His first thought was to dismiss Duke Bernhard from Swedish service. But he saw that if he did so, the disaffection might spread, and the Duke might place himself at the head of the malcontents and bring ruin upon the cause. He therefore agreed to bestow at once the Franconian bishoprics upon him, and gave a pledge that Sweden would defend him in that position. He declined to make him generalissimo of all the armies, but appointed him commander-in-chief of the forces south of the Main. The Duke accepted this modification, and had no difficulty in restoring order in the ranks of his army. Now Duke Bernhard marched upon Ratisbon without opposition, and laid siege to it. Maximilian of Bavaria was there, with a force sufficient to defend the city had he been supported by the inhabitants. But the people were Protestant, and, moreover, bitterly hated the Bavarians, who had suppressed their rights as a free city. Maximilian wrote urgently to the emperor and to Wallenstein, pledging to maintain Ratisbon if he could receive a reinforcement of 5,000 men. But the emperor had not the men to send. He dispatched to Wallenstein, one after another, 7 messengers, urging him, at all hazards, to prevent the fall of so important a place. Wallenstein replied that he would do all in his power, and in presence of the messengers, ordered the Count of Gallas to march with 12,000 men on Ratisbon. But privately, he furnished the general with absolute orders forbidding him to do anything which might bring on an action with the Duke. Wallenstein's motives in so acting were that he was not strong enough to divide his army, and that he could best cover Vienna by maintaining a strong position in Bohemia, a policy which was afterwards justified by the event. Ratisbon resisted for a short time, but finding that the promised relief did not arrive, capitulated on the 5th of November, Maximilian having left the town before the surrender. Duke Bernhard now pushed on towards Vienna, and on the 12th came within sight of Passau. So far, Wallenstein had not moved. He had seemed to comply with the emperor's request to save Ratisbon, but had seemed only. He refused, in fact, to fritter away his army, and keeping it strong, he had the key of the position in his hands. He had fixed upon Passau as the point beyond which Duke Bernhard should not be allowed to advance. Wallenstein put his army in motion and marched south, so as to place himself in the left rear of the Duke. This movement Duke Bernhard heard of just when he arrived in sight of Passau. He instantly recognized the extreme danger of his position, and perceived with his usual quickness of glance that to be caught before Passau by Wallenstein would be absolute destruction. A moment's hesitation, and the Swedish army would have been lost. Without an hour's delay, he issued the necessary orders, and the army retraced its steps with all speed to Ratisbon, and, not stopping even there, marched north into the Upper Palatinate to defend that conquered country against Wallenstein, even at the cost of a battle. But Wallenstein, in turn, now declined to fight. He had but one army, and were that army destroyed, Duke Bernhard, with the prestige of victory upon him, could resume his march upon Vienna, which would then be open to him. Therefore, having secured the safety of the capital, Wallenstein fell back again into winter quarters in Bohemia. Thus Ferdinand again owed his safety to Wallenstein, and he should have been even more grateful, since Wallenstein had saved him in defiance of his own orders. At the time, he fully admitted in his letters to Wallenstein that the general had acted wisely and prudently. Nevertheless, he was continually listening to the Spaniards and the many envious of Wallenstein's great position, who hoped to benefit by his disgrace. And, in spite of all the services his great general had rendered him, was preparing to repeat the humiliation which he had formerly laid upon him, and again deprive him of his command. Wallenstein was not ignorant of the intrigue against him. Vast as were his possessions, his pride and ambition were even greater. He was conscious of splendid services rendered and of great intellectual power. He believed that the army which had been raised by him, and was to a great extent paid out of his private funds, and which he had so often led to victory, was devoted to him and to him alone. These elements excited in his mind the determination to resist by force the intriguers who dominated the bigoted and narrow-minded emperor, and if necessary, Wallenstein determined to hurl the latter from his throne. Chapter 20. Friends in Trouble. One day in the month of December, when Malcolm was with his regiment on outpost duty closely watching the Imperialists, a countryman approached. "Can you direct me to Captain Malcolm Graham, who they tell me belongs to this regiment?" "You've come to the right man. I am Captain Graham. What would you with me?" "I am the bearer of a letter to you." And taking off his cap, he pulled out the lining and brought out a letter hidden beneath it. "I am to ask for some token from you, by which it may be known that it has been safely delivered." Malcolm cut with his dagger the silk with which the letter was fastened. It began, "From the Lady Hilda, Countess of Mansfeld, to Captain Malcolm Graham of Colonel Monro's Scottish Regiment. My dear friend, I do not know whether you have heard of the misfortune which has fallen upon us. The town and castle of Mansfeld were captured 2 months since by a sudden assault of the Imperialists, and my dear husband was grievously wounded in the defense. He was brought hither a prisoner, and Thekla and I also carried here. As the Count still lies ill, he is not placed in the prison, but we are treated as captives, and a close watch is kept upon us. The Count is threatened with the forfeiture of all his possessions unless he changes sides and joins the Imperialists. Some of his estates have already been conferred upon other nobles as a punishment for the part he has taken. Were my husband well and free, he would treat the offers with scorn, believing the tide will turn and that he will recover his possessions. Nor even were he certain of their perpetual forfeiture would he desert the cause. Moreover, the estates which I brought him in marriage lie in the north of Pomerania, and the income therefrom is more than ample for our needs. But the Emperor has ordered that if the Count remain contumacious, Thekla shall be taken from us and placed in a convent, and will, when she comes of age, be given in marriage to some adherent of the Emperor, who will with her receive the greater portion of her father's lands. She is now 16 years old, and in another year will be deemed marriageable. My heart is broken at the thought. I know not why I send to you, nor does the Count know that I am writing, nor does it seem possible that any aid can come to us, seeing that we are here in the heart of Bohemia,
and that Wallenstein's army lies between us and you. But I feel sure that if there be any mode in which we may be aided, it will be seized by your ready wit. Now, adieu. Send back by the messenger some token, that I may know that you have received my message. Send no written answer. The danger's too great."
Malcolm twisted off 2 or 3 links of a chain which had been presented to him by the Count. Then, until relieved from duty, he paced up and down, revolving in his mind what could best be done. And when his company was called in, he went to his colonel and asked for leave of absence, stating his reasons for wishing to absent himself from the regiment.
"'Tis a perilous business, Malcolm," Colonel Munro said. "The Count of Mansfeld's been a steady ally of ours. Moreover, he has shown you real kindness in time of need. Therefore go, and heaven be with you. 'Tis not likely there'll be any more serious fighting this year. Wallenstein lies inactive, negotiating now with Saxony, now with Oxenstern. If you can bring back any information as to his plans, you'll have done good service to the cause, however long your absence from the camp may be."
That evening, Malcolm packed up his armor, arms, court suits, and valuables, and sent them away to the care of his friend, the syndic of the clockmakers of Nuremberg, with a letter requesting him to keep them in trust for Malcolm until he returned, and in the event of his not arriving to claim them in the course of 6 months, to sell them and devote the proceeds to the assistance of sick or wounded Scottish soldiers. Then Malcolm purchased garments suitable for a respectable craftsman, and attired himself in these, along with a stout sword banging from his leathern belt, and a wallet containing a change of garments and a number of light tools used in clockmaking. And then, with a long staff in his hand and 50 ducats sewed in the lining of his doublet, he set out on foot on his journey. It was nigh 3 weeks before he arrived at Prague, for not only had he to make a long detour to avoid the contending armies, but he was forced to wait at each considerable town until he could join a company of travelers going in the same direction. The whole country swarmed with disbanded soldiers, plunderers, and marauding bands. None of those with whom he journeyed suspected Malcolm to be aught but what he professed himself, a craftsman who had served his time at a clockmaker's in Nuremberg, and who was on his way to seek for employment in Vienna. During his 3 years and a half residence in Germany, he had come to speak the language like a native, and indeed, the dialect of the different provinces varied so widely that even had he spoken the language with less fluency, no suspicion would have arisen of his being a foreigner. Arrived at Prague, his first care was to hire a modest lodging, and he then set to work to discover the house in which the Count of Mansfeld was lying as a prisoner. This he had no difficulty in doing, for the Count was a well-known personage. He and his family had apartments in a large house, the rest of which was occupied by imperialist officers and their families. There was a separate entrance to the portion occupied by the Count, and a sentry stood always at the door. The day after his arrival, Malcolm watched the door from a distance throughout the whole day, but none entered or came out. The next morning he resumed his watch at a much earlier hour, and presently had the satisfaction of seeing a woman in the attire of a domestic issue from the door. She was carrying a basket, and was evidently bent upon purchasing supplies. He followed her to the market, and, after watching her make her purchases, followed her until she entered a street where but few people were about. There he overtook her. "You are the attendant of the Countess of Mansfeld, are you not?"
"What is that to you?"
"I will tell you presently. But in the first place, I ask not from any impertinent curiosity. Please inform me whether you are her only attendant, and in the next place, how long you have been in her service. Here is a ducat, as a proof that I am interested in my questions." The woman gave a quick and searching glance, took the money, and replied more civilly,
"I am the only attendant on the Countess. I have been placed there by the commandant of the prison, to which the Count will be moved in a few days, but I have been with them since their arrival, 3 months since."
"Then you're the person whom I seek. I am he to whom a certain letter was sent, and who returned by the messenger as token that he received it 2 links of this chain." The woman started as he spoke.
"For goodness sake, sir, put aside that earnest look, and chat with me lightly and laughingly, so that if any observe us speaking, they will think you're trying to persuade me that my face has taken your admiration. Not so difficult a task, methinks,
she added coquettishly, acting the part she had indicated, for the girl really was good-looking. "Now tell me, how is it possible for me to obtain an interview with the Count? 20 ducats are worth earning."
"Very well worth earning, but not if it means the gallows."
"We must take care that you run no risk. Surely such a clever head as you have can contrive some way for me to get in."
"It might be managed. Seeing that the Count cannot move from his couch, and that the Countess and the Fräulein have no motive in seeking to leave him, the strict watch has been relaxed. The orders of the sentry are that neither of the ladies shall set foot outside the door, but I do not think they have any orders to prevent others from going in and out, had they some good excuse for their visit."
"Then," Malcolm said with a smile, "I have an excellent excuse. The clock in the Count's chamber has just stopped, and it wearies him to lie there and not know how the time passes. He has requested you to fetch a craftsman to set it going again."
"A very good plan. There is a clock, and it shall stop this afternoon, and I shall come back to the market in the morning."
So saying, with a wave of her hand, she tripped down towards the house, leaving Malcolm to arrange his plans for next day. His first care was to purchase a suit of clothes such as would be worn by a boy of the class to which he appeared to belong. Then he went to one of the small inns patronized by peasants who brought their goods into market, and without difficulty bargained with one of them for the purchase of a cart with 2 oxen, which were to remain at the inn until he called for them. Then he bought a suit of peasant's clothes, after which, well satisfied with his day's work, he returned to his lodging. In the morning he again met the servant. She said,
"The sentry had orders to prevent any, save nobles and officers, from passing in. However, I went to the prison and saw one of the governor's deputies and told him that the Count was fretting because his clock had stopped, and as I slipped 5 ducats the Countess had given me into his hand, he made no difficulty about giving me a pass. Here it is."
"Tell me," Malcolm asked, "at what time is the sentry generally changed?"
"At sunrise, noon, sunset, and midnight."
"Very well. Then this afternoon I will call."
"Now, I have earned my 20 ducats.
"You have earned them well," Malcolm replied, handing them to her.
"You must not count on me, father. I don't know what you are going to do, and I don't want to know. I have run risk enough as it is."
Having hidden the suit of boy's clothes and the tools of his trade in a small basket in his hand, Malcolm presented himself at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to the sentry at the door leading to the Count's apartments. The soldier glanced at the pass and permitted him to enter without remark. The waiting maid met him inside and conducted him upstairs into a spacious apartment. The Count was lying on a couch, while the Countess and Thekla sat at work beside him. The servant then retired and closed the door after her. Then the Countess ran to meet him and threw her arms round his neck as if she had been his mother, while Thekla gave a cry of delight.
"Welcome, my brave friend," the Countess exclaimed. "What dangers must you not have encountered on your way hither to us?"
The Count said, holding out his hand to Malcolm,
"Had I known that my wife was sending to you, I would not have suffered her to do so, for the risk is too great. And yet I am truly glad to see you."
And although she said nothing, Thekla gave Malcolm her hand, and her cheek flushed hotly as, in accordance with the custom of the times, she presented it to his kiss.
"Now," the Count said, "you must be quick, for we have much to say, and your visit must be a short one, for every 3rd day the governor of the prison pays me a visit to see how I am getting on, and I expect that he will be here ere long."
"Then I had best prepare for his coming, for assuredly I am not going to hurry away." So saying, he lifted down the great clock which stood on a bracket on the wall and placed it on a side table. "I am a clockmaker," he said, "and am come to put this machine, whose stopping has annoyed you sadly, into order." So saying, he took some tools from his basket, removed the works of the clock, and, taking them in pieces, laid them on the table. "I spent much of my time at Nuremberg learning how to take a clock to pieces and put it together again, with fair skill. There. Now I am ready. If the governor comes, he will find me hard at work. And now I will hear what plans you may have formed."
"For myself, I have no plans," the Count said. "I am helpless,
and must for the present submit to whatever may befall me, that I will not renounce the cause of my religion. As for my wife, we know not whether, when they remove me to the fortress, they will allow her to accompany me or not. It is likely that they will not. The Emperor is merciless to those who oppose him. They will more likely keep her under their eye here or in Vienna. For ourselves, we care little. Our anxiety is for Thecla. It is through her that they are striking us. You know what they have threatened for her if I do not abandon the cause of Protestantism. I would rather die, father, Thecla exclaimed firmly. It is not death you have to face, my darling, and brave as you are, you could not resist the influence which would be brought to bear upon you. Then it is clear, Malcolm said cheerfully, that we must get your daughter out of the clutches of the Emperor. But I can see no means of doing so. We have no friends in this city, and even could the child be got safely out of this place, there is nowhere she could go. I see no difficulty about it, Malcolm said. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. The waiting maid put in her head and exclaimed, "The governor is alighting at the door." Malcolm at once seated himself at the side table and began oiling the wheels of the clock, while the Countess and Thecla took up their work again and seated themselves as before by the couch of the Count. A moment later, the attendant opened the door and in a loud voice announced the Baron of Steinberg. The governor, as he entered, cast a keen glance at Malcolm, and then, bowing ceremoniously, approached the Count and inquired after his health, and paid the usual compliments to the Countess. The Count replied languidly that he gained strength slowly, while the Countess said quietly that he had slept badly and that his wound troubled him much. It was well for Thecla that she was not obliged to take part in the conversation, for she would have found it impossible to speak quietly and indifferently, for every nerve was tingling with joy at Malcolm's last words. She was firmly resolved that, so long as her strength lasted and her mind was unimpaired, she would resist whatever pressure might be placed upon her, and would yield neither to menaces, to solitary confinement, nor even to active cruelty. The prospect, however, had weighed heavily upon her mind, and the words which Malcolm had spoken, indicating something like a surety of freeing her from her terrible position, filled her with surprise and delight. "Whom have you here?" the governor asked, indicating Malcolm by a motion of the head. "It is a craftsman from Nuremberg," replied the Countess. "The clock stopped, and the Count, with whom the hours pass but slowly, fretted himself at not being able to count them. So I asked our attendant to bring a craftsman to put it in order, first sending her with a note to you, asking for permission for him to come. As you were out, your deputy signed the order." "He should not have done so. However, as the fellow has taken the clock to pieces, he can put it together again." He went over to the table where Malcolm was at work and stood for a minute or two watching him. The manner in which Malcolm fitted the wheels into their places, filing and oiling them wherever they did not run smoothly, satisfied him that the youth was what he seemed. "Under whom did you learn your trade? For I know most of the Guild of Clockmakers by name." "Under Jans Boerhoff, the syndic of the guild," Malcolm said, standing up respectfully. "Ah, and his shop is in?" "The Kronstrasse," Malcolm said promptly. Satisfied, the Baron turned away and conversed a few minutes with the Count, telling him that, as the surgeon said he could now be safely removed, he would in 3 days be transferred to an apartment in the fortress. "Will the Countess be permitted to accompany me?" the Count asked. "That I cannot tell you," the Baron replied. "We are expecting a messenger with His Majesty's orders on the subject tomorrow or next day. Either way, in his solicitude for her welfare, His Majesty has been good enough to order that the young Countess shall be placed in the care of the Lady Superior of the Convent of St. Catherine." A few minutes later he left the room. Not a word was spoken until the sound of horses' hoofs without told that he had ridden off. The Count was the first to speak. "Malcolm, how think you that Thecla can escape, and where could she go?" "I like not to make the proposal," Malcolm said gravely, "but it is impossible that, in your present state, you can escape, and the Countess will not leave you. But what is absolutely urgent is that your daughter should be freed from this strait. It is a great responsibility, but if you and the Countess can bring yourselves to commit her to me, I swear to you that I will watch over her until I place her in all honor in safe hands." The Count looked at the Countess and at Thekla, who sat, pale and still.
"Malcolm Graham," he said, "there are few indeed into whose hands we would thus confide our daughter. But we know you to be faithful, honorable, and true. Therefore, we will, seeing that there is no other mode of escape from the fate which awaits her, confide her wholly to you. What are your plans?"
Chapter 21. Flight. "I thank you, Count, and you, dear lady, for the confidence you place in me," Malcolm said, "and will carry out my trust were it to cost me my life. My plan is a simple one. The guard will be changed in half an hour's time. I have brought hither a suit of boys' garments, which I must pray the Countess Thekla to don, seeing that it will be impossible for her to sally out in her own garb. I show my pass to the new sentry, who will deem that my companion entered with me and is my apprentice, and will suppose that, since the sentry who preceded him suffered him to enter with me, he may well pass him out without question. I have a wagon in readiness, and shall, disguised as a peasant, start with it this evening. Thekla will be in the bottom, covered with straw. We shall travel all night. Tomorrow, when your attendant discovers that your daughter has escaped, she will at once take the news to the governor. The sentries will all be questioned, and it will be found that, whereas one clockmaker came in, 2 went out. The city will be searched, and the country round scoured. But if the horsemen overtake me, they will not suspect a solitary peasant with a wagon. The first danger over, I must be guided by circumstances. But in any case, Thekla must travel as a boy to the end of the journey. I design to make my way to Nuremberg. There I shall place her in the hands of my good friend Jans Boerhoff, whose wife and daughters will, I am sure, gladly care for her until the time that peace be made and you can rejoin her."
"The plan is a good one," the Count said. "'Tis hazardous, but there is no escape from such a strait as ours without risk. What say you, wife?"
"I can think of nothing better. But, Thekla, are you ready to run the risks and the hardships of such a journey under the protection only of this gentleman?"
"I am ready, mother.
But I wish—"
"You wish you could go in your own garments, with jewels on your fingers, and with a white horse to carry you," the Count said with a smile, for his spirits had risen with the hope of his daughter's escape. "It cannot be. Malcolm's plan must be carried out to the letter, and your mother must cut off that long hair of yours. Your hair may be long again before I next see you." His eyes filled with tears as he spoke, and Thekla and the Countess both broke into a fit of crying. Leaving them by themselves, Malcolm returned to his work, and in half an hour had replaced the machinery of the clock and set it in motion, while a tender conversation went on between the Count and Countess and their daughter. By this time the sun had set. Malcolm said, "I would not hurry your parting, Countess, but the sooner we are off now the better." Without a word the Countess rose, and taking the clothes which Malcolm produced, retired to her chamber with Thekla. "Malcolm Graham," the Count said, "it may be that we shall not meet again. The Emperor is not tender with obstinate prisoners. Should aught happen to me, I beseech you to watch over the happiness of my child. Had she been a year older, and had you been willing, I would have solemnly betrothed her to you, and should then have felt secure of her future. And though my estates may be forfeited by the Emperor, her mother's lands will make a dowry such as any German noble would gladly accept with his wife. If we should not meet again, and you in future years should seek her as your wife, you have my fullest approval and consent. Nay, it is my wish."
"I thank you most deeply, Count, but I put the thought from me, seeing that she is heiress to broad lands, and I, a Scottish soldier of fortune, whose lands are but a mere farm in comparison with your broad estates. But after what you have so generously said, I need no longer fear my heart, and will, when the time comes, remind you of your promise. For this journey, I will put all such thoughts aside. I will watch over her safety as over my greatest treasure, trusting that in some happy change of circumstances, you and the dear Countess will give her to me.
So be it. But here they come.
The door opened and the Countess appeared, followed by Thekla, shrinking behind her mother's skirts in her boyish attire. The Count said gravely, "Keep that cap down over your eyes, and try and assume a little more of the jaunty air of a boy. Fortunately, it will be dark below, and the sentry will not be able to mark how fair is your skin and how delicate your hands. Now, farewell, my child. Let us not stand talking. The quicker a parting is over, the better. Malcolm knows all my wishes concerning you, and when I am not with you, trust yourself to his advice and guidance as you would to mine. There, my darling, do not break down. You must be brave, for all our sakes. Should the Emperor hold me in durance, your mother will try and join you at Nuremberg. May God in heaven bless you and keep you." While the Count was embracing Thekla, "May God in heaven bless you and keep you," she bravely, but in vain, tried to suppress her tears. The Countess opened the door, returned, kissed her daughter fondly, and placed her hand in Malcolm's, saying to the latter, "God bless you." One last adieu, and Malcolm and Thekla stood alone in the anteroom. "Now," he said, "be brave. The danger is at hand, and your escape and my life depend upon your calmness. Carry this basket of tools and play your part as my apprentice. Just as we open the door, drop the basket. I will rate you soundly for your carelessness. Keep your head down, and do not let the light which swings over the door fall upon your face." For a minute or two, Thekla stood struggling to master her emotions, and then she said in a quiet voice, "I am ready." And taking up the basket of tools, she followed Malcolm down the stairs. Malcolm opened the door, and as he did so, Thekla dropped the basket. "How stupid you are!" Malcolm exclaimed sharply. "How often have I told you to be careful?"
"What's all this?"
the sentry asked, barring the way with his pike.
"Who are you, issuing from this house with so much noise? My orders are that none pass without an order from the governor."
"And such an order have I," Malcolm said, producing the document. "There's the governor's seal. I was sent for to repair the clock in the Count of Mansfeld's apartment, and a rare job it has been." The sentry was unable to read, but he looked at the seal, which he had been taught to recognize.
"But there is only one seal. There are two of you."
Malcolm said scornfully, "Dost think that when 10 persons are admitted to pass in together, the governor puts 10 seals on the pass? You see for yourself it is but a young boy, my apprentice. Why, the governor himself left scarce an hour ago, and was in the apartment with me. Had it not been all right, he would have hauled me to prison quickly enough. So faint and stiff was he that it was some time before he was capable of the slightest movement. His left arm was, he found, entirely useless. It was indeed frozen to the ground. But after some difficulty, he succeeded in moving his right and felt for the flask which hung from his girdle. So frozen and stiff were his fingers that he was